The male lead was once a skeleton, but fate took a strange turn. He was forced to serve the Demon Queen as a loyal minion. She even restored his body. Her goal was to breed heirs for the demon race. He, a weak demon, had defeated a supreme bloodline creature. In truth, Lu Li was the master of that game. Even human elites were like ants beneath him. After the final battle, he prepared to log out. Suddenly, system notifications flooded in. He woke to find himself trapped in the virtual world. A voice declared it had successfully summoned him. While exploring, he met another skeleton. It was an epic boss, a level 30 necromancer. Lu Li calmly asked about the place and identity. The boss was shocked he could speak, assuming him a rare guardian. Thinking Lu Li wasn't a newbie, it left, angering him. To force obedience, it chained him with hell shackles. Mocking, it said it would train him into a loyal dog. With no weapon or skill, Lu Li cursed his fate. The ground exploded, throwing him far away. He couldn't understand what was happening. A giant monster the size of a mountain appeared before him. He called Cece to ask where they were. She reported they were in Pure Darkness Hall, the game's most dangerous zone. To advance, they had to reach a mission point 100 kilometers away. The path was perilous, but detouring would quadruple the distance. Amid danger, he got a cheerful message from his brother Avi. He instantly hung up to focus on fighting the sea beast. Disaster followed. Fish, then monsters, kept chasing him. After countless trials, he and Cece reached the mission site. A scene of ruin and sky-wide flames unfolded ahead. The Grand Gate was packed with people in line. Lu Li saw an unguarded path and decided to take it despite Cece's warning. He ignored her advice and dashed through the shortcut. Two guards feigned friendliness, letting him pass freely. In truth, they just wanted to see him die. Waiting for him was the death arena, while he was only level 1. Lu Li entered the arena as the crowd roared wildly. The MC announced the final contestant, none other than Lu Li. When his info appeared, the crowd burst into chatter. Many mocked his low level, thinking he was there for laughs. MC Shi declared the opening of the Wind Cloud stage battle. Rabbit Lingley and Turtle Zhaohui were commentators, but the rabbit kept interrupting. They explained the rules. Single elimination, level reduced to 10, matching skills, and the winner earns EXP and new weapons. All players were dropped to level 10. Only Lu Li was raised from 1 to 10. He sighed regretfully, wishing he had listened to Cece and avoided the wrong gate. Right after, the game let him choose a starting class. Recalling advice from his eldest brother and A-Fi, he chose Assassin. MC Rabbit reminded everyone to equip gear for battle. He received a cold, sharp dagger. The crowd heated up as the MC introduced two famous referees. The first, Zhang Huaishui, master of North Moon Hall, controlled half of Blood Moon City's power. The second, Wu Ye, leader of Moon Hall, who once took Han Yi Xiao, the 10-time champion, as her only disciple. Hearing that name, Lu Li was shocked. It was his brother, the one he was searching for. His gaze fixed on Wu Yue, sensing she knew something. His intense stare annoyed Wu Yue, who nearly punished him before Zhang Huaishui stopped her. The MC stirred the crowd again, introducing the standout fighters. Bloodclaw, the freak of the Blood Battle Clan, famed for his single annihilating strike. Zhong Shu, the master swordsman, vice leader of the Grand Sword Guild, swift and ruthless. Demon Blade Go, a wanderer from the wasteland who survived countless death trials. Shock came when the despised Lu Li won the opening match, stunning the stands. In the semifinals, his opponent was Go, the most brutal fighter. Go sneered, telling him to surrender early to avoid disgrace. But Lu Li calmly observed, saying nothing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, A-Fi was grinding levels among monsters. The two girls beside him praised non-stop, boosting his arrogance. Yet deep down, A-Fi still saw his brother Lu Li as the true genius and worried about him. Lu Li remained still, ignoring Goth's taunts. Go lifted his chin coldly, pointing his sword in disdain. He declared Lu Li had missed his chance to live and would get a swift death. With that, Go unleashed a light-speed slash, dazzling the audience. To everyone's surprise, Lu Li dodged nimbly. Go thought it luck, switched moves, but still failed to hit. Enraged, he used his powerful dimensional slash. Lu Li evaded again, leaving MC Rabbit dumbfounded. While moving, he secretly analyzed Goss attacks. He calculated range based on Goss sword length and reach. He realized Goss' maximum strike range was under 2 meters. With quick reflexes, he stayed just outside danger distance. After several exchanges, he predicted Go would use the short delay skill flash slash, his chance to counter. The excited audience jeered, enraging Go. He swore to cut Lu Li in half on the spot. As Go unleashed his full power, Lu Li dodged left, crouched, and activated Heart Strike. A clean slash instantly finished the opponent. Go stared in disbelief that he fell to such a low-level foe. MC Rabbit was stunned. The comic newbie was a real assassin. Zhang Huaishui showed interest, while Wu Yue appeared indifferent. But deep inside, Wu Yue acknowledged his talent and wanted to observe more. Soon after, the next match, the pinnacle duel of Wind Cloud Stage, began. The two fighters were Bloodclaw and Bei Lei, the famed zombie swordsman. Bloodclaw arrogantly claimed his foe was unworthy. Bei Lei replied that though his bloodline was weaker, as long as he held a sword, he would never retreat. Bei Lei spun and unleashed flowing wood flash slash, rushing like a tornado. MC Rabbit excitedly noted it was 5 times faster than Goss flash slash. But Bloodclaw countered it completely with a strange bite. He then gathered power and launched a furious, violent surge counterattack. The relentless storm of strikes made Bei Lei collapse instantly. Staring at the corpse, Bloodclaw sneered disdainfully. He spat and mocked that the so-called strong was mere trash. Bei Lei's crushing defeat in one move made MC Rabbit sure the crown belonged to Bloodclaw. The crowd roared, chanting Bloodclaw's name. Zhang Huaishui saw great potential, while Wu Yue barely glanced, uninterested. Meanwhile, Lu Li silently observed every detail. He noticed Bloodclaw's weapon-breaking ability showed power far beyond average. Suddenly, Bloodclaw turned and taunted, daring him to step up. He arrogantly said he wasn't satisfied yet and wanted more fun. Though provoked, Lu Li calmly analyzed tactics, knowing he was at a disadvantage. But to approach Wu Yue and find his brother, he had to fight. From the stands, Wu Yue's eyes gleamed with interest, tracking his every move. Despite the odds, Lu Li reminded himself not to falter. His goal was still his brother. Ignoring mockery, he entered the arena with iron resolve. The death match between Bloodclaw and the cannon fodder began. Madclaw sneered that a few taunts could already shake Lu Li's focus. He boasted he'd feast on Lu Li's despair as his victory meal. Lu Li frowned impatiently, wanting him to shut up and fight. He dashed forward at blinding speed, making the air tremble. But Madclaw reacted in time, narrowly dodging. He suddenly realized he had underestimated a real assassin. After dodging, he counterattacked fiercely without hesitation. The overpowering force denied Lu Li any speed advantage. Madclaw noticed his own injury and raged, humiliated before the crowd. His eyes turned crimson as he activated his passive skill blood battle, fully enhancing his body. MC Rabbit sweated in disbelief that the cannon fodder still stood against the raging monster. The more Wu Yue watched, the more intrigued she grew at such endurance from a low-level being. Madclaw roared, venting fury through a storm of savage strikes. Lu Li defended with all his might, but was slowly exhausted by the power gap. He overstepped while retreating and lost balance in the arena. Bloodclaw seized the chance, charging full force with explosive Madclaw. But in truth, it was all part of Lu Li's plan. He had lured that move on purpose. As the foe readied the finishing blow, he activated Backstab. In an instant, he warped behind and struck a deadly hit. However, Bloodclaw had foreseen every action. He smirked wickedly. He activated his secret ultimate, Blood Origin 1, Lion's Roar. The shockwave exploded, paralyzing Lu Li completely. MC Rabbit was stunned, explaining it was the supreme move of the Lion Clan that freezes anyone within 5 meters for 1.5 seconds. On the stands, Zhang Huaishui nodded in approval, saying Madclaw had the potential for elite training. In contrast, Wu Yue mocked him for recruiting recklessly but secretly regretted her fading interest. On the arena, Mad Claw exploited Lu Li's paralysis, striking mercilessly. The first blow severed Lu Li's arm. The next shattered his leg, scattering blood and bone. Mad Claw arrogantly said surrender was pointless, since he wouldn't spare him anyway. Cornered, Lu Li silently calculated, waiting for the perfect counter moment. Mad Claw, careless and smug, moved closer while Lu Li watched his every motion. He stomped on Lu Li's leg, unaware it was the moment Lu Li awaited. With all his strength, Lu Li leapt up and threw his dagger in a sudden strike. At the same time, his severed arm moved, delivering a fatal stab from behind. Mad Claw, facing forward, couldn't sense the coming danger. Every action was part of Lu Li's pre-planned strategy. He activated Backstab, teleporting behind to deliver a critical slash. Mad Claw collapsed instantly, not understanding how he lost. Both Wu Yue and Zhang Huaishui were utterly shocked. The audience fell silent, MC Rabbit frozen speechless. After a pause, MC Turtle exclaimed, "Amazing! Good job, Em! A rare reversal to witness." MC Turtle analyzed that the entire fight had been carefully orchestrated by the cannon fodder Moonslayer, Lu Li. On the floor, Mad Claw begged for mercy, but Lu Li was determined to finish him. He jumped, ready to deliver the final strike. But Zhang Huaisei suddenly intervened. With a single grip, Lu Li's body exploded into countless fragments. He regretted missing the final blow. Fortunately, Wu Yue didn't stand idle. She descended and cradled his nearly shattered head. With a snap of her fingers, the entire arena trembled violently. The power tore Zhang Huaishui's arm apart, making him roar in rage and swear revenge. Ignoring his threats, Wu Yue focused solely on healing and restoring Lu Li's body. When he awoke, she coldly declared, "From now on, you belong to me." After treatment, he felt new power surging, his regenerated body stronger than before. Finished, Wu Yi turned back, her dark face ordering MC Rabbit to announce the result. The two MCs, sweating in panic, immediately declared the outcome without delay. The final champion of the Wind Cloud stage, Moonslayer, was Lu Li. His reward, 5,000 EXP, leveling up to 15, and gaining the passive skill Shadow Step, boosting reaction speed by 20%. He was also granted an epic level 15 weapon, the Bloodfang Dagger. MC Turtle and Rabbit marveled, calling it a perfect lifesteal weapon for endurance battles. After receiving his reward, Wu Yue told him to prepare for the Wind Cloud Tribulation round. MC Rabbit explained that Wind Cloud stage had 2 phases, with the second requiring 8 minutes of survival and killing as many as possible. Meanwhile, Zhang Huaishui kept shouting accusations that Wu Yue was greedy and plotting for power and resources. Irritated, Wu Yue snapped back, calling him a stinking old man. She scolded that he was the one who interfered first and threatened to cut supplies and aid if he meddled again. Lu Li and the 2 MCs, sweating nervously, quietly withdrew and requested immediate transfer to the next round. Before he left, Wu Yue warned him to slay at least 1,000 lives, or not to face her again. Entering the new phase, the system activated the random achievement scroll. It announced the mission: kill 1,000 players in the Wind Cloud Raid event, or lose the chance forever. Instantly, Lu Li was transformed into a temporary boss, Bloodborne impersonator, causing chaos among players. At level 15, his Bloodfang Dagger Bracer was greatly enhanced. Even with many attackers charging, he easily dodged every strike. His new skill, Chain Slash, let him kill 4 people in just a few cuts. Once he grasped the rhythm, he swiftly slew 16 players, gaining massive EXP and contribution points. By studying the system, he learned other players could track his position. To reach 1,000 kills, he released his aura to lure enemies closer. When the crowd swarmed in, he unleashed chained strikes, wiping out everything nearby. After killing hundreds, he paused to rest under a tree. Unfortunately, the system forbade looting, making him feel wasteful. Suddenly, a young man appeared to snatch the dropped items, the same one from the story's beginning. Seeing prey walk in, Lu Li struck and finished him instantly. The man, still babbling before logging out, made Lu Li want to end it silently. As he was leaving to find more targets, a massive army arrived to hunt the boss. Filled with battle fervor, Lu Li used his skills like slicing fruit, reaching 444 kills yet still unsatisfied. Remembering his brother, he quickly sent coordinates to A-Fi. He told him to come alone to this area to reunite. A-Fi thought his brother was giving him an item, but it was a mountain of gear. He stared wide-eyed, blurting out a stunned curse in shock. In the game world, another player had just defeated an epic level 15 boss. It was the Moonlight Knight, Luona, level 18, with perfectly balanced stats, each at 60. She received a level 15 bracelet reward, Heart of Resistance. Lu Li, seeing someone defeat an epic boss for the first time, ordered CC to gather data. It showed Luona was a hybrid warrior of physical and magic damage. While resting, Luona sensed a strange gaze watching her. Before she could react, 3 men suddenly appeared and blocked her way. Realizing their bad intent, she coldly asked, "Here to rob me?" One pretended to joke that they just wanted to borrow a little and even asked for a smile. Luona challenged them to try taking it if they had the guts. 2 drew their weapons, advancing menacingly. With a single slash, she felled both instantly. The last man trembled, stammering as if to confess something. Before he finished, she swung and ended him cleanly. After the fight, she grew certain someone was secretly watching her. From a nearby tree, Lu Li decided to reveal himself, jumping down to face her. They stared at each other. She thought he was a hidden boss, while he weighed if fighting her was worth it. In the end, both chose the simplest path, charging into battle without a word. But before the duel began, the guild of the 3 men arrived to avenge Luona. At the same time, a boss hunting team advanced toward Lu Li. Realizing the chaos, the 2 immediately cooperated against their shared enemies. Lu Li rushed into the guild crowd while Luona fought the raid team. They cleverly lured the 2 factions into clashing, sparking a fierce melee. Amid the chaos, both secretly struck from the shadows, wiping out nearly all foes. The survivors panicked, slashing at each other, unable to tell friend from foe. Lu Li seized the moment, unleashing enemy reversing wind, a storm slash finishing everyone. With that strike, his kill count reached 999. The final target needed to complete the quest was Luona herself. Without hesitation, they clashed in one last life-or-death duel. After the final sword exchange, Lu Li won, completing the 1,000-kill mission. Defeated, Luona returned to the real world, beside her elderly maid. The maid said her grandparents called her for dinner, but she replied she wasn't hungry yet. Coughing lightly, she recorded the in-game data. She suspected the boss she met was actually a self-aware advanced AI. Having completed the 1,000-player kill task, Lu Li received the ultimate reward, the mythic accessory Divine Earring. This item allowed the user to change race and gain corresponding innate powers. He also earned 1,000 points, reaching level 21 and unlocking the skill Explosive Flame Ring. As he stepped onto the stage, the crowd roared in unison, cheering for Lu Li. MCs Rabbit and Turtle praised him for clearing Wind Cloud, slaying 1,000 foes, and setting a record. The achievement enraged Zhang Huaishui, who stormed off. Wu Yue was pleased, while Lu Li pretended indifference to maintain her dignity. She smiled and told him to follow her. They headed to Blood Moon City toward a secret realm called Blood Pool. Lu Li realized the hidden quest chain had gone far beyond his expectations. They discussed Bloodclaw's name, noting his strength came from bloodline power. Like equipment tiers, bloodlines also determined strength disparity. However, Lu Li's bloodline ranked at the lowest tier. This was the place to awaken bloodlines under Wu Yue's control. She told him to pick a spot in the blood pool and jump in. It was meant to evolve bloodlines, the outcome depending on luck. In the North Moon Hall of Blood Moon City, Zhang Huaishui still fumed over his wound and humiliation. He blamed the Mad Lion clan for his loss of face. His advisor argued it was a chance to make that clan more loyal. Before his anger cooled, the advisor proposed a wicked scheme. Even if they couldn't touch Wu Yue, there was a way to make her furious. It was clear they were plotting to strike at Lu Li. Zhang Huaishui smirked, approving the sinister plan. At the blood pool, Wu Ye noticed Lu Li absorbing energy at an abnormal rate. While she was monitoring, a squad suddenly appeared seeking her. The city guards reported the city lord summoned her to the capital. Irritated at the interruption, she intended to refuse. But they presented the city lord's blood decree, forcing her compliance. The blood decree required immediate obedience. Defiance meant death. Wu Yu had to leave, telling Lu Li to beware of falling stones during training. The messenger secretly grinned, knowing Zhang Huaishui's plan was half complete. As Lu Li was immersed in evolution, the ambush group secretly took positions, waiting to strike. Cheng Guizui deployed black-clad assassins to attack Lu Li. Once certain Wu Yue had gone, over a dozen swordmasters charged in. They shattered the blood pool's protective energy field around him. Lu Li's eyes flared red, signaling the start of a blood massacre. Meanwhile, the soldier was puzzled that Wu Yue obeyed so easily, unaware she had foreseen everything. On the road, she stopped and calmly sat like a spectator at a play. He frowned, asking what she was doing. She stayed silent, thinking this was the perfect observation point. Elsewhere, Zhang Huaishui's shadow troops launched their assault. As blades came down, a fierce whirlwind enveloped Lu Li. When the storm cleared, he appeared in complete human form. The enemies froze, confused why their attack failed. They immediately regrouped and struck again without hesitation. Lu Li remained calm, focusing only on the changes within his body. His composure unnerved them. Before they reacted, they were counter-slain. With one swing, their heads fell like autumn leaves. The leader was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. He shouted that the intel was wrong and switched to strategy 2. The survivors went all out in a final assault. But before reaching him, their organs were crushed from afar. The leader's arm was severed without him realizing it. In despair, he recalled his superior's incitement. He resolved to die fighting, invoking a forbidden spell. He ordered his men to sacrifice themselves to fuel his power. Receiving immense energy, he charged in for a final duel. Lu Li wore the divine earring and counterattacked. As they clashed, his body began decaying, half turning skeletal. The foe laughed triumphantly, thinking victory was his. But just as he struck, Lu Li transformed into a white-bone war god. He swiftly reversed stance, dodged, and sliced off the enemy's head. After the final blow, his body reverted to human form. As the battle ended, Wu Yue appeared, clapping in praise. She said he had gained much from the wind and cloud tribulation. She confirmed that the entire ambush was orchestrated by Zhang Huaishui. The soldiers who once escorted her had all been neatly dealt with by her. Her being lured away was actually the second trial for him. However, her gaze was drawn to his little bird. Lu Li froze for a few seconds, then shyly covered himself. Because of Lu Li's excellent performance, Wu Yue agreed to grant him one wish. He only asked for news about his sworn brother Han Yixiao. Hearing this, Wu Yue sadly said he was no longer alive. The news left Lu Li petrified like stone. He trembled as he asked for the cause. Seeing the determination in his eyes, she agreed to tell but demanded one answer first. She realized he had once approached her just to get information about her disciple Han Yixiao. Lu Li admitted that he and Han Yixiao were sworn brothers. The story flashed back to their childhood at Welfare Institute No. 20, where he and Ah Fei were often bullied. One time, older kids stole a feist-stuffed rabbit, her mother's keepsake. Even though the little girl begged, they cruelly tore the toy apart. Lu Li was furious. He drew a sharp object, ready to fight to the death. But before he could act, a boy appeared and charged in with a stick. His first strike knocked the leader down instantly. He kept hitting until the group scattered in panic. The bullies fled, never daring to return. Ah Fei admired him, while Lu Li was astonished and wanted to know their savior. The boy introduced himself as Han Yixiao and promised to protect them. From then on, the three became as close as real siblings. After hearing this, Wu Yue grew nostalgic for her former disciple. He had often requested rare gear to give his sworn siblings. He always wanted the best for my two little brothers. She said Han Yixiao vanished after entering the infernal purgatory. After a streak of 19 victories at the Wind and Cloud platform, He entered the wind and cloud tribulation as usual. But from that moment, no one ever saw him return. Wu Yu investigated for a long time and found his last location was the infernal purgatory. She had wanted to save him, but was powerless to approach the place. A mysterious force sealed the entire area, barring her entry. Determined to find the truth, Lu Li summoned Cece to help trace its data. But the system reported errors, and the investigation failed. He then accessed it himself, calmly searching and handling data carefully. He believed the answer lay in the infernal purgatory, where his brother vanished from the game. After entering the access code, he stepped into the central databank. When he retrieved the core data of the infernal purgatory, he was stunned, unable to identify it. While he was operating, the system detected the intrusion and forcibly disconnected him. Lu Li tried to open the core but got repeated errors due to data duplication. In the end, he was completely forced out of the central database. Wu Yu said she had told him everything. If he wanted more, he'd have to find it himself. Determined, Lu Li decided to enter the infernal purgatory himself to investigate. Before departing, he asked her how to reach the place. She replied she only knew the wind and cloud tribulation had a limited duration. Han Yixiao, despite evolving twice in the blood pool, never returned, showing how deadly it was. Cece interrupted, saying she had a secret method to enter the player world and told him to follow her. Trusting her, Lu Li informed Wu Yue that he had found a way in. Seeing her confusion, he explained it was the other world she once mentioned. Interested in the idea, Wu Yue agreed to wait for his news. Meanwhile, on a Feist side, his monster hunting journey was going smoothly. He had reached level 23 and earned the title Blazing Flame Mage. With his easygoing nature, Fei quickly attracted many girls. Surrounded by beauties, he lost his reason and traded all his loot for gifts for them. His joy was short-lived when a group of strangers blocked his path. Their leader raised his hand to activate skills, eyeing Fei as a fat prey. Fei quickly stepped forward, signaling the girls to back off. Unexpectedly, those very girls turned and betrayed him. In an instant, they stabbed him from behind, leaving him severely injured. Then the group of women claimed to be members of the North Face Guild, allies of the attackers. The 3 girls in the game were actually 3 men in the real world. Realizing he'd been tricked, Fei burned with fury, declaring he could lose money but not honor. While he was still bleeding, 2 others rushed in to finish him. But they didn't expect him to still have the strength to counter fiercely. With only a few moves, Fei wiped out 5 enemies. However, their overwhelming numbers soon exhausted him. Taking advantage, the 2 women struck again from behind. Fei was nearly out of energy, and his only recovery potion had been gifted away. They forced him to surrender the rare gear dropped from a boss or die on the spot. In this game, death made players drop items and lose experience. In response, Fei raised his middle finger and cursed so loudly that nearby birds scattered. The enraged leader swung his sword straight at Fei. Exhausted, he stood still, ready to take the hit, silently apologizing to his brother Lu Li. But just as the blade was about to strike, a dark figure flashed in front of him. In an instant, the leader was beaten to death without a chance to react. The newcomer was Lu Li, eyes glowing red and voice icy cold. No one leaves alive. Fei instantly recognized the man before him as his second brother. Overjoyed, he shouted, almost crying, "Brother, it's really you!" Lu Li sighed at his brother's miserable state, scolding him for falling apart so soon after they split. Fei immediately turned pitiful, hugging his leg and crying while complaining. The remaining enemies quickly realized the newcomer was the second brother Fei always praised. Thinking he was rich, they recklessly charged all at once. Fei quickly backed away, letting Lu Li handle the fight alone. But before he could turn away, he saw all enemies defeated, their loot scattered everywhere. Taking the chance, Fei went back to strike the 3 who had tricked him. Even revealed, the purple-haired woman still tried to use charm to escape. But Fei was no fool now. He declared he wouldn't be fooled again and took down all 3 instantly. The North Face Guild officially disbanded, and Fei cheerfully put his arm around his brother. Lu Li sternly told him their eldest brother had vanished in the infernal purgatory. But that place didn't exist in the game system. It was likely a top-tier hidden map beyond their reach. So Lu Li decided to visit the nearest town to prepare gear and items. The two headed toward the southern outskirts of Kaida town. On the way, Lu Li ignored all friend requests, while Fei flirted non-stop with girls. At the trading shop, many complained about the cheap prices. When it was Lu Li's turn, the owner was shocked by his premium items and paid 95,000 gold instantly. Fei stared in disbelief at the massive sum. But instead of accepting, Lu Li complimented the shopkeeper's stylish haircut. Flattered, the man eagerly raised the offer by 10%. It turned out that haircut resembled that of the real-world programmer, earning him special favor. After the deal, a title Massive Wealth appeared above Fei's head, drawing everyone's attention. The brothers then brought their remaining purple gear to the auction house to sell. It was Fei's first time entering such a luxurious place. When interviewed about his feelings, he simply laughed. So many people. Outside, hundreds crowded, waiting for their turn to enter the auction hall. A young boy came asking the guards to let him in to attend. But they yelled and drove him away mercilessly. The crowd joined in, mocking him as a country bumpkin wasting space. Seeing that, Lu Li and Fei stepped forward and led the boy inside. Noticing Fei's Massive Wealth title, the guards immediately bowed and opened the doors respectfully. Once inside, the three temporarily split up. The black-haired boy thanked them and left first. Soon after, a girl in a black dress appeared, introducing herself as Hongdao Tom, the receptionist. She handed them a black VIP card and explained its benefits like reduced fees and special loans. Fei seized the chance to flirt, asking if the card could buy her heart, leaving Hongdao stunned. Lu Li could only cover his forehead helplessly at his brother's smooth talk. Suddenly, a beauty passed by, capturing Lu Li's gaze. After handing the cards, Hongdao invited them into a private room for confidentiality. She announced their epic items would go on sale immediately, expected to sell out within an hour. The Stardust Light Sword would be featured in the premium auction, and she respectfully invited them to attend. Fei once again tried to flirt with Hongdao up close. But before he could finish, Lu Li knocked him on the head to sober him up. The auction officially began. The host of the event was Fang Kuiji. The first item, Heart of Crossfire, a wind-type weapon capable of extinguishing flames, starting at 20,000 gold. The price immediately rose to 25,000, then 28,000, and soon shot up to 35,000. The bidder at 35,000 was certain of victory. But bidder number 9 suddenly raised it to 50,000. He did it just to please his girlfriend. As a result, the Heart of Crossfire sold for 50,000 gold. People whispered when they learned bidder number 9 was Han Xiao, a famous gold engraving workshop owner. Fei couldn't stand the sight of him. The next item, Love-Made Cosplay Dress Special Edition. Starting at 30,000, the price quickly climbed to 45,000. Finally, bidder number 66 closed it at 48,000. But he demanded to try it on right there in the hall, leaving everyone stunned. Even though the MC tried to stop him, the big guy still put it on, freezing the entire venue. Lu Li and Fei were speechless at how open-minded the game was. The third item, Wolf Runner Battle Boots, starting at 40,000 gold. Han Xiao instantly shouted 80,000, forcing all rivals to quit. From then on, he kept buying everything, setting high prices for every item. Gradually, the crowd lost patience and left, letting Han Xiao monopolize the auction. Fei fumed, but Lu Li reminded him they'd need Han Xiao later for trading. At the climax, the epic sword Stardust Light Sword appeared, a level 20 warrior weapon with superior damage, crit, and speed, plus a rare light element, starting at 200,000 gold. Han Xiao bid 250,000 first, confident no one would challenge him. Fei immediately raised it to 300,000, catching his attention, and he countered 350,000. The two kept dueling until the price soared to 500,000. His girlfriend urged him to stop, saying it was too high. But Han Xiao, addicted to winning, stubbornly pushed it to 600,000. Fei wanted to go 700,000, but was stopped in time by Lu Li. Hanshao smiled smugly, sure of victory. But a mysterious girl suddenly called out 1,000,000, stunning the entire hall. In the end, the stardust was sold for a shocking 1 million gold. After the auction, the brothers immediately left the venue. Fei was thrilled as their earnings far exceeded expectations. They totaled 1.52 million, after fees 1.32 million net. Their account ranking jumped, leaving only 7,550 richer players above. Fei was shocked that so many tycoons still existed, sighing that this world was full of bosses. But Lu Li didn't care, only telling him to refocus on the main quest. As they left, the girl who bid 1 million quietly followed them. The two continued their journey toward Bojiankeir village. On the road, Fei chattered non-stop while Lu Li walked silently. In the dense forest, he stopped and coldly ordered the stalker to reveal herself. From behind, the mysterious girl appeared, the very one who bought the Stardust sword. Fei grew wary, suspecting she wanted to reclaim the sword she'd just purchased. She hurried to explain it was actually a weapon she had once lost. A flash of memory showed her battle with Lu Li when he was still a skeleton. Fei replied indifferently that the sword was a drop from the boss his brother had slain on schedule. She immediately realized the man before her was the one she had long been searching for. Without hesitation, she charged straight at Lu Li. She firmly challenged him to a duel to determine the victor. Lu Li coldly shook his head, refusing, and turned away without hesitation. Even blocked, she remained determined to fight him no matter what. The brothers left her behind, while Lu Li used the chance to guide Fei on the quest. The area was surrounded by monsters they needed to eliminate. In the village was a girl called the Saint of Holy Light, the monster's main target. They had to escort her to the Temple of Radiance through waves of attacks. As long as they brought her safely to the Holy Light Guild, the quest would complete. Fei felt useless having a brother who was a game developer. Upon arriving, Fei rushed to slay monsters to prove himself. He blocked two people chatting, thinking they were enemies. The villagers panicked, hugging each other for help. Realizing the misunderstanding, Fei awkwardly explained he was on a quest. Hearing the word monsters, the villagers rejoiced, believing he was a real hero. They immediately pulled him along, each grabbing one of his hands. The whole village spread the good news, coming out to welcome their new hero. The village chief also appeared to greet the brothers. Fei suspected the quest had been altered, and Lu Li agreed. The chief invited them to a grand feast in honor of the hero. Lu Li wanted to see the rare blooming herb in the village. The old man advised him to enjoy the feast first and look later. He noticed the storyline had changed strangely. They were seated at a banquet table filled with delicious dishes. The villagers devoured food greedily as if starving for ages. Fei was amazed at how real the in-game food looked. A villager offered him a specialty dish that looked like human eyes. Lu Li stopped his brother, urging him to meet the quest giver instead. He found a little girl sitting quietly in a corner. He asked if she wanted to go to the Temple of Radiance. With teary eyes, the girl realized the hero had come to save her. The system announced that the second quest had been activated. Fei felt something ominous in the air. The villagers stared at them with cold, terrifying eyes. The monsters revealed their true forms and launched a ferocious attack. The brothers fought in perfect coordination. Each strike swiftly took down enemies. Despite fierce combat, the enemies kept regenerating endlessly. After a long battle, monsters lay scattered while Fei was nearly exhausted. They began to regenerate, throwing everything into chaos. According to the original setup, this monster type wasn't supposed to revive. Lu Li realized the game had been tampered with after he left Tianming Corporation. If it continued, the whole group might be burned alive. He immediately used the celestial evasion technique, pulling Fei and the girl to safety. The three hid in the kitchen to escape pursuit. Just as they caught their breath, a Feist's mouth was suddenly covered by a familiar face, the Moonlight Knight. She signaled for silence as enemies still prowled nearby. Then she led them upstairs to hide temporarily. She revealed she was also investigating the village and had arrived earlier than them. Noticing something strange, she waited until night to act, but the plan was ruined. All four stayed silent, making the atmosphere awkward. Lu Li spoke first, voicing his doubts about everything. He asked the little girl if she knew the truth behind all this. She stayed silent for a long time, only speaking after comfort from Luona. She removed her mask and told the tragic story of her village. Boshikoa village had once been a peaceful and harmonious land. There were humanoid monsters nearby, but they weren't too dangerous before. They even mimicked villagers, looking both strange and amusing. The villagers gradually lowered their guard against them. Until Knight Greg of the Holy Light Guild arrived and held a prayer ritual. Then the girl suddenly felt sharp pain. After the ritual, Greg said she had awakened the Holy Light branch, a rare power. He promised that if she joined the Holy Light Guild, the whole village would be protected. But soon after, monsters came and slaughtered endlessly. Greg fell and the villagers were taken one by one. She was the only survivor, paralyzed with fear. When her tears ran dry, she vowed to be strong and bear the burden. She wore a mask to disguise as a monster, waiting for a chance to call for help from the Holy Light Guild. Lu Li and Luona were silent after hearing the heartbreaking tale. A Fae, however, burned with determination to charge out and fight. Suddenly, a huge red eye appeared behind the girl, glaring through the window. A deafening explosion shattered their hiding place. From the rubble, a gigantic monster rose and swiftly seized the girl. If she died, the entire quest would fail. Reluctantly, the three charged to fight the giant beast. Their attacks didn't harm it at all. The monster roared with mocking laughter, treating the heroes as fools. A Fae cried out in despair at the enemy's strength and regeneration. Lu Li quickly gave orders. A Fae would support while he attacked head-on. A Fae launched 2 fireballs aimed at the creature's eyes. The monster went berserk, but still clutched its hostage tightly. Lu Li seized the moment and slashed the arm holding the girl with a combo strike. The powerful blow crushed its arm, forcing it to release her. He reached out to pull the girl back. But suddenly, more monsters lunged from behind. Luona unleashed the Starlight Slash, annihilating the attackers. She urged him to focus on rescuing the girl first. But before they could retreat, more monsters dropped from above, surrounding them. Lu Li realized the giant was actually a fusion of many humanoid monsters, while Luona felt the quest's difficulty was abnormally high. She deduced the real mission was to protect the girl, not to slay the boss. The team split roles. A Fae stayed behind to block the monsters. After drinking a recovery potion, he cast Great Flame Storm to control the battlefield. Lu Li and Luona used the chance to chase the giant carrying the girl. They noticed the creature moved extremely fast and was very familiar with the terrain. During the pursuit, they discovered many people imprisoned inside it. Luona guessed those were the real villagers taken as prisoners. Without hesitation, Lu Li broke the cages to free them. But the captives had mutated, losing all human features. Luona softly said it was the result of a century's calamity, leaving Lu Li confused. Before he could ask, a fight scream cut through the air. From afar, a Fae was being chased by a horde of giant monsters. In that moment, the large monster escaped with the girl. The girl was terrified, thinking she would be eaten alive. The monster dragged her to the top of a tall building. It roared angrily, scolding the rescuers for being too slow. Enchanted by her scent, it leaned in to sniff closer. It prepared to take a bite. Suddenly, holy light flared, forming a small blade. The light weapon pierced straight through the monster's eye. It screamed in agony, swinging its hand to grab the girl. Before the huge hand could touch her, Lu Li severed it. The monster roared in shock at his sudden appearance. The story rewound to 15 minutes earlier, when they were surrounded by hordes of monsters. Lu Li threw each of them a green pill to A Fae and Luona. Thanks to the invisibility pill, they vanished from the monster's sight for 5 short seconds. After escaping, A Fae asked where to go next, and Lu Li affirmed they must rescue the girl and finish the quest. They were facing both the humanoid horde and the one who had captured the girl. If the game broke its rules, they would have to use unorthodox methods to fight back. He laid out a plan that required both to assist in execution. A humanoid monster eating nearby spotted one of its kind, Lu Li in disguise, approaching. He pretended to chat casually to gather information from it. By tricking it into slipping up, he made it reveal the exact location of the prey. At the same time, a Fae detonated a nearby house. The monsters mistakenly thought the girl had been taken and all rushed away. Back in the present, Lu Li cut down the captor and rescued the girl safely. However, the humanoid horde kept chasing, forcing them to flee the village immediately. As they reached the edge, a giant monster ambushed from above. The group quickly used movement-boosting potions to speed up. Thanks to that, they narrowly dodged the monster's fatal strike. After the chaotic escape, the three finally got out of the deadly village. But the enemy refused to give up, continuing pursuit beyond the village borders. The trio ran for their lives, beginning a tense chase. The humanoid horde stormed after them, smashing through all obstacles. Fortunately, Luona spotted a strange duck in the forest. The duck dashed like a jet, carrying them far away from the pursuing monsters. Once safe, the group thanked their feathered savior and continued their journey. They passed by a peaceful lake with serene scenery. The NPC girl wished to stop and admire the view for a while. Lu Li hesitated, but since Faye and Luona agreed, he nodded. By calculation, the monsters would need 30 more minutes to catch up. He decided to allow a 15-minute rest to recover strength. The group relaxed by the lake, and the girl happily played with Pai. Noticing Lu Na was pensive, the girl guessed she carried sorrow. She prayed with holy light, hoping to soothe her heart. In the light, her parents appeared, calling her lovingly and promising to go to the park. Memories surged, making Lu Na cry with emotion. The girl panicked, thinking she had done something wrong. But Lu Na smiled and thanked her for the gift of happy memories. Seeing this, Pai curiously asked to try that feeling. The girl cheerfully agreed and told him to hold out his hand. NPC began praying with full faith. Pai saw a scene of three brothers reunited, with the older two kindly feeding him. He was amazed by the vivid, lifelike images. He quietly ate, listening to the warm conversation. Emotions welled up, bringing Pai to tears, making the girl worry. He quickly wiped his tears, excusing it as hunger-induced emotion, then left. Lu Li sat on a tree, silently watching her brother jump into the river, confused. Despite fearing heights, the girl climbed up to talk to him. She asked about his apparent sadness, but he refused to recall the past. Instead, she shared her orphaned life and lingering regrets. She blamed herself for her prayers not being strong enough to save the villagers from disaster. Lu Li gently patted her head, praising her for being braver than him at that age. She asked emotionally if she could be strong enough to protect others like him. He recalled the past and firmly assured her she could. After resting, the group continued their journey. After some distance, the girl blushed and tugged Lu Li's sleeve, acting shy as if she liked him. The system suddenly announced a new mission: escort the girl to the Holy Light Society and defeat the Demon Kings. In danger, Lu Na risked herself to block the enemy while the group escaped. The completion notice sounded as they barely escaped the monsters' encirclement. But the monsters kept multiplying and regenerating quickly, making fighting futile. With 50 km left to the Holy Light Society, Pai grew exhausted and took energy supplements. At that moment, a demon-headed humanoid lunged to attack him. Lu Li warned in time and struck down the monster. However, it instantly revived and counterattacked him. The counterattack left Lu Li seriously injured. Pai immediately returned to help him defeat the fierce monster. Without time to bandage, Lu Li urged the group to move quickly. They continued forward while the enemies pursued closely. With only 20 kilometers to the Holy Light Society, they encountered a cliff and a narrow crevice. Pai worried about the tight space, but Lu Na considered it an advantage to slow the enemies. Lu Li found it strange that the number of pursuing monsters suddenly decreased. Finally, the group decided to enter the crevice, while the demon-headed humanoids remained close behind. After a frantic run, the four-person group was only 15 km from the Holy Light Society. The pressure from the demon-headed humanoids had barely lessened. Lu Na observed that the enemy numbers had decreased by about 60%. Still, Lu Li warned the group to speed up and beware of ambushes. With only 6 kilometers left, they saw light at the end of the mountain pass. Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared, blocking their path. The situation was dire. Demon kings ahead, monsters behind. Lu Li reassured the girl to stay behind them and not be afraid. The demon-headed pigs closed in, forcing them to fight to the end. Apai and Lu Na gave their all to combat the monsters. The NPC girl tried to stay calm amid the chaotic battlefield. In her heart, she believed Holy Light would protect her. Meanwhile, at the distant Holy Light Hall, the guild leader was planning to expand Holy Light's power to eradicate darkness. Upon learning of numerous demon-headed humanoids in the Eastern Pass, he became furious and immediately ordered troops to mobilize. When the girl arrived wearing a pig-head mask, she was mistaken for being on the evil side. The guild leader instantly ordered her execution on the spot. She quickly removed the mask, begging them to believe she was a holy vessel from Buscon village. She recounted being rescued by 3 heroes and urgently requested their help. However, he only cared to verify if she truly carried holy light. Once confirmed, he smiled, embraced her, yet his eyes gleamed with malice. He asked if she was willing to merge with holy light to illuminate the darkness. Meanwhile, at the mountain pass, Lu Li, Apai, and Lu Na fought to exhaustion. Lu Li noticed the NPC had disappeared from their formation. The group feared she had been captured by the pig-headed beings. But Lu Na analyzed that she probably ran to the Holy Light Hall. The monsters also realized this and stopped fighting, retreating immediately. The Demon King screamed wildly, calling breakfast, then charged toward the girl. The 3 hurriedly pursued, praying for her safety. But upon reaching the Holy Light Hall, the scene left them speechless. Before them, the NPC girl was being devoured by the supposedly trustworthy guild leader. Blood smeared his mouth. The gruesome sight stunned everyone. The author's twist was brutal. Recalling when he asked her about becoming part of Holy Light, she nodded determinedly, wishing to protect her village and loved ones. In her final moment, Lu Li's image flashed through her mind. But immediately, his mouth opened wide, transforming into a terrifying monster. Before horrified eyes, he swallowed the girl, absorbing all her energy. His body shone, radiating beams of light that seemed divine yet filled with madness. The Demon King struck the ground furiously, shaking the earth. The Holy Light Army was heavily impacted, suffering massive casualties. But to the guild leader, that power was like a mere itch. With just a glance, he pierced a massive hole through a Demon King's body. The one who just ate the girl, without wiping his mouth, lectured like Master Huan. He continuously unleashed light attacks, tearing more wounds into the Demon Kings, preventing them from healing. As he prepared a finishing move, Lu Li suddenly lunged to block it, saving the Demon King in the nick of time. After a few exchanges, he injured his opponent for the first time. The guild leader panicked, claiming to be from the Holy Light Society and an ally. He sweetly promised generous rewards if Lu Li helped eliminate the Demon Kings. But Lu Li dismissed it, coldly asking why he did it. Before the question ended, he swung his violent blade, sending him flying with a long trail of blood. He declared he would hear no more. The culprit must pay with his life for harming the girl. The system immediately warned, if the guild leader died, the mission would completely fail. Nevertheless, Lu Li remained undeterred. Unable to hide, the guild leader revealed his true form, a bloodthirsty monster. He counterattacked fiercely, forcing Lu Li to defend with full strength. Seeing the danger, Apai used Great Sphere Blaze to burn him into a living torch. But the flames weakened, allowing him to escape the fire. Just after fleeing, he was ambushed with a critical strike by Lu Li and Lu Na. The two cooperated perfectly, beating him until he barely resembled a human. Apai angrily cursed, saying someone like him deserved to die 100 times. At that moment, Lu Li noticed the Demon King crying, softly calling Dianton. Memories appeared. When she was young, the NPC girl once protected it. She had worriedly bandaged the injured piglet. She introduced herself as Diantan, promising to be its first friend if it wanted to live as a human. Before leaving the village, she promised to return the next day. Though the promise was never fulfilled, it waited for months. That longing helped it strive to live like a human, hoping to meet her again. When asked why it attacked Diantan's village, the Demon King wept, saying it only wanted to protect her from the guild leader. It had overheard Holy Light members saying the guild leader would eat her to gain power. Everything it did was to shield Diantan. Even when confining villagers, it instructed its kind to treat them as humans and not harm anyone. The three gradually understood, though still unsure if the Demon King could resurrect. As long as the guild leader was defeated, his divine light would vanish and everything would be restored. Apai wondered why the Demon King's body still decayed even though the light was gone. At that moment, the supposedly dead guild leader reappeared behind them, striking with holy light. He formed an energy sphere enveloping himself and the three others. Mei, sensing danger, immediately rushed to pull him away to protect the others. Lu Li was sucked into the enemy's skill domain as predicted. The domain was a closed combat field, ending only when one side completely fell. The space before Lu Li resembled a holy light shrine, with the guild leader firmly on the throne. He declared a welcome to the source of holy light's power. Lu Li did not respond, immediately charging to counterattack. The guild leader remained calm, using light from hovering planets to fiercely retaliate. Lu Li partially evaded but was still severely injured. The guild leader declared all the golden light was holy light's power, then asked why Lu Li dared oppose him. He suspected a dark hand had infiltrated the hero's side. Lu Li angrily vowed to take his life to atone for the NPC girl. He accused the guild leader of defiling her pure faith. Lu Li attacked with full force but was easily blocked. Mensit felt both pain and despair, unable to harm the enemy while injuring himself. The guild leader calmly said if Lu Li had listened, he wouldn't have had to die. They only differed in belief. He revealed he had discovered the world's monstrous limits. That world was built on a fixed hierarchy. He recounted exhausting days merely assigning monster hunts to heroes, yearning to escape meaningless cycles. Seeing familiar heroes return stronger, he resolved to break free. Outside was magnificent. He experienced true freedom for the first time. But the deeper he understood, the stronger the shadow monsters became. He gradually exhausted, unable to endure. Refusing to submit, he sought advancement, but all efforts failed. Ultimately, the small, despised creature, human rats, gave him the answer. Human rats, born to slaughter their kind, merged their power to evolve to higher levels. Thus, the holy light body was the guild leader's perceived path to ascension. The most devout followers were chosen as vessels of pure energy to grant him ultimate power. Hearing this, Lu Li was furious, and Apai cursed him as worse than a beast. He considered himself a savior, claiming sacrificing them was noble. He concentrated all light in his domain into a holy light spear to kill Lu Li. Knowing it was hopeless, Lu Li still fought with all his strength. In the end, he was pierced by the spear. Numerous other spears struck, causing blood to gush. The guild leader, certain Lu Li was dead, arrogantly declared he would achieve absolute freedom. Exhausted, Lu Li mocked him as a madman chasing illusory limits. This enraged the guild leader, opening his mouth to swallow Lu Li as he had the NPC girl. At that moment, Lu Li laughed, calling CC to activate boss mode, Moon Cleaver. He grabbed the hand controlling the enemy's light orbs. Lu Li spun and delivered a fatal strike, severing his hand. The system immediately issued a random mission: eliminate the Holy Light Guild leader. Failure meant death. Despite losing his hand, he continued frenzied attacks. Lu Li activated the spear-slaying formation, unleashing consecutive lethal strikes. Despite trying to evade, the guild leader was trapped and could not escape. He exploded in blinding light, annihilated from the world. After the victory, Lu Li returned, his appearance changed, wearing a new coat exuding majestic radiance. Apai draped an arm over him, praising the hero, while Lu Na was amazed at how he soloed a high-level boss. Apai said that when he left, the Demon King's body had stopped decaying. Instead, the Demon King cried in anguish, hugging Diantan tightly. Then they left together, returning to the old village. The system announced the hidden mission failed and initialized a new challenge. The next scene showed Dian Tan waking up. The first thing she did was pray. In her heart, she remained completely loyal to Holy Light. After praying, she grabbed a large medicine bag, preparing to help the piglet recover. Dian Tan went into town, happily greeting everyone around the village. An old man warned her to be careful climbing the mountain because of man-eating monsters. Walking, she pondered his words, so lost in thought she forgot to watch her step. Suddenly, she bumped hard into the village chief. He turned to order the accompanying Holy Light soldier to check her condition. He believed that with her deep faith she might possess a Holy Light body. As his hand was about to touch her, she suddenly pushed away, shouting that she did not want to become a Holy Light body. Running, she was confused, not understanding her own reaction. Along the way, she met Lu Li, who said Holy Light was actually in her heart. Hearing this, she froze, feeling she had heard those words before. The Holy Light soldier beside the chief watched with regret. He thought sacrificing her was too wasteful, planning to raise her to enjoy later. He intended to have the chief lead her to him, but Lu Li suddenly passed by. Immediately, blood spurted from the soldier's neck, and he collapsed dead for unknown reasons. The chief panicked, calling for emergency aid. In the forest, the piglet sadly thought Dian Tan would not return. It remembered her pleasant scent, but reminded itself not to harm its friend. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Piglet!" Seeing her appear, the piglet joyfully ran over despite its injuries. Lu Li's group received a new mission: escort Dian Tan to the Holy Light Society, which Apai strongly opposed. Lu Li told Apai to prepare to depart, while Lu Na promised to meet again later. Apai wanted to form a team together, but Lu Li reminded them they were in the real world, not a game. Lu Na suggested all three cooperate to become stronger and share information. The three reintroduced themselves: Lona, Afi, and Tram Nguyet. Min also shook hands to get acquainted with Lona. A strong team named Very East was officially formed. The system announced maintenance. The group temporarily parted, planning to meet tomorrow. After exiting the game, they returned to real life. Luna stroked her pet cat, softly calling Tram Nguyet and Afi. The housekeeper entered, saying the master wanted to see her. Upon arrival, the housekeeper stayed outside, letting her enter the room alone. She lightly knocked on the door, calling for her father. The door slightly opened. Inside was a magnificent room, like an underwater palace. Luna wheeled herself forward to face her father. He asked if Bai Xiaonu had passed the preliminary round. When she confirmed, he instructed her to compete in round 2 next month and reach the finals to uphold the family's honor. After giving instructions, he gestured for her to leave the room. In the fish tank, the scene of the strong devouring the weak reflected the world's cruel law. At the same time, brothers Lu Li and Apai strolled the streets looking for a hot pot restaurant. Upon arrival, seeing staff dressed as bunny maids, Apai excitedly waved, while Lu Li sighed in boredom. The steaming hot pot and pungent spicy aroma overwhelmed Apai. He dove in, devouring beef, tripe, bullfrog, peas, and all kinds of toppings. Watching him eat hastily, Lu Li reminded him to slow down and explained how to protect his stomach from spice. During the meal, he overheard a conversation at the next table. 2 men discussed the game Huan Yue, over 40 people on the same mission, but each had different results, with abnormal difficulty. They debated whether the mission was random or individually adjusted. The conversation made Lu Li think. He recalled the mission escorting Dian Tan to the Holy Light Society and defeating the Demon Kings. But why did he transform into Boss Tram Nguyet midway? All logic veered off its original path. The game's source code had been strangely altered. He suspected a link to the Genesis century Lona had mentioned. He hesitated whether he could trust the mysterious girl Lona. All signs seemed either a beacon leading him to the void prison or a hidden trap pulling him into the abyss. Continuous incidents left Lu Li confused, unsure if he was approaching or straying from his goal. While he brooded, Apai continued eating without notice. He ordered 5 more bowls of egg-fried rice. After 3 bowls, he handed one to his brother. Seeing the bowl, Lu Li recalled winters at the orphanage. The only bed was wet with dirt and urine. A Pai cried with swollen eyes, fearing there was no place to sleep. Ha Yishao knew the culprit, but was determined not to let it slide this time. However, Lu Li said the culprit had been taken away by the headmistress's mother, leaving the three to endure the cold without another bed. Outside, snow fell and temperatures dropped to 18 degrees Sago. Ha Yishao comforted the two, saying enduring a little while would be fine. At that time, A Pai wished to eat 3 bowls of egg-fried rice. Later, it became 5 bowls, 3 for himself, 2 to share with the brothers. Remembering this, Lu Li smiled, realizing that knowing what he wanted to do tomorrow was enough. The next morning, the system announced the Hero's Heart event in Tiva Kingdom, 15 kilometers east, with many attractive rewards. The system also noted that Tiva was one of the 12 great nations, a legendary land of weaponry. When Lu Li's group arrived, guards said the participant quota was full, requiring them to leave. Lu Li quietly handed over 500 gold, allowing them entry. A Pai complained that in this game, money equals power. Inside Teva, he was amazed by the forested mountains. Lu Li explained it was only the outskirts, the center was still far. When registration ended, enormous walls rose around the territory. A Pai likened it to movies about giants eating humans. Suddenly, a huge screen appeared in midair. A middle-aged man appeared, fumbling with some technical issues. He introduced himself as Hua Deshui, Teva's chief diplomat and event host. He announced the princess was kidnapped by a dragon, so the king held a contest to find the strongest hero to rescue her. A total of 10,000 heroes participated, each given an identification card. The contest lasted 7 days, and only the 100 with the most cards passed the preliminaries. There were 3 ways to earn cards: find, kill monsters, or steal from others. He was cut off abruptly for exceeding time. The official survival card game began. On the way, Lu Li's group met 3 players who wanted to cooperate, but he refused. The orange-haired guy was rejected, blushing in anger but unable to fight back. Lu Li believed quality mattered more than quantity. He said small fish are prey even in numbers, while few sharks remain predators. After defeating St. Light's guild leader, he once obtained the legendary item Bright Covenant Godslayer. Back in the present, Lu Li diligently killed monsters and gained 15 cards. Lona collected 10 cards on her own. Afai stole 5 cards from other players. He discovered a monster carrying 10 cards and asked the 2 others to let him have them. But just as he moved, a group of girls rushed to snatch them, splitting the loot. In the end, each side kept only 5 cards. The hot-tempered girl immediately charged A Phi to take all back. A Phi ran in panic, refusing to fight back as he considered himself a blue flag who doesn't attack women. She chased relentlessly, forcing him to call his brother for help. Lu Li appeared, pressing his sword to the girl's neck to threaten her. She screamed for her sister, and A Phi called his brother to support. The sister appeared immediately, restraining both Lona and A Phi. Both sides held a hostage, creating a stalemate. The sister scolded that men bullying girls don't make real heroes. Lona, worried for A Phi's safety, decided to find a way out of danger. Lona concentrated star energy to shine in the opponent's face, forcing her to release A Phi. She counterattacked quickly, but the opponent skillfully dodged, struck accurately, and still controlled A Phi. The girl even smiled, praising Lona's skills. Realizing the power gap, Lona used the moonwheel move to force the opponent to retreat. She tried to counterattack, but the opponent used A Phi as a shield. The opponent reversed the advantage, kicking Lona away. Lu Li rushed to help her up. She apologized for not saving A Phi. The red-haired girl proudly said her sister was a former esports pro, and all 3 together couldn't beat her. Still, Lona was determined to try again, refusing to make mistakes this time. But the purple-haired opponent only cared about Lu Li, ignoring everyone else. Ning Jianeng handed the red-haired girl to Lona to watch over while he focused on fighting. The female master used earth shackles to trap A Phi, claiming that if she defeated Lu Li, her sister would gain 10 points. The battle between the two erupted fiercely. For a long time, neither side gained the upper hand. Afai was shocked by the opponent's power, not expecting anyone to match his brother. The red-haired girl was also stunned, seeing her sister held for so long. Lona remarked both were masters, with moves full of pressure and intensity. Luli fought calmly like a machine, every step precise. The opponent struck fast, clean, and powerful, true to a professional player's style. The battle lasted until the forest was devastated, trees toppled. Suddenly, the female master stopped, praised Luli for meeting the requirement, and awarded her sister 10 points. Then she shyly asked if he was willing to love a taller girl. Luli was embarrassed, unable to respond immediately. The red-haired girl sighed, reminding her sister of her promise not to online date again. The sister ignored it, insisting Luli was a rare gift from heaven not to miss. She recounted 10 years in esports, living with games but never moved by anyone. Her intuition told her Luli was the only perfect man. She confessed while causing a small tremor for extra impact. However, Luli refused bluntly and quickly left to rescue Afai. Afai teased that such an assertive girl suited him, especially since he had never loved anyone. The female master felt even more pleased, awarding him points for his cold, chaste demeanor. She felt a strange sensation, believing she had been struck by Cupid's arrow. Ironically, a real arrow flew and hit her shoulder. A large group appeared, surrounding them all. The leader was a bald man holding 74 hero cards. He ordered his men to steal all of Luli's group's cards. The bald man commanded keeping the tallest girl for himself, letting others take whatever they could. The 5 rivals immediately cooperated due to the common new enemy. Suddenly, the sky turned red, and a massive light covered the area. The familiar large screen appeared in the sky. The bodyguard tried to wake his superior to speak, but he was still asleep, gruffly telling him to handle it. So he announced the system activated the Shanglanhua Tong Zone to increase difficulty and test players. The green zone granted buffs and rare items, while the red zone punished, reducing buffs, causing explosions, or warping time. Hearing this, the robbers panicked and retreated, realizing they were in the red zone. The leader shouted to ignore Luli's group, only worrying about survival. But time-space chaos activated, randomly teleporting everyone. Before being swept away, Luli told teammates to focus on collecting cards and regroup at the zone center if separated. The purple-haired female master was thrown to the robbers. Landing, she wiped them all out. The bald man trembled, begging, promising all his wealth to be spared. She said nothing, delivered a finishing punch, and he fell like the others. After the battle, she gained an additional 231 hero cards. Leaving, she regretted not telling Luli her real name, thinking men sounded nice and even imagining it as a future child's name. Afai and the red-haired girl, ID Xiao Chili, were teleported together. She boasted of being a true Sichuan native. They grew closer in conversation, surprising themselves after fighting just 10 minutes ago. Suddenly, Xiao Chili breathed fire at Afai. She forced him to hand over all his cards before continuing. In danger, Afai asked if her sister liked his brother and wanted updates on them. Hearing this, Xiao Chili's expression changed, showing curiosity and interest. They agreed to a temporary truce and teamed up to find Luli, also a chance for her to see her sister. The scene shifted to Lona, who was teleported to a desolate area with no map or contact. She recalled her father's words to reach the finals and never embarrass him. Though her father was cold and inattentive, she tried to think positively and keep moving. In loneliness, she told herself to be strong to comfort her mother in heaven. Suddenly, a giant monster emerged from the water behind her, opening its mouth to swallow her. Water splashed everywhere, leaving her fate uncertain. Elsewhere, Luli was also in a deadly, breath-stealing battle. His opponent laughed savagely, eyes wild like a predator. Luli was covered in wounds, showing the extreme intensity of the fight. 2 hours earlier, Luli was teleported to a strange place, completely isolated. He saw no teammates but trusted they were fine and focused on collecting hero cards. He donned a level 28 invisibility robe by Yin to boost stats and conceal himself. With this gear, he easily defeated monsters and players along the way. His victims didn't understand why they lost so quickly. He realized attacking tired players after fighting monsters was more efficient than killing monsters alone. After many battles, he collected 226 hero cards. Elsewhere, Han Shao and his girlfriend defeated a monster carrying 70 cards. With strong equipment, he easily eliminated the monster. His girlfriend praised him, feeling safe by his side. While they celebrated, Lu Li ambushed them unexpectedly. Han Shao used his girlfriend as a shield. She was immediately defeated. This cowardly act angered Lu Li, prompting a counterattack. Han Shao underestimated him, thinking Lu Li reckless. But Lu Li's superior speed quickly led to Han Shao's defeat. Their cards raised his total to 354. A mysterious player appeared, clapping and praising him, though he hadn't noticed. He said Lu Li had stolen his prey and declared he would hunt him, despite carrying no cards. He immediately attacked, starting a fierce battle. Though all his moves were blocked, he fought with excitement. He laughed, mocking Lu Li's skills while fighting. Suddenly, he used the move Lang Lan to summon a giant blue dragon. Its roar was enough to flatten the land. Lu Li was thrown but survived. His opponent laughed, praising him and claiming to be even stronger. Lu Li realized this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, though defeating him would bring no benefit. He introduced himself as Feng Jia and asked for Lu Li's real name. Lu Li remained silent for a moment. Then he replied that his name was Zhan Yue. They agreed to a one-on-one duel. The battle between the red snake and the blue dragon officially began. Zhan Yue and Feng Jia continued fighting fiercely. Both were evenly matched. Neither gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Lu Li turned and ran. He felt the opponent was more beast than human, and Feng Jia chased relentlessly. He retreated while counterattacking whenever possible. In Feng Jia's eyes, Zhan Yue was like a venomous snake, striking deadly points. When approaching from above, he was confident of victory. Their energy clash shook the ground violently. All nearby creatures scattered in panic. In another area, Feng Jia's teammates felt the tremor. Their leader ordered Lao San to summon Lao Si Feng Jia back as time expired. The others continued moving in their original direction. The surroundings were left in ruins, shrouded in smoke and fire. Lu Li noticed his opponent's lack of endurance and aimed to prolong the fight to wear him down. Feng Jia remained excited, thinking it had been a long time since such a thrilling fight. He charged, but his speed had visibly slowed. Lu Li seized the opportunity to counter from behind, seemingly gaining the upper hand. But he realized his opponent was not weaker but stronger. Feng Jia countered, throwing him through several large trees. At this point, Lu Li understood it was a trap. Feng Jia laughed, saying his passive skill Sanguine Song strengthened him with each strike. He unleashed full power, forcing Lu Li to retreat. Knowing his enemy was too strong, Lu Li applied Sun Tzu's strategy 37, retreat is the best plan. Against such an unpredictable foe, ordinary strategies were useless. At the mountain base, he encountered a group of apes, each holding several hero cards. He used the move Enemy Hunting Sword to wipe out the apes before they could react. Feng Jia followed, astonished by the skill. But when Lu Li turned back, he had understood and countered the technique. Feng Jia marveled that Lu Li possessed a skill once belonging to a time-limited boss. His elder brother had warned that facing that skill required slowing down speed to neutralize it. He thought it was Lu Li's ultimate move and felt proud. Feng Jia declared Lu Li had pushed him to his limit and would surely lose this battle. For Feng Jia, it was a game. For Lu Li, losing was impossible. Suddenly, Lu Li's aura flared intensely, shocking his opponent. Feng Jia became even more excited, feeling his blood surge. At that moment, Lao San and his team appeared, drawing bows to watch. He praised the battle, but said it had to end quickly because their elder awaited. Zhan Yue and Feng Jia charged at each other once again. Behind a bush, an archer silently drew his bow, launching an invisible arrow with deadly intent. The arrow cut through the air with immense force. It passed Feng Jia and struck Zhan Yue straight in the chest. Realizing someone else intervened, Feng Jia turned and growled. Ghost Arrow stood, saying he came to help. Ghost Arrow's appearance shocked Feng Jia. A fierce purple aura surrounded him. Feng Jia swung his sword in a wide arc, tossing dirt and grass, pushing Zhang Yue away. Lang Lan was summoned, the blue dragon unleashing a strong wind that blew back the opponent. Zhang Yue's body fell freely, the arrow still lodged deep in his chest. On the cliff, Feng Jia and Ghost Arrow watched the rippling water below from the falling body. Ghost Arrow, holding 298 cards, asked why Feng Jia hadn't gained points, but he only speculated that Zhang Yue might still be alive. Ghost Arrow sneered, suspecting Feng Jia spared the opponent on purpose, asking why he didn't use the ultimate move, Lang Tan. He continued mocking, saying if Feng Jia didn't want to kill, let Lao San take care of him. The tease angered Feng Jia, who swung his sword and shouted that the prey was his. Ghost Arrow just smiled and blocked with his bow. After the clash, Ghost Arrow turned away, advising to leave before their elder scolded. Feng Jia watched, thinking his brother never made anyone comfortable. He quietly smiled into the distance, vowing to duel Zhang Yue again to settle the score. The crescent moon dimmed behind dark clouds. Below, Afai and Xiaoqili walked together. He laughed, asking if what she heard was true. She responded skeptically, questioning if his brother was really perfect. Afai joked in a local accent, making her laugh. Suddenly, the bushes ahead shook violently. A small blue-skinned demon leapt out, displaying 35 hero cards above its head. Afai immediately conjured fire in his hands, blocking in front of Xiaoqili and warning her to step back. But she pushed him behind her, also casting fire, eyes fierce, telling him to hide behind her. A violent fire vortex erupted from her, engulfing the small demon inside. When the battle ended, Xiaoqili turned to see Afai slump to the ground. She had 52 cards above her head. Tilting her head, she asked, and he awkwardly replied he slipped on the wet ground. She bent down to help him up, asking about their previous conversation. The close distance made Afai blush and stammer, feeling embarrassed in this situation. After defeating the small demon, they continued strolling and talking. Hearing strange noises, Afai inquired about her, prompting personal conversation. Xiaoqili said she just graduated college and wasn't very interested in discussing his brother. 3 more small demons appeared, displaying 20, 25, 30 cards each. They took defensive stances, fighting while chatting. Afai asked her major. She briefly answered, animation. During the fight, Afai defeated one, raising his cards to 36. He enthusiastically praised animation as wonderful, admiring those who live their passion. Her expression darkened at his praise. She gripped the demon tightly, repeating Afai's words coldly. She struck the demon's face hard, saying she once had dreams studying animation, but reality was harsher than imagined. She continued, venting with another slap, describing having to draw thousands of frames for only a few minutes, studying 4 years and still earning meager pay. Her tone deepened, comparing artists' income to selling fried rice. Afai realized his mistake and tried to console her. He forced a smile, encouraging that, despite hardships, those persistent in the craft would help domestic animation flourish. His encouragement only made the atmosphere heavier. Xiaoqili remained silent, while the small demon trembled in despair. She said nothing, coldly shooting fire to incinerate the small demon. Black smoke curled upward, blending with bright flames that obscured the sky. After finishing, they continued walking. Xiaoqili kept her head down silently, making Afai uneasy and self-blaming. He sweated and scratched his head, feeling the awkward tension about to explode, silently begging for relief. They walked until reaching a large waterfall, where a level 299 female monster was bathing. Both immediately became alert. Afai was shocked by the creature's terrifying level. When it turned, they saw its body half decayed, half intact, creating an indescribably horrifying appearance. The monster opened its mouth wide, purple smoke spreading with a chilling roar. The sound compressed the space, leaving Afai and Xiaoqili stunned. Afai tried to stay calm, shouting for her to run, but Xiaoqili fell before finishing her reply. She collapsed, completely unconscious. At the same time, the monster activated the skill cloud scar. Purple threads spread from the water, floating around them. They stitched the two together, half to half, eyes still open, staring at the water. Both were immobilized, lying in the cold water. Suddenly, they opened their eyes simultaneously. They sprang up in shock, confused, calling out to each other in panic. In the river, a massive water column surged, producing strange sounds as if a creature struggled inside. A half-human, half-fish female monster emerged, gazing at them lustfully, asking if they liked the new outfit she gave. Afai and Xiao Chili screamed back, demanding what she had done to them. Admiring her work, the female monster smiled smugly, claiming she only wanted to beautify them further. Immediately after, the water behind her surged violently, swirling into a large current. Afai and Xiao Chili looked up in terror, unsure what the colossal entity was. From the whirlpool, a horrific creature appeared, its body made of beast skulls with dozens of glowing eyes. The female monster laughed loudly, calling it to play together. Seeing the monster, Afai and Xiao Chili leapt from the water. She angrily shouted, and he panicked, urging to run away. After standing a few seconds, they immediately fell back into the water. Trying to raise their hands, they found their bodies unresponsive, a strange sensation overwhelming them. Afai and Xiao Chili looked at each other, horrified to realize they shared one body. Unconsciously, Afai's hand touched her chest. Xiao Chili angrily pushed him away, yelling, while Afai flusteredly apologized repeatedly. Seeing them argue, the female monster smirked, then used a force to pull them closer. Being dragged, Afai shouted a warning, telling her to try to retreat to avoid being swallowed. Both tumbled. Xiaoye angrily blamed him for the fall, and he mumbled an apology. The pull grew stronger, making them unstable. Xiaoye urged for a plan, and Afai strained to think. Suddenly inspired, Afai told her not to move and let him control half her body. He activated fire from his hands and used force to lift them onto the water surface. The female villain panicked, screaming in fear of the fire, and immediately used rotating Watermaster spear. A massive wave surged straight at them. Both unleashed firepower. Xiaoye shouted to dodge, while Afai calmly advised to wait for the right moment. They spun in the air, turning the fire ring around them into a blazing storm. Carried by the wave, the two rolled and slammed into the water. Afai angrily scolded her for causing chaos. She retorted he was slow, nearly getting hit. Afai argued that sharing a body caused imbalance. Xiao Rei lifted a fire column to fly, calling him stupid. Afai snapped back and she ordered him to stay still so she could handle it. She unleashed Fire Stream Love, launching a volley of fire rockets at the two monsters. Flames rained down, burning them. The female monster screamed in pain. At that moment, a many-eyed monster blocked their path, while the female monster behind still attacked. Enraged, she used rotating water spear technique again, warning that the disobedient would be stitched with the good child forever. Giant water columns surged toward them, surrounding them. Both Afai and Xiao Rei shouted to dodge, but it was too late. The water merged into a large whirlpool, trapping half of their bodies in the swirling current. Trapped, they held their breath. Xiao Rei was annoyed at his lack of coordination, while Afai whispered that she was too noisy. Exhausted in the whirlpool, their minds filled with despair, believing escape was impossible. Amid the dark water, a faint fire from their bodies flared. Xiao Rei thought a bit more harmony would help, while Afai admitted she was stubborn but actually cute. They simultaneously opened their eyes and shouted, "Give me your hand!" Their hands clasped, merging their flames into Great Flame Storm, their combined power. From the water, a fire column erupted, blasting the waves and lighting up the space. They stood firm on the water in a complete fused form. Afai agreed to follow her movements, and Xiao Rei also agreed to cooperate. The scene drove the female monster mad, screaming to forbid them from standing. It used convergence, creating countless purple threads around them. They moved in sync to dodge, turning left and right gracefully like dancing. Both thrust their hands backward, shooting strong flames to propel themselves at high speed, constantly changing direction. They glided lightly on the water. Xiao Rei laughed as if dancing, and Afai responded, saying music would make it better. Afai called Cece to play music. Mondo Bongo played, but Xiao Rei interrupted, saying she liked it too. Latin music played. Their flame-formed figures danced on the purple waves, each step gradually breaking the surrounding convergence. The flame figure fell, and Xiao Rei and Afai chanted together, completely breaking the female monster's magic. Furious, the female monster merged two purple and blue lights, creating a massive wave to counter their fierce fire tornado. The fierce fire tornado surged toward the female demon. The distance closed, the red glow intensified, ashes scattered, and the female monster despaired, repeating her denials. Behind her, her body burned black, the flames illuminating Afai and Xiao Rei. The magic vanished, and Afai embraced her as water and music merged. The fire on the monster's corpse gradually died out, leaving only a few flickering embers. 8 colorful lights shot into the sky, creating a magical scene. Xiao Rei rejoiced at leveling up, and Afai was happy for the loot dropped. They stood on the glowing corpse, checking loot and dividing equipment. Unexpectedly, both received epic items. Afai's hand unconsciously clasped Xiao Rei's. They froze, stunned, as a blue light flashed between them. Afai blushed, softly calling her name. Xiao Rei was embarrassed too, trying to change the topic by asking about her sister. Dawn broke brightly, and the morning wind stirred the leaves. Hua Tuo inhaled the gentle fragrance in the air, blushing while imagining meeting her beloved. At the cliff where Zhan Yue and Feng Na once fought, only silence remained. She wondered if her departure had changed his destiny. Hua Tuo unleashed a strong kick, purple light radiating, dust flying everywhere. Purple energy spread to the ground, causing violent cracks. As the ground collapsed, she stood still, eyes fixed on the scene. With a cold expression, she swore to make that person pay. Elsewhere, Feng Na suddenly sneezed for no reason. His sword pierced the serpent's mouth, making him shiver briefly. Meanwhile, Shu Guang called his team to prepare for a 500-point monster fight, surprising Feng Na. He smirked, comparing the 500-point monster to Zhan Yue, burning with fighting spirit. The water flowed quietly without a sound. From the water, Zhan Yue emerged, surrounded by 3 level 20 and 15 monsters. He sighed, his body still paralyzed, unable to move. After being dropped by Feng Na from the cliff, his body sank deeper into the river. He kept his mind clear, watching the water, ready to counterattack any time. A level 9 fish monster suddenly bit his hand from behind. He counterattacked, causing the fish to explode. The system recorded the ghost fish poison. Looking at the wound, he saw the toxins spreading fast, paralyzing him almost completely. His blood dissolved in the water, attracting level 75-145 monsters. He urgently transformed into a skeleton to survive. Sensation faded as he floated with the current, hearing the increasingly violent flow. His body was swept away by the rapids. Darkness swallowed him as he sank deeper. A drop of water fell, creating ripples spreading outward. Regaining strength, he sat up, tested movement, and realized he could move, wondering about his location. Standing up, he saw a stone wall with countless strange holes, guessing he was in an underground lake cave. He approached a small hole, touched it, and found huge claw marks, showing the cave was dug by a large creature. Stepping back to observe, he realized it was the nest of a powerful monster or a group of high-level creatures. He drank a test tube of green liquid to recover, preparing to leave the dangerous area. After regaining energy, he followed the dark corridor toward an area with green light. Ahead was a long path covered in slippery blue-green slime puddles. The slime trembled slightly, making Zhan Yue realize they were monster eggs. Ahead was something unusual. He found a giant green egg with a glowing orange sword beneath it, leaving him stunned. He bent down to pick it up, confirming it was Lu Na's weapon. Sensing something wrong, he sliced the egg, revealing a person inside, Lu Na. Returning to human form, his body turned into black smoke, holding the unconscious Lu Na and calling her name repeatedly. Hearing him, she gradually opened her eyes, weakly calling his name. She awoke suddenly, shouting in panic to warn of danger above. At the cave entrance stood a giant, multi-legged monster, surrounded by green eggs, with Zhan Yue holding Lu Na in the middle. He protected Lu Na, blocking attacks while keeping an eye on the approaching giant. One swing of his sword severed the large hand descending toward them. The violent impact made him grimace. The force like being hit by a truck. Lu Na urged him to release her. The monster roared, continuing its frenzied attack. A series of continuous strikes fell, triggering the fierce numb strike skill. It leapt and sprayed poison. They split. He threw the sword to Lu Na. She caught it and thanked him. They entered battle stance. He asked why she was captured. She replied she didn't remember clearly. The monster glared red, accusing them of stealing its offspring. Zhan Yue calmly responded, planning coordinated attacks with Lu Na, emphasizing extreme caution. They charged into the dust together, their silhouettes fading. They launched counterattacks simultaneously. The monster swung 4 arms. Lu Na used refined soul slash to strike upward. Below, Zhan Yue assisted, swinging his sword horizontally at another arm. The monster reared up, pierced through by the blade. Red light flared, the slash leaving a deep wound on its body. Lu Na continued attacking, delivering another refined soul slash. Hit repeatedly, the monster shrieked in pain and retreated into the cave. Lu Na looked up, saying it had hidden deep inside. Zhan Yue fell silent, realizing the maze-like cave was created by the monster, making pursuit extremely difficult. The ground shook violently, Zhan Yue warned, while Lu Na suspected it was the monster's skill. Eggs around them bounced from the tremor, and both shouted in alert. A sharp soil pillar shot up from below, carrying a chilling killing intent, the monster's spiral tail skill. They immediately dodged in different directions as the coiled tail swept away everything, from debris to monster eggs. Zhan Yue complained the speed was too fast. Lu Na suggested splitting up to create counterattack opportunities, and he agreed immediately. A small stone rolled slightly, signaling imminent danger. Standing ready, Lu Na whispered as she felt the ground shake. "It's on my side." The giant tail suddenly shot up, aimed at Lu Na. Zhan Yue rushed to save her without hesitation. Approaching closely, he calculated the tail's structure, armor, and weakest moment to strike. When the chance came, his eyes burned red. He knew now is the time. He swung his sword horizontally, cutting off a section of the monster's tail. Green liquid oozed out, causing it to roar in pain. It writhed violently, rearing up, the huge body shaking the ground. The two hurriedly retreated. The monster roared in anger, chasing them. It slammed the ground again, red explosions erupting, using giant blade technique scattering rocks everywhere. Zhan Yue swung his sword to counter and shouted to Lu Na. He pulled her away from falling debris, anxiously asking about her. She panted from the hit, so he changed attack position to let her recover. The monster relentlessly pursued, rising from the ground, using its tail as support. He charged in while she focused on recovery. When its 4 arms struck simultaneously, he countered with his sword, and it responded by smashing the cave floor. Debris flew violently, forcing Zhan Yue to retreat. The monster steadied itself with its tail, body radiating aura. Lu Na and Zhan Yue simultaneously transformed into green-red light, charging in. Upon collision, energy burst violently, shaking the cave as if it might collapse. 2 seconds later, both were exhausted. Lu Na leaned on her sword, panting, complaining of blood loss. Zhan Yue gritted his teeth, encouraging her to hold on. The monster lost its 4 arms, body trembling. He guessed it was exhausted. Yet it lifted its head, laughing hoarsely, mocking them as foolish bugs. Then it reached for a nearby egg. Before their stunned eyes, it swallowed the egg whole, shocking Lu Na. Zhan Yue immediately sensed something ominous. Its body glowed, 4 arms regrew, and its power multiplied. Lu Na exclaimed in astonishment that it had fully recovered. The monster bent down, laughing coldly, hissing, "The despair is only beginning." 6 giant arms raised, forming a blazing red-blue vortex. The dragon coiling might skill appeared. Jianyue immediately pushed Lu Na back, shouting a warning. Under the energy's influence, both were paralyzed, vision gradually blurring. In front of them appeared a crowded, unusually lively scene. The image clarified. They were in a cafe. On the table, a cup of coffee had just been poured. A server bowed, placing the cup down. The person beside softly replied in thanks. That person's face was identical to Lu Li, sipping coffee while saying, "You've probably guessed some of it already." Lu Li raised a hand to her forehead, trying to understand what she was witnessing. The other continued, "As long as there's hope, I will never give up." Lu Li lowered her hand, eyes calm. He opened a book, resting his head on the chair, speaking quietly. "From the moment the elder disappeared until you joined Tianming and entered Huanyue, too much time has passed. If that person were alive, how could they vanish completely?" Lu Li's gaze sank, but he quickly calmed himself, thinking he at least gained a clue about Inferno Void from Wu Yue's words. The person opposite slammed the book shut, harshly accusing Lu Li of deceiving himself over a game. Frowning, he advised that the game was just meaningless code, telling Lu Li to inherit his elder brother's will and not waste time with a Phi in illusions. Lu Li remained silent, his face showing restraint. He stood, placing a hand on Lu Li's shoulder, urging him to remember his dream. Smiling, he mentioned the dream of building an orphanage, a real home for the children. As he prepared to continue mocking the game, Lu Li's hand grabbed his neck. Lu Li lifted him from the chair, calmly stating he was just a mind demon created by the monster. The background cracked. He sneered, asking if Lu Li was avoiding reality, mocking that he couldn't even protect family, let alone save others. Lu Li's eyes flared with anger, glowing red. Opening his eyes, he saw the giant teeth of a monster holding both of them. It was shocked by his sudden awakening. A red slash cut off the hand holding them. He landed holding Lu Na, while the monster screamed in confusion at his rapid escape from the illusion. Without a word, Lu Li laid her down and gave her a purple vial, level 30 anti-illusion medicine. Moments later, she sat up, tears streaming, choking out Mom. The monster coldly asked why they wouldn't stay in the peaceful dream, questioning if they feared their own hearts. Both glared at it with fury. Blue and red lights rose, shouting in unison, "Die!" Lu Na swung her sword, blue sparks tearing the space apart. Lu Li also struck with a blazing red attack, light swirling around him. Their combined blows hit the monster's head, toppling it, shattering the ground. It panicked, unable to understand how they escaped the illusion, yet became stronger. Attempting to retreat, it was immediately pursued relentlessly. It roared in anger, reaching for a teal egg attached to the cliff. Seeing this, Lu Na swung her blue sword, shouting, "No chance! Awakening Moonwheel!" The egg exploded, blue liquid splattering across the cave. The monster, furious, cursed silently, and withdrew deeper into the cave. Lu Li suddenly appeared behind it, coldly asking, "Trying to escape?" A red flash struck, the monster's head severed, screaming, "No!" Its massive body collapsed to the ground. They high-fived in celebration. Lu Na smiled in relief. Lu Li gained 999 points, apologizing for taking the final blow, but she just laughed, saying killing the monster was enough. They continued forward. He calculated only 2 days left of the 7-day limit, promising to help her gain points. Lu Na agreed, eager to leave the suffocating place. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from behind. "Leave? Have I allowed it?" They turned, astonished. Lu Na asked if the monster wasn't dead. Lu Li confirmed all points were collected. Impossible. Both watched it warily. He noticed the sound came from its belly, while she screamed, seeing it pulsing and moving. Its belly bulged, shaking violently as if something was trying to break out. A hand pierced through the belly's skin, reaching outward. A 6-armed creature emerged, human-like but twisted. It laughed with glee. "Who killed him? Finally, I'm free." Its gaze immediately fixed on the two of them. It leapt down, roaring. "Did you kill him?" Lu Na shouted. "Quick!" Before she could dodge, it kicked her far away. Her body slammed into the cliff, dust flying everywhere. Lu Li rushed forward to counterattack. It raised a hand to block, simultaneously forming a green energy orb in its mouth. The liquid shot at him, throwing him backward. Slime covered his body, slamming him hard against the rock wall. The monster's head displayed the number 1998. It sneered, saying they were too weak and the one killed first deserved it. The cave shook violently, debris falling from the terrifying impact. The monster grimaced, twirled its ear, and mockingly asked when they would stop pretending. It stomped, shaking the ground, sending debris scattering. Its 6 arms swung, flinging stones in all directions. Tuna swung her sword at the stones, blade flashing blue. Lu Li also slashed red to block similarly. Both immediately accelerated, charging to attack. The monster gripped their swords with 2 hands, shocking them with its strength. It threw them both away, remarking in boredom that it was dull. Turning to Lu Na, it said it had lost interest, giving them a final chance while Lu Li signaled secretly. It mocked, saying the dying one was the appetizer. Lu Na understood the signal. She inhaled deeply, preparing, then immediately lunged to stab. While Lu Na drew attention, Lu Li silently circled behind. She used Moon Wheel, forcing the opponent to lean back to evade. The monster coldly spoke, showing disdain. It didn't realize the skill still worked, charging to attack as Lu Na shouted, "Return!" From behind, the returning attack struck its back. The monster raised a hand to block the counter. Simultaneously, Lu Li dashed like a lightning bolt. It guessed their strategy, sneering that it was only that simple. Opening its mouth, it sprayed green poison toward Lu Li. But he dodged in time, countering with a thrust into its back. Lu Li appeared behind, slashing hard, making the monster scream. Green blood poured out. Lu Na asked in surprise if it had been defeated. Blood splattered in midair. The monster snapped its fingers. A cracked egg glowed green, flying toward it. Absorbing the energy, its wound healed. It smiled approvingly, terrifying Lu Na as she realized its resurrection ability. She despaired, realizing that as long as eggs remained nearby, defeating it was impossible. The monster mockingly asked if they were only strong when cooperating, shocking both Lu Li and Lu Na. It declared it would separate them, forcing them to endure suffering alone. Immediately, it used a cloning skill, creating 2 identical copies. Both clones attacked simultaneously, forcing Lu Li and Lu Na to defend. During the fight, he realized their strength had decreased, but they were still difficult to handle. Lu Na was suddenly hit and thrown against the wall. Lu Li anxiously called her, but she reassured him to focus on fighting. A stream of green fluid shot toward him. The monster was surprised to see Lu Li smiling strangely in battle. He leaped up and used enemy-shattering wind to smash many eggs. He continued destroying nearby eggs, but the monster scoffed contemptuously. Suddenly, it realized his destructive energy was rising rapidly. Seeing this, it hurriedly flew to block him. It launched green liquid in a direct attack. Lu Li countered with a red stream, their powers clashing violently, creating a red-green opposition. The explosion spread, shaking the ground everywhere. After the aftershock, only barren land remained. The monster was shocked, and Lu Li coldly asked if it was still alive. He decided to finish it, using white-shattering wind combined with skill-restoring medicine. The monster sensed his intent, screamed, and created a blue defensive light. It opened its red eyes and cast the ultimate skill, 10,000 Spawn Descend. A bony arm from an egg grabbed his sword, shocking him. The first skeleton emerged from the egg, pulling countless others. The monster triumphantly displayed its new battlefield as millions of eggs hatched into a skeletal army surrounding Lu Li. Lu Li continuously smashed the advancing skeletons, but their numbers exhausted him. The monster absorbed energy from the remaining eggs, laughing, confident it had found his weakness. It lounged on the mass of spawned creatures, arms crossed, enjoying the battle like entertainment. Each of Lu Li's red sword strikes tore enemies apart, green blood splattering. Elsewhere, Luna was pressured, defending against 6 swinging arms. She blocked and retreated, completely overwhelmed. The monster struck her with a lightning-fast blow. The punch sent her flying far away. Her body slammed against the stone wall. Luna's mouth bled, and her breath was ragged. Seeing this, the monster coldly mocked her as weak when separated from her team. It said casually, "Nothing is more boring than prey losing the will to resist." Luna wiped her bloodied lips, calmly replying that she only wanted to apologize for its mother's death. The monster was momentarily stunned by her words. Then it burst into laughter as if hearing something ridiculous. Laughing, it mocked her as weak and foolish for showing pity. Then it lowered its voice, explaining its species' brutal survival law. Strong ones eat their mothers to survive and evolve. Licking its lips with pleasure, it said killing humans is even more beneficial than eating mothers. Luna trembled, unable to believe it would eat mothers, and it sneered that the taste wasn't bad. It squinted maliciously, saying it would let her experience that feeling. Terrified, Luna grabbed her head and screamed, activating La Im Lung Lin. Hearing her voice, Lu Li called out in panic. At this moment, he stood atop the mountain of spawned corpses. The monster yawned, bored by the prolonged battle among the sea of spawned creatures. It ordered its minions to finish off Lu Li. He continued swinging his sword amid the enemy horde, breathing heavily but with resolute eyes. Encouraging himself, he whispered, "Keep going!" The horde of spawned creatures kept coming endlessly. A mountain of corpses loomed in the dark atmosphere. At that moment, the system announced he reached level 30. The magic ring activated, upgrading equipment and processing new skills. He gained the skill Shadow Clone, allowing him to create a copy with 80% power and swap positions within 500 meters. The monster, bored, said it just needed to kill him and continue eating. It stomped atop the corpse mountain, searching for prey. But the center was empty, with no sign of Lu Li, leaving it confused. It went berserk, grabbing 2 spawned creatures' heads and scolding them for stealing food. In anger, it crushed the 2 unlucky ones' heads, terrifying the rest. Unnoticed, another spawned creature quietly moved, its body emitting strange red energy. In fact, it was Lu Li's shadow clone, disguised to remain hidden. Hidden among the enemies, he suddenly slaughtered them before they could react. The monster above saw this, furious, unable to believe the one it thought dead was alive. Feeling the terrifying aura, it panicked and shouted to block it. But red sword streaks filled the space like a spider web, and it screamed in fear. The ground and plants outside shook violently. A red light struck down, splashing the water. Inside, 2 Lu Li figures simultaneously swung swords through the monster's body. In its dying moments, it couldn't believe a human defeated it, stammering to reassure itself. It tried to console itself that its clone could still regenerate, unaware the clone was also dying. Its knees collapsed heavily. Trembling, it clasped its hands, begging Lu Li for mercy and admitting its own stupidity. The monster slammed its head to the ground, pleading to serve faithfully for life. Before it, Luna appeared in a dim halo, coldly praising not bad, making it think it was approved and happily pledge loyalty. Her eyes glowed strangely as she coldly commanded, "Go to hell, who allowed you to speak to me?" The monster cried out in despair. The crescent-shaped moonlight from her sword cleaved its body, green blood erupting violently. The system announced the end of battle, certifying the warrior. All players were summoned to gather at the central gate. Many were dejected at poor results, while others were thrilled by exceeding expectations. Nu Ka scored 350 points and was highly praised. Meanwhile, in Afi and Hua Qiao's area, the atmosphere was heavy and silent. Suddenly, Hua Qiao became furious, slamming the table until it cracked. She stood up, scolding the 2, her cold tone startling Afi and little Chili. Afi hurriedly explained he only came to ask about his brother, confirmed by the boy beside him. Hua Qiao responded sharply, questioning who harmed her brother-in-law. When Lu Li's accident was mentioned, Afi panicked and pressed for details, while Hua Qiao gravely recounted he was ambushed and poisoned while searching for her. Afai doubted her words, insisting his brother couldn't be defeated. Little Chili intervened, saying her claim made sense, though slightly biased. Hua Cao suddenly grabbed a fist's shoulder, praising his brother as extraordinary, nearly dislocating his shoulder while Little Chili frowned, criticizing her lack of decorum. In his heart, Afai could only send a silent plea to his brother. And it seemed the plea was answered. The familiar voice of Lu Li immediately rang out. Lu Li appeared from behind, calling Afai, who immediately recognized him and shouted, "Second brother!" while Hua Qiao excitedly interjected, calling darling husband, leaving Little Chili blushing and sighing at her sister's overreaction. On his back, Luna quietly said she was fine and wanted to get down. Lu Li gently told her not to overexert herself. The intimate scene caught Hua Qiao's eyes, darkening her expression with jealousy. She stepped forward to question him, and Afai and Little Chili hurriedly intervened, urging her to stay calm. Facing him, Hua Qiao formally introduced herself. "I am Hua Qiao, also called Hua Qiao." Then her tone suddenly became sweet. "Your future wife, the one true destined goddess." The declaration stunned the group, while Little Chili could only sigh helplessly at her sister's hopeless crush. At that moment, the event screen lit up again, the announcement echoing. Supervisor Hua Deshui congratulated the warriors for passing the preliminaries and announced the top 100. The leaderboard appeared. Ranks 1 to 9 were Fa Hiu Shu Guang, Fa Hiu Lei Dao Cham Guyet, Fa Hiu Feng Na, Fa Hiu Trui Tien, Hua Tiao Luna, Lu Ren Wang, with scores from 4999 to 1989. The entire arena buzzed, everyone astonished at the near 5,000 points of the top player. When Shu Guang shouted, "It's me," the crowd was even more stunned, realizing he belonged to the Fa Hiu Guild. Some still didn't know the guild and asked. They were quickly told it was indeed a formidable force. Fa Hiu is currently the third-ranked guild across the server. Its core members are professional players who had won multiple world championships before playing Phantom Moon. Their abilities are indisputable. Without Cham Nguyet entering the top 3, the top 5 positions would have entirely belonged to Fa Hiu. Lu Li was relentlessly emotionally attacked by Hua Qiao with dreamy lines, while he politely declined romance. Afai and Little Chili whispered as they watched, and others noted he didn't seem like the type for ruthless battles. At the same time, he caught the attention of Fa Hiu Guild, being recognized as Cham Nguyet. Hua Deshui announced congratulations to the top 100 and granted experience per certification, causing the entire school to level up amid amazement. Lulis Group naturally also leveled up. The event moved to the second gate with attractive rewards, requiring warriors to continue into a new challenge portal. The crowd streamed through the giant gate, excited and anticipating even greater rewards. Their excitement carried them straight into the next test. Everyone was arranged in a teleportation magic formation. Lu Li was also present in the queue. This time, he was randomly grouped with 4 strangers, separated from his original team. The group was bewildered by the new location and their teammate separation. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared with a small character guiding the story. The host introduced this as the Intelligence Gate. 5-player teams play a reasoning game to find a hidden murderer through debate. Each round, one person is voted out. Victory comes from eliminating the murderer or if the murderer survives to the end. Scenario cards with roles and clues are given for careful reading. Lu Li studied his card, pondering the game's emphasis on logic and words. The host announced the start, opening the second round and presenting the plot narratively. The scenario involved the murder of Warrior X, who just passed the king's challenge and was preparing to slay a dragon to save a princess, but was found dead by the fountain after a farewell party with 5 suspects. Suspect A was a red-scarfed young man, a teammate of the victim. Suspect B was a long, white-haired girl, daughter of an official. Lu Li took the role of Suspect C, the captain of the guard. Suspect D was a studious blonde girl from the kingdom. Suspect E was a bald old man with a staff serving as the high priest. The 5 identities were revealed, but the murderer of Warrior X remained the only unknown to solve. Once all 5 knew the card information, the host declared the reasoning game underway. The host calmly explained the rules, starting with suspect A clockwise, ensuring no one forgot the regulations. First, each person introduced themselves and their connection to victim X. A spoke. I fought alongside X as a friend, grew up nearby though not related by blood. Regarding innocence, A insisted his rank and demeanor proved his integrity, claiming no deceit and asking to be trusted. When asked who the murderer was, he glanced around and admitted he could not conclude yet. Still, judging by appearance, old E seemed most suspicious, so he tentatively cast a vote against E. The host closed as turn and invited B to introduce herself and her connection to X. B gently said, I am the young lady of the genuine Marquise family. X once risked himself to rescue me from monsters, a debt of life I cannot forget. Regarding her purity, she shyly admitted having feelings for X back then and had more to confess. She softly coughed, saying her year-round illness and weakness made her incapable of harming anyone. When asked whom she suspected, she vaguely said everyone was good and recalled the card contained clues. The clue stated her father mentioned Captain C and Warrior X had a severe dispute before the murder. Lu Li was named but remained silent, neither defending nor explaining himself. The game continued. After suspect B, it was suspect C's turn to introduce himself and his link to the victim. He calmly said he was the King's Guard captain, responsible for the kingdom's security, and had no relation to the deceased. Questioned on innocence, he explained serenely that the conflict arose from realizing the other was unworthy of being a hero, merely a woman chasing opportunist, seeking fame and wealth. Such a person shouldn't be entrusted to save the princess. Though personally annoyed, he strictly followed supreme orders and did not kill him. Regarding alibi, during the banquet he oversaw security with many witnesses and had evidence confirming he was not at the crime scene. When asked whom he suspected, he concluded from data that the second daughter of the Tran Marquis and the victim had a more complex relationship than stated. He questioned why she omitted details. B explained she was reading the scenario card and asked for no hostility, while A intervened to defend B, saying she didn't seem deceitful. Cia's presentation ended, moving to D to introduce herself and her connection to the deceased. D calmly said she was a royal historian, responsible for compiling character chronicles. She was tasked to interview the victim to document a legend. On preserving reputation, she reasoned clearly. She had no motive, only professional dealings with the deceased, and no entanglement with wealth or emotion. Her next point, she was always with her scholar group during the crime, accompanied everywhere, so had no opportunity to commit it. She also mentioned physical factors, stating she was 40 centimeters shorter than the victim, making it impossible to strike the wound location, and the crime scene didn't match her capability. Her thorough defense drew attention. A and B agreed her reasoning was too clear. Perhaps she knew who the murderer was. Contrary to expectations, she calmly said she knew nothing. However, D suggested removing anyone speaking without wisdom, emphasizing the game relies on clues to distinguish factions. Having a foolish teammate only brings disaster, which slightly bruised as pride. After D's turn, the rules moved to E, introducing himself and his relation to the victim. E spoke calmly, claiming to be the kingdom's high priest, in charge of rituals and divination for the king. Asked to prove his innocence, he said the night before the victim's mission he performed a divination predicting the warrior's death by stabbing in the palace. He immediately reported to the king and was ordered to conduct rituals hoping to avert the fate. But due to preparation time, the tragedy occurred before the ceremony concluded. When asked whom he suspected, he judged the murderer must be skillful, avoiding divination, concealing actions, and thinking contrary to expectations, likely the one appearing harmless. Finally, the first round ended. Everyone counted down and voted for the suspected person. The result showed suspect A received the most votes. A was shocked to be eliminated early, protesting his innocence and that he was suspected before fully participating. Regardless of correctness, A was removed from the game and left the stage. His empty seat immediately vanished from the table. Since the murderer was not yet identified, the group proceeded to round 2, revealing A as a normal player. The system announced everyone received new clues, with 4 pieces of information, only 3 true and 1 false. With A eliminated, the next turn began with B speaking clockwise. B started, revealing a clue that Captain C once disobeyed the king, despite being assigned to protect Warrior 10 while High Priest E performed the blessing ritual. She claimed this was false, arguing that the outwardly loyal are often the most dangerous, then ended her statement. Next was C's turn. He spoke in a low voice, reading the new clue. According to the guards, High Priest E stayed at the altar all night after meeting the king and never left. He believed D and E's statements seemed credible, while B still avoided the issue he raised, making suspicion unavoidable. Diaz turn targeted B, stating that the Tran Marquis daughter had been obsessed with Warrior 10, collecting his belongings daily and sending her hair. She added that the girl even wrote threatening letters, claiming she would destroy anyone she loved if she could not win his affection. B angrily refuted, but D calmly affirmed that High Priest E knew of this, and only B left the banquet early according to the guard captain. Finally, E remained silent for a moment before speaking. He said that according to divination, Scholar D was trustworthy and capable of providing strong support. Round 2 ended and everyone proceeded to the next vote after a countdown. The results showed B received the most votes and was eliminated from the game. B reacted angrily, claiming the group lacked judgment, could not distinguish right from wrong, and she was completely innocent. Suspect D was furious, scolding the bespectacled girl for being jealous of her beauty and deliberately framing her. As she left, B remained sulking, vowing revenge. B's true identity was revealed. She was a regular player. The host reminded everyone that the game had reached round 3. If the murderer was not found, he would win. This round allowed free discussion before voting. The host intended to summarize the clues from the previous 2 rounds. Suspect D interrupted, declaring she already knew the murderer, her gaze fixed on Lu Li. She admitted that in her clues, B was innocent, and that eliminating her was part of her own strategy. Her words shocked Lu Li and High Priest E. Her true goal was to identify the real murderer. She claimed the murderer was C. Lu Li. He calmly asked for evidence. She replied that the evidence lay in what she had said in previous rounds. She explained that all information about C was fabricated to test whether he would suspect her, and he did not. When Lu Li tried to rebut, she interrupted, asking why he would choose B instead of her if he couldn't handle pressure. She had observed him closely, believing his eyes could not hide the truth. She pointed out that whenever questioned, he always looked at her, except for one unusual moment. That moment convinced her he was the murderer, as his unconscious reaction was to hide guilt, not seek the culprit. Lu Li could only sigh in resignation, telling her to say what she wanted and urging to vote, leaving her surprised at his easy concession. The host, seeing the outcome near resolution, asked E for comments. He merely shook his head, saying nothing more. No one spoke, so the host announced the end of statements and began the countdown to vote. When counting finished, surprisingly, Suspect D was chosen. The result was announced. The murderer won, and Lu Li smiled triumphantly. Betrayed, D angrily asked E why he voted for Lu Li, and he silently bowed his head. Lu Li explained that S' inner answer was the truest. He had predicted from the start that she would eventually discover him. He said E was his last opportunity, reflecting S' true psychology. Lu Li realized E voted following the same logic as at the beginning. Hearing this, D understood. E voted in order A, B, then her. Lu Li's apparent surrender was a trick to lure E. Despite careful calculation, she still failed. She slumped, admitting defeat. The game ended and the loser had to leave the table. The host praised it as an impressive reversal of fortunes. Lu Li's true identity was revealed. He was an assassin disguised as a warrior, tasked with eliminating teammates and insiders. Hua Deshui appeared to congratulate the group for passing round 2, announcing the king's rewards and preparing the next round. Lily's team gathered, happy that everyone leveled up. The team leader was also pleased with the team's performance. Before they could rest, the next round announcement was made, warning everyone to stay alert. Immediately, their platform moved in an instant. The sun finally appeared after a long period of gloom. Stepping from darkness into the light made him squint from the brightness. Before them was a magnificent arena, filled with the audience's cheers. Hua Deshui and the man in black glasses appeared as commentators, welcoming everyone to round 3. They invited the audience to look at the screen to greet King Teva, applause echoing everywhere. The king smiled in thanks, praising the skilled warriors and saying he had watched both thrilling preliminary rounds. Lu Li's team felt as if attending a school flag ceremony while listening to his speech. The king quickly moved to the important part, announcing the rewards: 3 legendary gemstones embedded into weapons for the top 3. Shiguang confirmed the intelligence as accurate, ordering his team to seize all 3 gemstones. Hearing the rewards, Lu Li's team was excited. Afai curiously asked about the gemstone's value, explained as extremely rare and powerful, usually only appearing at level 50. Little Chili added that each gemstone was worth hundreds of thousands, making Aphis' eyes light up with dreams of wealth. The king continued, encouraging the warriors and declaring round 3 begun. Hua Deshui and colleagues took on coordination duties, announcing they would soon explain the competition rules. The rules were revealed. 32 players in round 3 would compete in 5 elimination rounds. Falling off the arena or surrendering meant defeat. The champion would win a grand prize and the right to choose the princess rescue team, plus special treasure selection privileges. After announcing the rules, the organizers assigned numbers to players and drew pairs. The first match was Warrior number 4 versus number 13. Warrior number 4 was Lu Li, and Cham Nguyet enthusiastically cheered him as the first to fight. He stepped onto the stage feeling a bit depressed, having to compete early. Facing him was Warrior number 13. Seeing the face clearly, Lu Li was stunned to recognize a familiar person. A vague feeling passed, and he confirmed it really was him. The opponent, King Kwa Duong, saw Lu Li recognize him and arrogantly asked if he had heard of him before. He confidently promised the audience a spectacular performance to regain his fame. He recalled defeating an elite with the move cross/blade chop. After that victory, he received the Amun sword and vowed never to fail again, thanking the boss for his self-realization. He always considered himself a lonely but strong individual, believing nothing could defeat him except himself. Difficulties were just stepping stones to make him stronger. With this belief, he confidently declared he would not lose to Lu Li. Before he finished speaking, Lu Li spun and launched a counterattack. In an instant, the opponent was defeated, leaving him shocked and in disbelief. King Kwa Duong roared, denying the result and asking for a rematch, while Lu Li felt annoyed by his complaints. The match ended quickly. Lu Li easily defeated his opponent. The Pa Hyo Guild immediately noticed him. Guild members shifted their focus to him, seeing him as an interesting target. Hua Duc Tui continued calling the next players to compete. The second match was also quick. Lona, number 7, smoothly defeated her opponent, entering the top 16. Next was Afai, who filled the audience with aroma using the BBQ chicken move to defeat the opponent and reach top 16. After Afai, Hua Qiao quickly won. Player number 18, Hoa Tu, broke defenses with a punch to enter top 16. Tu Kwang noticed Hoa Tu's style was familiar, telling Kuai Tian she might be the one they suspected. He agreed with 80% certainty. The tournament continued with match 27, Little Chili versus DM number 6. Thu Kwang advised her to stay calm like in training. Afai and Hoa Qiao cheered for Little Chili, who confidently dismissed it. Hoa Qiao teased that losing would mean no hot pot tonight. The two stepped onto the stage, exciting the audience with a close-range professional match. Facing a strong opponent, Little Chili proudly declared she would show Diem Diem who was better. But Diem Diem retorted with a sarcastic comment about her figure, making her blush angrily. The joke hit a sensitive spot. Little Chili shouted back in embarrassment. Provoked, she vowed to prove herself, claiming flat is fashionable while Diem Diem teased even more. Before her opponent could finish, Little Chili launched a fire kick, yelling to shut her up, but Diem Diem dodged. Little Chili immediately changed direction, launching a surprise attack from behind. The match intensified. Little Chili repeatedly attacked with aerial fire, and her opponent countered fiercely. Diem Diem used jet skills to evade but still had her clothes singed by the fire. She found it interesting, became more serious, and decided to fight earnestly against this kid. Immediately, she summoned Flame Spirit with fire-summoning skill, the red creature charging at Little Chili. Flame Spirit moved extremely fast, closing in on her in the blink of an eye. Little Chili grew cautious at the beast's speed, guessing the opponent was a summoner and began planning a counter. She realized the creature attacked in fixed directions. Reading its trajectory would allow a counterattack. But her calculation was wrong. The Flame Spirit broke through her fire defense, shocking her. The two powers collided violently, forcing Little Chili to retreat. Afai and Hoa Chiao worried as the beast was fire-resistant, making her attacks mostly ineffective. Diem Diem mocked, suggesting she surrender, but Little Chili said surrender was not in her dictionary. She fired a barrage of missiles, yet Diem Diem still looked dismissive, thinking it futile. Little Chili upgraded her move, creating a fierce fire stream that amazed Afai. She approached, launching a fire whip engulfing both master and beast, forcing Diem Diem to have the beast block. Flame Spirit hurriedly shielded its master from the fiery attack. But Little Chili had already moved behind her, coldly ending the match with a finishing move. A huge fire explosion covered the arena. Hua Duc Tui excitedly commented that Little Chili had reversed the situation spectacularly. However, Afai and Hoa Chiao shouted warnings that Diem Diem was still standing. The opponent remained upright despite taking the devastating attacks. She counterattacked with the ultimate skill 10,000 Spirit summoning 5 Elements Fist. With a single spell, she summoned 5 spirits of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, smiling that she never said only one. Hua Duc Tui commented in amazement. Diem Diem simultaneously summoned 5 multi-element spirits to attack, quickly defeating Little Chili, declaring her lost, and congratulating Diem Diem, 5th of Fa Hiu Guild, for entering top 16, her power worthy of fame. After the final counter, smoke enveloped the arena, obscuring all vision. Exhausted, Little Chili collapsed. Afai and Hoa Chiao helped her, comforting that she did well, only weakened by element disadvantage, while Diem Diem calmly adjusted her gear. The defeat made her sad. She bowed her head, blaming herself, whispering she had lost. Unable to hold back tears, she cried. Her 2 friends quickly reassured her, saying they would need her help against such an opponent. After a while, she wiped her tears, inhaled deeply, and affirmed she would try to grow stronger. Suddenly, she angrily shouted she would never lose to anyone mocking flat chests, leaving her friends stunned at the real reason. Meanwhile, Luli and Lona carefully analyzed the opponents, realizing all Fa Hiu Guild members were extremely dangerous. Hua Duc Tui continued commentary, praising Little Chili's match but noting Diem Diem's even greater power, then introduced the next guild member. The next player was Feng Jia, number 5, representing Fa Hiu. As soon as it began, he attacked relentlessly like a storm, leaving his opponent unable to react. The match was quickly decided. Feng Jia was ferocious like a wolf, while the opponent was like a sheep awaiting slaughter. Next up was Kuai Tian, number 3, and everyone watched his archery skills. The opponent initially stayed calm, thinking they could block the attacks. But soon they were stunned seeing Kuai Tian use the extremely dangerous splitting arrows. One shot could split in multiple directions, covering a wide area. The speed and accuracy of the arrows were terrifyingly impressive. In an instant, the opponent fell. Each of Qui Tien's arrows hit weak points, showing perfect technique and calculation. The matches continued as the next player stepped onto the stage. The opponent hadn't understood anything before being ambushed unexpectedly. Lei Dao rushed forward in a flash, closing in at extremely close range. He kicked, sending the enemy flying, leaving them unable to react. But the duel wasn't over yet. The next kick struck directly to the stomach, the real finishing blow. The opponent was slammed against the wall. Lei Dao won instantly while the blade was still out. The following match began. The new opponent showed panic facing Thuk Kwang. The match turned into a martial arts lesson, Thuk Kwang patiently teaching attack methods. He even guided the opponent's movements by hand, teaching how to use waist power, and the opponent obediently followed. They trained like teacher and student, leaving the audience confused whether it was still a fight. After finishing, they happily bowed. The opponent thanked him and admitted defeat. The strange scene embarrassed Hua Duk Tui, who handed hosting duties to a colleague in black. Two swordsmen lightly clashed their blades once. Then both agreed to a draw, thinking further fighting would waste energy and quit together. The audience above laughed, enjoying the unexpected compromise. Lu Li realized other teams' fighting spirit had faded. Only Fa Hu Guild still had energy to compete. The tournament continued. Fei Hu's results sped up the schedule, announcing the top 8 strongest. The list included Thuk Kwang, Lei Dao, Qui Tien, Feng Jia, Cham Nguyet A, Phi Hoa Tiu, while the match between Diem Diem and Lu Na would decide the last spot. Little Chili and A Phi encouraged Lu Na before the match. She confidently vowed to try her best. Lu Li also encouraged her with a short supportive cheer from behind. The two fighters stepped onto the stage. Her opponent received wild cheers from the audience. Diem Diem mocked Lu Na's appearance. Challenged, she agreed to fight with all her summoned beasts. She immediately followed through, unleashing her full team of beasts against Lu Na. Lu Na responded with the move Starlight Slash, a flash of light dazzling her opponent. The attack made Diem Diem stagger, blinded by the brilliance. Lu Na accelerated rapidly, forcing her opponent to order her beasts to block her approach. But she acted first, gaining complete advantage. An ice shield was swung, striking hard toward Diem Diem. She narrowly escaped, almost defeated by a single move. The strike tore her mask, revealing Diem Diem's real face. Lu Na coldly warned her to fight seriously, no more pretending or cheating. Little Chili and Afai cheered excitedly, praising Lu Na's words and actions, urging her to continue attacking. Fei Hu Guild members admitted Diem Diem was overconfident, while Feng Jia felt bored, eager for his turn. Scolded by Lu Na, Diem Diem became angry and immediately summoned her beasts to fight. She unleashed all 5 beasts at once, arrogantly thinking Lu Na couldn't win. She ordered the beasts to rush madly for a fierce counterattack. Lu Na leapt to evade when Flame Spirit and Water Cannon attacked simultaneously. Thinking she was safe, Kim Lin suddenly closed in from above. Before she could react, it launched a sharp feather storm straight at her. Trying to avoid the feathers, she was grabbed by Vine Spirit. The vines wrapped tightly around her legs, immobilizing her. Earth Spirit continued, raising soil to surround her, putting her in a dangerous trap. The move trapped Lu Na inside a massive rock and earth block. Diem Diem smiled triumphantly, declaring the victory still hers. Little Chili and Hua Qiao felt hopeless seeing Lu Na in danger, angrily scolding Diem Diem. Lu Li remained silent, but his eyes were full of faith that Lu Na would counterattack. Diem Diem smugly praised her beasts for performing excellently. 2 mysterious glances signaled Lu Na's opportunity to counterattack had arrived. Lu Na shattered the rocks, swung her sword forward, shouting, "Great sword technique!" She dashed from above, gripping her sword with both hands to strike straight at her opponent. Diem Diem lifted her head, not reacting, standing still. The powerful slash hit the ground, cracking it and sending dust flying. When the dust cleared, Diem Diem remained standing, using the skill Earth, Wood, Water, Life. Layers of water and tree barriers surrounded her, blocking all of Lu Na's attacks. Metal Spirit and Flame Spirit immediately counterattacked, forcing Lu Na to dodge and retreat. DM yelled angrily within her protective circle, calling her opponent shameless. Her eyes burned with hatred, disgust, and fierce resentment. Childhood memories surged, showing a sad little girl crying. She sat silently in a ruined room, dim light highlighting her sorrowful face. Her parents argued loudly, shouting and demanding divorce in anger. Both vented their anger, pointing at the little girl curled in a corner. She wept uncontrollably, tears streaming, embracing her loneliness with no one to share it with. Growing up, she was slapped harshly in front of a crowd. They humiliated her, falsely accused her of stealing another's boyfriend, and mocked her parents' divorce, making her cry unjustly. A girl grabbed DM's hair, another filmed, mocking her and trying to undress her, provoking extreme rage. Her eyes blazed with hatred, glaring at the bullies. She fiercely fought back, striking repeatedly while they screamed. The filmer claimed she was violent. Scene shifted to a hawk. DM reflected on life's cruelty, wishing she could hide and become stronger to survive. A man exhaled thick smoke into the air. Manhwa appeared, praising DM's beauty and gaming skills. She thanked him for once helping her out of trouble at school. He suggested she be his girlfriend for protection, confusing her as she remembered he once treated her like a little sister. Her face darkened, feeling disgusted by his proposal. A hand suddenly grabbed Manhwa, stopping him before he crossed the line. He angrily demanded to know who intervened. 4 people stepped forward. Their leader held him firmly, coldly saying she was still a child, while his subordinates warned he was facing Fahu members. The leader drove Manhwa away, forbidding him from returning to the club's internet cafe. He left angrily, dragging his subordinate. Afterwards, the leader smiled, inviting DM to join Fahu Club, praising her outstanding gaming talent. DM's eyes lit up, hope warming her long, cold heart. Back in the present, she focused all her strength, eyes fierce, determined not to lose and to win for Fahu. DM summoned 5 elemental beasts, each with distinct color and power, forming a complete attack-defense formation. 5 brilliant streams of light transformed into relentless attacks aimed at the opponent. The explosion roared, smoke obscuring vision. Beasts searched but could not see Lu Na. Seeing the newly formed pit, DM smugly declared victory. The audience was shocked, thinking Lu Na had been defeated. Little Chili and Afai anxiously called her name in worry. Someone shouted to look carefully at the arena floor below. Lu Na appeared, half kneeling on a sword embedded in the wall, avoiding the fatal attack, amazing commentators with her cleverness. Returning to the arena, the opponent's beasts protested a rule violation, but the referee confirmed she was still in bounds. Lu Na calmly declared it was her counterattack turn. DM refused to yield, ordering her beasts to attack fiercely, loudly challenging Lu Na. Lu Na swung her sword with the Move Moon Slash, blade light radiating across the sky. The 2 forces collided violently, generating tremendous pressure. Fire and water intertwined, creating dense mist, flooding the arena with vapor. DM frowned, irritated by completely lost visibility. She and her beasts stood defensively, waiting for the next move. She channeled internal energy with her beasts, forming a barrier of stone and tree roots around herself. Multiple beams of light struck, piercing Kim Lin and seriously injuring Hoa Lin. Seeing the battle turn, DM gathered strength to counterattack, shouting orders with full power. Lu Na suddenly appeared behind, smiling, saying she had fooled her with light illusions. In the dust, Lu Na's sword traced a bright line across DM's back. DM collapsed, eyes empty, admitting defeat. A hand reached out, gently helping her stand. Lu Na smiled kindly, hoping they could rematch fairly one day. The battle ended. Lu Na officially claimed the last top 8 spot, opening the way for the intense quarterfinals ahead. The MC announced the battle was so intense the arena was damaged and under repair, asking the audience to wait a few minutes. Below the stands, Little Chili held Lu Na's hand, praising her brilliance. She modestly credited her friend's information for the comeback. Lu Na glanced back, sensing strong pressure radiating from her opponent's back. Diem burst into tears, apologizing for her failure. She knelt before Thuk Kwang, blaming herself for being unworthy as an official member and embarrassing the guild. Thuk Kwang reached out his hand to her. He patted her head, telling her not to speak such weak words. He advised her to learn from the experience rather than be sad, noting she had talent but lacked training time and difficulties were normal. Thuk Kwang assessed the opponent was indeed strong, finally forcing them to fight seriously. After a while, the commentator announced the arena was repaired and the competition would continue. The next match was between player number 4 Cham Nguyet and number 5 Fa Hu Fengjia. Fengjia excitedly said it was finally his turn. He declared no one could stop him now and to fight a proper match. Cham Nguyet responded eagerly. The commentator cheered as both entered the arena, the audience roaring as they clashed. Their strength caused the arena floor to shake and crack. The MC screamed as the arena, reinforced tenfold, still shattered. Fengjia attacked relentlessly, while his opponent skillfully defended. He grew more aggressive, full of fighting spirit. A strong punch struck Cham Nguyet directly. Cham Nguyet blocked in time, stepping back a few paces. He then counterattacked with a powerful rebound move. The opponent immediately spun and launched a counterattack in response. Fengjia laughed, saying fighting a strong opponent was rewarding, admitting both had improved. They moved like the wind, leaving only blurred traces. Consecutive strikes echoed, creating intense pressure in midair. Explosions resounded throughout the stands, smoke and fire engulfing the arena. Thuk Kwang smiled, praising Cham Nguyet, saying it was no wonder he was highly regarded. His moves rivaled professional players. Little Chili tensed, impressed by Fengjia's strength. Lu Na explained his reflexes and awareness were extremely fast, controlling his whole body as one. The match continued with no signs of stopping. Fengjia pulled off his jacket, challenging that he had only warmed up and the real fight was starting. Cham Nguyet removed his cloak in response, ready to face him. Both charged at each other with explosive speed. Fengjia struck powerfully while Cham Nguyet maintained a solid defense. He spun his blade, slashing diagonally at his opponent in a dangerous stance. Cham Nguyet paused, observing his opponent's unusual weapon movement. His weapon was knocked away along with Fengjia's blade. The commentator shouted in amazement as Fengjia used the separate handsword move to deflect the strike, seeming to prepare something. On the arena, Fengjia smiled smugly. He launched a straight punch at Cham Nguyet's face. Consecutive punches rained down, and Cham Nguyet struggled to block with his hands. Fengjia rejoiced at finding an opening. He swung a decisive strike aimed directly at his opponent's stomach. Cham Nguyet braced his hands on the ground for leverage. He leapt forward, delivering a counter-kick. His body surged like a whirlwind. His legs launched high in a fierce mounted attack. The rising knee struck Fengjia's face, spraying blood. Fengjia's face was covered in blood, eyes wide, yet he wore a manic smile. The two faced each other again, breathing heavily. They simultaneously threw punches, one at the face, one at the chest. They exchanged violent strikes, the impacts echoing loudly. In the end, Cham Nguyet retreated first. He panted heavily, sweat soaking his body. His eyes focused directly on his opponent. Then he suddenly accelerated forward again. Fengjia blocked while taunting, asking if he was exhausted. He noticed a major opening and immediately exploited it. A powerful punch struck Cham Nguyet's stomach, making him double over. He fell flat onto the arena floor. The strike slid him across the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Despite the pain, Cham Nguyet smiled strangely, putting Fengjia on alert. Fengjia rushed forward, sensing something was wrong. Shouting with excitement, he accelerated to finish the fight. In his mind, he assumed his opponent could no longer resist. But just as he struck, Cham Nguyet grabbed the blade and counter-slashed lightning fast. A deep diagonal cut carved across his chest. Fengjia screamed in pain, eyes rolling, body trembling. The audience erupted, A Phi shouted victory, Hua Qiao praised the final slash as exquisite. In contrast, Fa Hu members were somber. Diem lamented even the fourth brother failed. Kui Tian silently snorted. Only Thuk Kwang smiled meaningfully, quietly calling Feng Jia's name. He thought of Feng Jia's beastly nature, a raging storm ready to erupt any time. In Thuk Kwang's mind, that image resembled a bloodthirsty wolf going mad under pressure. Its goal was not only to defeat, but to drive prey into despair, crushing the weak spirit. The wolf's eyes gleamed fiercely, emitting a killing aura that sent shivers down anyone's spine. Just like Feng Jia now, his body crackling with purple electricity, eyes blazing, frenzied aura at its peak. Feng Jia smiled maliciously from behind, attacking and startling Cham Nguyet to turn around. He became wild and violent, purple energy flaring like fire, propelling Cham Nguyet backward. The passive skill Bloodlust Scatter increased damage when losing health, disappearing after 5 seconds of recovery. Feng Jia's skill meter had nearly reached maximum. Every step he took shook the ground. He arrogantly held Cham Nguyet's remaining blade. He intended to use Cham Nguyet's own weapon for a ruthless counter. Cham Nguyet remained alert in defense. In an instant, Feng Jia closed in on him. The blade struck. He blocked but was still forcefully thrown back. Before he could land, Feng Jia surged again, his power significantly increased. The two blades clashed, sparks flying. Cham Nguyet braced against the fierce assault. He gritted his teeth as the opponent's blade neared his shoulder. The strike exploded the ground, creating a deep pit shrouded in dust. On the stage, two MCs comment in shock at Feng Ya's devastating strike. In the smoke, Feng Ya mockingly taunts Chan Yue. But he suddenly becomes alert, scanning the surroundings. The two blades clash again, red and purple lights intertwining with fierce energy. Seeing his opponent weaken, Feng Ya smirks, believing victory is near. Chan Yu suddenly appears behind him, startling Feng Ya. He tightens his grip on the blade handle. He spins to counterattack, but is too late. Chan Ye suddenly soars high into the air. Feng Ya immediately chases after like a predator mid-air. Red and purple lights explode again in the vast sky. Fei is stunned, Hua Qiao enraged, and Xiaola startled by the top-tier battle. The fight reaches its climax, awaiting a decisive outcome. Both move too fast, leaving only flashes of red and purple colliding in the sky. After prolonged combat, both crash hard to the ground. Feng Ya sighs softly, making Chan Yue suspicious. He solemnly raises his blade, declaring this will be their final move. After speaking, he closes his eyes to focus before the last strike. When he opens them, he activates Beast Hunt, Steel Will, locking the target in place. He lifts his blade toward Chan Yue, smirking that hell end him. A blue wolf phantom forms behind him, its immense power cracking the ground. In contrast, Chan Yue calmly says he hasn't felt such excitement in a long time. A brilliant golden light gathers in his hands. A golden blade forms. He reveals dual-wielding as red and gold lights swirl around him. Images of countless slashes appear, marked by the title, The Slayer of Guildmaster Qing Guang. The system displays over, rewarding him with the items Bai Yin and Qianlong Zai Yuan. Weapon stats. Full enhancement, increased damage, and power-accumulating marks. A massive golden dragon manifests behind Chan Yue, shaking the earth violently. Feng Ya laughs in thrill, praising his worthy opponent. Chan Yu's eyes glow red as he answers with a crazed challenge. They charge at each other, light bursting across the scene. Each clash releases violent waves of energy. A colossal light beam shoots skyward through the arena. Amid the smoke, the MCs struggle to see who won. As the haze clears, the result becomes visible. Only 2 stones remain on the floor. Chan Yue stands firm while Feng Ya collapses in blood. The MC announces his victory. He watches his opponent fall as the system declares his promotion to rank 4. On the stands, Guijian realizes Feng Ya's defeat. Everyone is shocked he lost despite immense power. He silently reflects, realizing Lao Si fell due to overusing Desire Blood Song, draining too much life. He adds that Chan Yue is still hiding his true strength, mysterious and intriguing. After the battle, Chan Yue helps Feng Ya up. They exchange respect and promise a rematch. Feng Ya admits Chan Yue's Qianlong Zai Yuan was too strong, while Chan Yue praises it as his most exciting match. Feng Ya invites him to join the Po Xiao Guild as the third elder, but Chan Yue declines, having his own goal. They walk and laugh together, promising to meet and dine in real life, ending on a friendly note. As they leave the arena, the battlefield looks devastated. Hua Deshui announces a pause for repairs. On the stands, Hua Deshui commands his subordinates to request the king's orders, fearing fiercer matches ahead. At the same time, the king coughs heavily in the shadows. He watches the live broadcast from the arena intently. A guard enters, asking for orders on reinforcing the arena's durability. Amid coughing, the king commands the stage be upgraded to the highest level to avoid interruptions. In the dim light, his body covered in metal wires, he worries that his time is short and he must soon find the strongest warrior. The system continues booting up, the loading bar rising as metallic echoes fill the air. A new, shiny, solid arena is completed. Hua Deshui announces the next match amid the king's cheers. Contestant number 26, A Fei, appears confident, flames underfoot, striking a proud pose on stage. His opponent is introduced as contestant number 1, Po Xiao Shuguang. Seeing Shuguang, A Fei panics upon realizing he must fight the guild leader, while Shuguang calmly invites him to battle. In his head, A Fei imagines winning and being admired by Xiao La, dreaming of a hot pot or Western dinner date. Lost in thought, he forgets the match. Shuguang teasingly asks what a maid should do against a warrior, and A Fei blankly asks back. Shuguang gives no answer and charges, saying the answer is keep your distance. A Fei reacts swiftly, summoning fireballs faster than expected. As the sword slashes toward him, he manages to cast spell interruption for defense. Shu Yong is surprised that A Fei doesn't use his left hand, which would be better for counterattacks. Hearing that, A Fei grows flustered and loses focus. As the opponent closes in, he keeps defending with his right hand, mocked by Shuguang as relying only on luck. Each sword swing is blocked by A Fei's old spells. Suddenly, he switches to offense, summoning blazing meteors surrounding the arena. Shuguang smirks, realizing the tactic of distance and area attacks is smart, but still flawed. Shuguang unleashes a sword combo, lightning flashing as he shatters all A Fei's fireballs. A Fei barely erects a defensive spell, eyes wide in shock at such power. His skill shatters. He falls under the flaming sword tip as Shuguang arrogantly declares victory. A Fei is dazed, his mind blank, unable to think of a counter. Hua Deshui comments that A Fei is completely suppressed, the skill gap clear. Shuguang is truly a rare master. Xiao La screams to cheer A Fei, but Hua Xiao sternly says there's no chance left. Hua Xiao recalls that Shuguang is actually Yang Guang, a once famous professional player. She recounts his glorious past, a former coach with over 15 years of experience and dozens of world championships. A Fei grows more desperate despite Xiao La's encouragement, feeling utterly powerless. He glances at Erge for help. Janye points to his head, signaling A Fei to rethink the strategy. In real life, his hands move rapidly over the mouse and keyboard. In the noisy internet cafe, players' voices fill the lively atmosphere. A Fei asks teammates Han Yi Xiao and Lu Li about plans to defeat the final unbeaten boss. Han Yi Xiao points to his head, replying briefly, "Improvise." Hearing that, A Fei sighs helplessly. He complains about always being given a temporary role while the other two work perfectly together. Han Yi Xiao quickly denies looking down on him. Lu Li pats A Fei's head, teasing that everyone has their own task. Han Yi Xiao nods while eating noodles. Lu Li rubs his head. Han Yi Xiao puts a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him as his face reddens. They praise his flexibility and surprise tactics, then tell him to get ready. In battle, Shuguang is stunned by the sight before him, whispering in amazement. A Fei leaps up, his spirit reignited as memories fuel his fighting will. Annoyed by Cece's interruption, A Fei orders his playlist to be opened. Cece immediately plays the GTM track. The sound spreads throughout the space. Afai feels satisfied, body ready as flames ignite around him with soft crackles. He closes his eyes, moving in rhythm, flowing with a melody only he can feel. Shu Guang stops, watching Afai tensely amid floating embers. Engulfed in flames, Afai charges forward without hesitation. Shu Guang swings across, but Afai dodges smoothly, crouching to counter. Shu Qian is stunned as a blazing hand rises to strike him. The flames erupt violently with a thunderous roar. Shu Guang plants his sword to pivot and evade, then asks about A Fist's new move. Afai sighs, disappointed by the missed aim. Afai quickly regains focus, forming a fireball and casting meteor fire. 3 streams of flame shoot out. Shu Guang blocks and dodges, noticing the attack's power but lack of precision. As a fist's flames fade, Shu Guang leaps up, unleashing a full-powered slash. Afai concentrates deeply, flames rising again with overwhelming aura. Flame Dragon Fist activates, a massive vortex of fire erupts, painting the space red. Xiaoyi cheers excitedly, praising the move's beauty as the opponent's shield shatters. Outside, the fiery cyclone roars, its heat intensifying. At the center, Shu Guang and Afai clash fiercely, flame and sword locked in balance. Hua Deshui comments that Shu Guang easily neutralizes a fist spell, smirking amid the blaze. Shu Guang compliments that, from a magic perspective, a fist-close combat is decent. Afai dodges the horizontal slash just in time, but a mage remains a mage. Afai takes a defensive stance, crossing his arms to guard. He tilts his body, swings his arms to form a fierce fire vortex, shouting Shijia. Chanting Wan Tian Xing Huo Dai Wei Wo Rong, Afai clasps his hands to cast the spell. Countless fireballs rain down, covering the arena in a blazing sea. Shu Hao is stunned by the explosive power. The fiery barrage forms a massive pillar, striking Shu Guang directly. Outside, the arena glows bright as spectators gasp. Hua Deshui and the guards are shocked by a fist's strength. Afai pants, staring at the sea of flames, wondering if the attack worked. From the rising black smoke, laughter echoes, shocking everyone. Shu Guang appears unharmed behind his shield, calmly praising the move. The audience murmurs, confused how Shu Guang remains safe after such strikes. Jianyu stays silent, simply observing. Back in battle, all A-Fist attacks are blocked by Shu Guang's shield. Flames fade upon contact. Shu Guang senses a fist disarray. Afai weakens, the fire in his hands fading away. As Afai falters, Shu Guang closes in, raising his sword and remarking the last strike was but dying light. Afai is exhausted, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. The background music reaches its climax. A fist body glows as he grips his sword tightly to face his foe. Afai activates infinite flame power, consuming all mana for 10 seconds of extreme combat. Shu Qiao is shocked to realize it's a legendary skill. As the countdown begins, Afai calmly blocks and coldly asks, "Have you eaten yet?" Without pause, Afai kicks Shu Guang's chest hard, knocking him down and dislodging his helmet. He follows with Great Flame Burst, the explosion blasting Shu Guang away as the timer hits 9 seconds. In midair, Shu Guang steadies himself and counters with Great Flame Burst. Time shows 8 seconds. Afai suddenly appears behind him, smirking at his slow reaction. Timer at 7. He launches another Great Flame Burst from above, slamming Shu Guang into the ground, cracking the floor. At 6 seconds, Shu Guang lies motionless, blood spilling from his mouth. At 5 seconds, Afai unleashes Flame Dragon Spiral LV3, 3 fire pillars engulfing the enemy. The audience is stunned by a fist power, cheering and admiring his performance. At 4 seconds, Afai lifts a massive orb infused with 99 layers of magic, merging into the ultimate fireball spell. At 3 seconds, a gigantic light sphere fills nearly the entire arena. At 2 seconds, Afai roars loudly, readying the final blow. The enormous fireball shoots from his hands straight downward. Shu Kao rises, raising his shield, realizing direct defense means destruction. He smirks and activates Counter Rebound, a skill reflecting 30% max HP in 1 second. The shield glows, firing arrow-like beams around the fireball, generating immense recoil. Afai turns pale, drenched in sweat as fear replaces his earlier confidence. The fireball bounces back toward A-Fi, and his teammates scream his name in despair. Hua Shui comments regretfully that A-Fi lost due to counter-reflection, while Shu Guang wins and rises to Tier 4 rank. A-Fi collapses as Shu Guang calmly observes, acknowledging his nearly perfect skill in the last 10 seconds. Shu Guang smiles, praising A-Fi's intelligence and potential, saying more training will take him further. As A-Fi falls, Shu Guang's pants suddenly slip down, giving the crowd a shocking view, though he's exhausted despite victory. The crowd erupts, some cheering, some teasing, others shouting at the awkward sight. Hanada Shui panics, urging Shu Guang to pull his pants up since it's a live broadcast, while A-Fi smiles bitterly, accepting defeat. A-Fi closes his eyes, accepting the result, considering the gathered data on his opponent his final victory, and silently sends a message to Gay. Shu Guang laughs arrogantly, admitting he still underestimated A-Fi. Hearing his strange pleasure, A-Fi frowns and mocks him for not pulling up his pants, suspecting odd tastes. The teammates remain silent, avoiding comment. Hua Shui awkwardly suggests ending the program as guards call for the next player. The next contestant, Hua Xiao, number 18, steps forward. She will face contestant number 3, Gui Jian. Hua Xiao warms up confidently, asking if her opponent is mentally ready. Unexpectedly, Gui Jian bows and calls her sister Hua Xiao, surprising her. Gui Jian smiles, revealing he's been her longtime fan. He says she's a pro player with 10 years of experience, famous since her second year competing. He recalls her triumph at the National League, where she won champion and FMVP in her debut match. Then came her glorious streak as a top shooter, becoming the world's leading sniper and #1 female gamer for 3 years straight. As Hua Xiao stays silent, Gui Jian adds that he always regretted her retirement. His praise makes Hua Xiao suspicious, thinking he has ulterior motives. She resolves to keep distance since her heart already belongs to someone. Xiaoyi notices something strange behind Gui Jian and urgently warns Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao turns just in time to see roots sprouting from behind Gui Jian. 2 intertwined trunks glow green as Gui Jian smiles smugly. The trap is activated. A giant tree rises behind him, with Gui Jian standing proudly atop it. The dead wood revives, leaves sprouting, its demonic tree descent summoned in 10 seconds, able to attack in range and endlessly regenerate. The tree dominates the arena, its trunk shining bright green. Hua Shui is shocked by Gui Jian's summoning, while he arrogantly declares victory his. Hua Xiao coolly replies, asking if he thinks one tree alone can guarantee a win. A crack of dim light opens in the trunk, and Hua Xiao instantly charges forward. She moves like the wind, cutting through every blocking root as green leaves scatter at her feet. Gui Jian remains calm, raising his bow and firing repeatedly. He unleashes arrow rain formation, a storm of green arrows driving Hua Xiao into danger. Hua Xiao reacts swiftly, kicking upward to create a shockwave called mountain-crushing step. The ground strike forms a purple shield blocking all falling arrows, keeping her safe. Several arrows embed into broken roots scattered across the arena. The shield fades, dust rising as a green light darts toward Hua Xiao. An arrow grazes her back, narrowly missing its mark. Gui Jian keeps his bow drawn, maintaining a cold smile. He uses Shadowless Arrow, moving as fast as lightning. Hua Xiao hastily forms a barrier. But the rapid shots force her only to defend, unable to counter. While overwhelmed, Hua Xiao realizes Gui Jian's tactic, using the magic tree to restrict vision and exhaust close-range fighters like her. She slices a log with one hand, gripping tight with the other to prepare a close strike. The warrior wraps her arms around the pillar, straining to lift its heavy weight. Without hesitation, she hurls the entire log straight toward the archer's perch. She pushes off the flying pillar to gain momentum. Balancing atop the soaring log, she quickly closes the distance to the archer. The opponent calmly draws his bow again, this time with a purple mandala arrow instead of green light. He aims directly at her figure and releases, the arrow tearing through the air. The arrow hits, shattering the wooden platform beneath her. She activates mountain-breaking gun, propelling upward and channeling power into a direct punch. As the archer steadies himself, she growls that she won't give him a chance to shoot. But a volley of invisible shots forces her to retreat quickly. She lands safely just as a violent explosion erupts ahead. He sneers mockingly, saying her reflexes have dulled since leaving the army and that archers always have self-defense tricks from afar. She looks up and retorts that he'd better talk while he still can, soon hell only groan. Suddenly she freezes, blood spilling from her lips. Her body collapses as streams of toxic energy flare around her. It's the mandala trap. He boasts that its venom will drain her life until nothing remains. Standing high on a branch, he taunts his idol, asking how long she can endure his pressure and poison. She grips the poisoned arrows lodged in her limbs, estimating only 30 seconds left before lethal effect. Amid two threats, ranged fire above and vines below, she keeps her composure to press forward in her final moments. She quickly plans, dodge the next launch, then unleash a full-burst combo to end him instantly. But above, the archer gives no pause as green light flares again from his bow. He takes careful aim and sneers, declaring she'll have no chance to recover. He fires split arrows, dozens diving down as black roots surge from below to seize her. She plants her hand for leverage, springing upward to evade the volley. She steps back amid gunfire as vines surge toward her. A green beam strikes the root core in an instant. The archer draws and burns the vines beneath him. He tilts his head and counts, 20 seconds left. She stomps the stone floor and leaps upward toward the foe. A sweeping kick unleashes a roaring shockwave. He calmly lowers his crossbow, noting her close-range style matches her prime. He fires another invisible volley, mocking boring. She lands lightly, fists glowing with radiance. She activates her fist technique, gauntlets enlarge, seals shining. Ignoring the timer, she accelerates even while locked on. The commentator shouts she's using recoil skill to close in again. A strike smashes the platform, dragging him down from high ground. He murmurs 15, but she keeps pursuing relentlessly. Her stomp hits like a hammer, splitting the trunk apart. The archer fires 3 splitting arrows, locking on target. Arrows pour down like a storm, sealing her path. She pushes forward, heavy steps unyielding. Her hand rips bark, tearing a slab as a shield against arrows. She drills 4 holes through the wooden body. 4 radiators blast thunderlight. Tri-arrow mandala activates. After the attack, she loses footing and falls from height. He smirks. 9 seconds left, no need to count. The audience debates. Some call it dull, others say the deputy focuses on efficiency. Explained further, Lao San always scouts foes, analyzes, and scripts the highest chance win. Xu Guang adds that Lao San's strategy leaves little flaw against veterans, yet humans exceed data. Gai Jian hesitates without verdict, then freezes. His foe still lives. From the dust, Hua Xiao bursts out, body poisoned heavily. He coldly warns she has 3 seconds of life left. Resistance is useless. He releases bulletless arrow, volleys dense, but though she dodges, exhaustion drops her. When the barrage ends, she rises again, ready to strike. Poison spreads over half her face, breath ragged. She activates crushing mountain art. 6 giant black fists form, still controllable despite poison. 1 punch hits his face, he calmly counts, 2 seconds left. Next 2 punches fall. He draws and says coldly, "My blood 70%, you can't win." But she commands another fist upward, smashing his chin, blood spurting. Vast energy erupts from Hua Xiao, transcendence beyond limit. Crushing mountain art launches 6 phantom fists, shocking Gui Jian completely. She drives them to strike all over him, pressure immense. As time nears 0, her trembling arm lifts high. From mid-arena, she unleashes the final punch, blasting him backward. At 0 second, both take fatal blows. Gui Jian spits blood and falls. Hua Xiao collapses as poison erupts. Both collapse simultaneously on the arena floor. Gui Jian's demon tree fades as the system announces both are incapacitated. The commentator asks Hua de Shui for judgment. He ponders silently. He then declares the final decision will come from the king. In the audience, Feng Ya asks Xu Guang why Lao San lost despite praise, while Dian Dian admires Hua Xiao for draining 70% of the foe's HP in 2 seconds. Xu Guang admits fault and praises Hua Xiao, saying she reached a special state, intriguing Feng Ya. He compares it to a basketball player in flow, a unity of body and mind beyond normal limits. At that state, nerves and body fully awaken, perceiving the world differently for precise reactions. This allows athletes to evade and move fluidly with freedom. They relax completely, performing perfect moves showing peak skill. Xu Guang glances at Lao Er, concluding Hua Xiao broke her limits, inspiring Feng Ya's admiration. At the commentary desk, the host whispers to Hua Deshui. He announces both contestants stop at top 8 by royal decision. Teammates quickly carry Hua Xiao and Gui Jian off the stage. Little Ott worries seeing her sad and calls softly. Hua Xiao reassures them, accepts defeat, receiving praise and encouragement. Lu Li smiles, saying she nearly broke the system's limit. Hearing that, Hua Xiao stands moved. She joyfully calls Lu Li husband, making him blush as teammates laugh. The organizers announce the next match between Lu Na and Lao Er begins. The team cheers for Lu Na as she steps onto the stage. Cece suddenly appears, saying her father is calling. She widens her eyes in surprise. In reality, Luna sits in a wheelchair by the window, answering her father's call. Her father, watching sharks hunt, tells her to come to the company for test results. She agrees but doubts his true motive. She recalls a rare childhood visit to the company with her mother. Thinking of her match, she pleads for more time as she's competing. He coldly cuts her off, ordering the butler to fetch her, forcing her to obey. After the call ends, he silently stares at the phone screen. Then he turns away as 2 sharks finish their fight. One is bitten to death. He muses that it's fate. The corpse sinks into darkness while the victor swims away coldly. In-game, Luna apologizes for the family emergency. Teammates understand and encourage her. She thanks them and logs out. The commentator announces her withdrawal. Hua Deshui confirms and promotes Lei Dao. The system shows 3 remaining names, Xu Guang, Lu Li, and Lei Dao, beginning the final championship round. 2 commentators excitedly announce the first match between Lei Dao and Xu Guang, calling it an internal war of the Po Xiao Guild. Lu Li's team happily discusses tactics. A Fei warns him of the powerful leader, while Hua Xiao and Ott Xiao give counter-tips. Xu Guang's team meets too. Dian Dian worries. Xu Guang laughs and agrees to fight. Gui Jian advises hiding tactics, and Feng Ya makes noise below. Lei Dao stays silent, then coldly asks to face the assassin herself. Xu Hiao is surprised by her initiative and feels intrigued. He immediately raises his hand to surrender, joking quietly for a meal from Lei Dao. The commentators aren't shocked, saying his concession is reasonable since both could win. They move on quickly, preparing for the final battle. Lu Li and Lei Dao enter the arena as the last 2 contenders for the championship. A Fei and Ott Xiao cheer. Hua Xiao teases about the hormonal tension. As Lu Li steps up, Feng Ya stops him. Feng Ya frankly says he'll reveal info about second sister for fairness, since Lu Li exposed his skills. Feng Ya sternly asserts Lu Li cannot defeat her. The final match begins. Lu Li and Lei Dao face each other on the vast stage. At the signal, both dash forward at maximum speed. As they close in, both activate the stealth art white concealment. The commentators lose sight. Hua Deshui explains they're using invisibility skill. They nearly vanish, sensing each other's aura to fight. Lei Dao suddenly appears before him. She leaps, launching a fiery kick as he swings a blazing blade. The clash releases a powerful shockwave across the arena. Lei Dao slides back to widen distance, but Lu Li immediately pursues. They exchange blows so fast that afterimages fill the space. Commentators think they're clones, but Hua Deshui confirms it's just speed illusions. Lu Li raises his blade, ready to counterattack. He unleashes a storm of crimson slashes, forcing Lei Dao to dodge non-stop. She slides back across the floor to keep balance. She quickly retaliates with a barrage of kicks, making him defend. Both retreat, watching for openings. They kick simultaneously, red and golden energies intertwining. The immense force blasts both backward. Fei is stunned at Lei Dao's equal strength. Hua Xiao notes they're still testing each other, silencing Ot Xiao. Lu Li focuses his gaze, activating Berserk Blade. He charges forward. Lei Dao matches his assault. She activates the same move, clashing head-on. Their massive energies collide. Light, fire, and lightning fill the arena as commentators hail the duel of top assassins. A crimson, cross-shaped burst explodes at the arena's center. Lu Li dashes with blinding speed, thrusting forward as Lei Dao bends back to evade. As he passes, she seizes the chance to kick from behind. Without stopping, she leaps high to strike down at his head. But Lu Li vanishes, reappearing behind her in an instant. Lei Dao senses it and tilts her head to react. She spins around, appearing behind him and kicking his back. He swings his blade to counter, but she dodges out of range. Using the close distance, she locks his weapon arm with her body. She hooks her legs around his neck using cross-restraint to choke him, making him silently panic. He quickly summons another weapon with his free hand. He slashes, forcing her to flip away and widen the gap. Lu Li, holding twin blades, eyes her warily, realizing she's still testing him. He recalls Feng Ya's warning that he can't beat Second Sister, who had defeated him thousands of times, and that's Lei Dao's true identity. Second Sister was once a mercenary captain, hardened by battle and a sharpshooting expert. Rumors say she not only shoots flawlessly but also masters all firearms. She's even a close combat master who could kill dozens with only a knife. Feng Ya said everyone wondered why she plays this game. He revealed she once told during a drunken night about a horrific mission raiding a child organ trafficker's den. The enemies took kidnapped children as hostages and strapped bombs to them, with the boss holding the detonator. Worse, her comrade betrayed her, stabbing from behind when she was off guard. The blade pierced straight into her shoulder. In pain, she reflexively turned and shot the traitor in the head instantly. With her last bullet spent, Second Sister urgently pulled the knife from her shoulder. She hurled it into the boss's head, killing him instantly. Feng Ya sighed as he recounted. But before dying, the boss managed to press the detonator. The bomb timer froze for a brief moment. Lei Dao screamed in despair, "No!" A massive explosion erupted, burning the children in red flames. She sat stunned before the charred scene, speechless. Feng Ya said the tragedy haunted Second Sister, leading her to retire, return home, and join an esports team. In VR combat games, she's nearly invincible, ranked first among assassins in Illusory Moon as Don Lei Dao. Lu Li murmurs, "Mercenary #1 assassin." He grips his twin blades tighter, one crimson black, one golden, both blazing as he smiles excitedly. Lei Dao senses the surge of power from him. She immediately takes stance, ready for the next round. They turn into twin streaks of light, clashing like thunder. Lu Li's dual blades strike her weapon, sparks flying. He notices she's using the sheath. He mutters coldly, "She still hasn't drawn her blade." He grazes her as she retreats, blocking his continuous slashes. Lu Li presses forward relentlessly, red-black and golden light intertwining in a storm of power. Lei Dao blocks and secretly admires his twin blade speed. The two blades spin into a death circle, forcing her to flip away. She retreats quickly, forming seals to prepare a spell. Lightning clone art. 5 thunder-charged copies appear encircling the arena. The 5 clones rush in, storming Lu Li from all sides. He retreats while spinning twin blades, forming a dense defense. But surrounded, he takes several hits to the chin and face. He roars and uses Celestial Rage Blade, cutting down most clones before him. When the smoke clears, the real Lei Dao dashes in like lightning. Lu Li sidesteps, narrowly evading the strike. He counterattacks with a spiral slash, but she flips away swiftly. Lei Dao retaliates using the same move, Fierce Burst Blade circling behind him. Lu Li senses it and instantly activates Stealth Art. He uses white concealment with Shadow Magnetic Clone, leaving an illusion ahead while circling behind. Her strike hits the clone as his real body slashes her almost simultaneously. Another clone appears in front, coordinating a pincer strike from both sides. Lei Dao swiftly uses an escape technique, vanishing from the assault zone. She turns back to face the renewed situation. Two Lu Lis now stand before her, twin blades glowing bright. Feng Ya marvels at his clone art. Shu Guang smiles, asking if Moonslasher can win against Second Sister. Feng Ya thinks, then slowly replies, "Not yet." On stage, Lei Dao frowns, drawing her blade from her back as lightning surges around it. When she swings, the whole arena trembles amid a thunderstorm. The two Lu Lis glance at each other and say together, "She finally drew her blade." She raises her hand, spiral lightning surging toward him, saying calmly, "The blade is too strong. Using it makes the fight meaningless." He looks up, stunned by the sight above. A massive lightning pillar strikes down, wrapping his entire body. One clone strains to resist while the real body charges at her in melee. As she attacks, Lei Dao coldly explains her blade channels thunder that strikes endlessly until the foe collapses. Massive bolts crash down like a sky storm. Forced to his knees, Lu Li grits his teeth, drained, thinking, can't hold on much longer. He gathers all strength, raising his swords to guard his chest. Both unleash attacks. One summons a giant dragon shattering thunder, the other hits her true form. Lei Dao is struck by both blows at once. A golden dragon descends, engulfing her in blinding light. The observers gasp, amazed that the clone can use skills. Feng Ya worries as Lei Dao falters. Smoke and dust cover the arena. He warns his clone to stay alert, sensing danger. Suddenly, lightning flashes. A cold blade pierces Lu Li's chest from behind. Lei Dao emerges from a spatial rift, striking unexpectedly and stunning him. The system announces the skill Divine Evasion, letting her avoid lethal damage and recover vitality. His clone dissolves as the real body retreats, and Lei Dao sighs in regret the fight isn't over. He admits her strength. She replies calmly and summons more clones. 5 Lei Daos call thunder, surrounding Lu Li with no escape. Dense lightning fills the sky. A bird flies by, crying in panic. It's struck by lightning instantly. A lightning pillar pierces the dome, slamming into the arena. The host complains while Hua De Shui, adjusting glasses, praises Lei Dao's clever clone use. Lu Li runs everywhere, dodging bolts. The clones close in to attack together. He braces his swords, deflecting strikes with grinding force. With a cold stare, he realizes her weapon only slows, not stops, attacks. A Fei worries about her limitless power. Hua Xiao says the weapon surpasses current knowledge. Feng Ya frowns, noting Lei Dao wields a mythical weapon, leaving them no chance. She raises her divine blade, primordial thunder saber, able to turn physical damage into destructive lightning. Lu Li is shocked such an item exists this early. She calmly confirms. She says she's just scouting, making him question her class. He asks about Han Yixiao, revealing he's the man's brother and seeking information. She agrees to help but sets a condition. Lei Dao coldly declares she'll only speak if he defeats her. The clones summon thunder again. She warns, lose and you learn nothing. Lu Li agrees, demanding she keep her word. His body fades into smoke, preparing a decisive strike. Both charge, lightning and red-black energy intertwining violently. He leaps high, attacking with twin blades. He swiftly dodges her lethal slash. He unleashes a crimson crescent slash toward the approaching clones. 2 other clones silently flank him from behind. She calls lightning down right where he stands. Thunder and red-black energy explode in dazzling light. He slashes one clone apart, but another stabs him from behind. He spins and counterattacks instantly. A decisive strike eliminates the attacker. He immediately charges the next clone. They clash again, speed and killing intent erupting fiercely. From the stands, a massive red-black lightning pillar pierces the sky. When the light fades, Lu Li and Lei Dao still face each other. Then he clutches his chest and falls in pain. She raises her blade arrogantly, mocking that he'll never learn about his kin. Lu Li roars, forcing himself up to counterattack. He stomps hard, readying his finishing move. A clone rushes forward while his real body appears behind her. Lei Dao quickly notices the trick, thinking the clone is a distraction. She swings to strike the shadow behind her. But Lu Li, cloaked in dark red energy, appears right at her back, revealing his true form. It's the shadow doppelganger art, allowing him to swap positions with a clone within 500 meters. He spins his blades, forming a red energy vortex engulfing them both. The skill-rending blade activates, creating a red energy sphere that excites the crowd. Inside the sphere, Lei Dao vows not to perish together, but suddenly senses something wrong. Before her eyes, Lu Li transforms, hair white, horns grown, eyes glowing red like a demon. The Asura model turns him into a giant red fiend radiating deadly aura. The sight leaves Lei Dao frozen in fear. Her mask cracks, eyes filled with aching nostalgia. Memories surge. 2 years ago, she awoke to a man's voice calling, "Little sister." Shu Kuang worriedly asked if she was fine. She shook her head, dazed, asking about comrades. He replied all were dead, only 2 survived the massacre. She realized why they were called the first group to face a mythic boss. A giant robot appeared before them. He handed her an item, saying he was near his limit, and entrusted it to her. It was a red box with a special lock, a welfare item of the Tianming Corporation, transferable to the beta version. They prepared to face the massive machine ahead. The robot gathered energy, forming a giant electric sphere. The sphere released lightning beams directly at them. Shu Kuang told her he could block only 1 strike and left the rest to her. He fused his defensive skills, creating a counter-shield that damaged the robot. His body couldn't endure the recoil and dissolved, leaving only farewell words. She immediately drew her sword and counterattacked, lightning coursing along the blade. She used lightning clone art, sending countless copies into aerial combat. Then she unleashed Black Child Sword Extinction, the red blade shining fiercely. 4 giant black blades pierced through the robot's body. The attack was so strong it broke her sword. She sighed in relief, thinking it was over. The machine's body shattered piece by piece to the ground. Suddenly, golden light flared before her. The robot reformed into a compact shape, activating form Black Feathers marked Thunder. It praised her, saying witnessing its true form was a rare honor. It ascended, spawning numerous golden energy spheres, declaring Phase 2, shocking her. It cast Divine Thunder Punishment, a colossal bolt striking her position. The destructive force shattered entire mountains. She escaped the Thunder Zone, quickly retreating. It mocked her as an insect, charging more energy for the next blow. She realized its power was beyond comprehension, every effort and resource futile, closing her eyes in despair. The machine gathered full power, roaring the word, "Die." Suddenly, a figure appeared, standing between them. Han Yixiao stood above, mocking it for bullying a woman, enraging the machine to demand who dared stand over it. It unleashed Thunder Rampage straight at him. He calmly replied, "You struck first," focusing black energy at his fingertip. The skill-piercing Heaven Finger was unleashed to clash with the Thunder Rampage. The 2 attacks collide, creating a massive explosion. Lan Tianzhi proved stronger, piercing through the opponent's lightning waves. The lightning energy layer collapses under the finger strike's force. The android panics, recognizing the familiar attack, suspecting he is Wu Yue. He replies coldly, "If you're dying, shut up," enraging his foe. He lands and activates the Asura mode. From his fingertip, a red lightning beam, Yi Zidian, pierces the android's body. As the enemy dissolves, a mythical sword drops, surprising him. Lei Dao dashes forward quickly. She grabs the sword and steps back cautiously, guarding against him. Hez puzzled by her reaction. She hesitates, trying to say something. He pats her shoulder, says it belongs to her, he just passed by, then introduces himself as Han Yixiao. She's shocked that he ignores the reward despite being able to take it. She calls him back, declaring she'll repay the favor as she owes no one. Back to the present, the announcer declares the match's end as red energy covers the arena. When the smoke clears, everyone's stunned. The winner is Zhang Yue. The stands erupt with chants of Zhang Yue. He ignores the cheers, only asking her about his older brother. She stays silent. Luli repeats the question, eyes full of urgency. 2334, the image of Han Yishao flashes in her mind, leaving her confused. She closes her eyes and begins recounting their first encounter. After destroying the android, Han Yishao refused any reward, saying the item was hers, but she insisted on repaying him. He suggested she give equipment to settle the debt, but she refused since it belonged to her guild. He teased her about losing it, yet she still refused. He sighed helplessly, asking what she really wanted. She proposed becoming his companion, hunting together until the debt was repaid. Suddenly, he shouted a warning behind her. She turned in fright, only seeing a chicken pecking worms. When she turned back, he had escaped. She angrily chased after him, yelling for him to stop. Time passed as they traveled across lands, from autumn to winter, finally returning to where they began. The two walked side by side, closer than before. They fought monsters together with full strength. They battled a giant dragon, making it roar in agony. When the dragon fell, Han Yishao joyfully shouted their victory. But the dragon's tail swept back. She pushed him aside and took the heavy hit. He panicked, shouting her name, fearing for Xiao Dao's safety. He spoke sternly, gathering energy at his fingertip to unleash Lan Tianji. The strike pierced the dragon's body, killing it instantly. He landed and rushed to her side. He called her to wake up, voice filled with worry. She forced a weak reply, saying she was fine. He picked up her mask and told her not to risk herself for him again. She put the mask back on, her tone heavy because her face was scarred. He laughed, calling her cute and teasing that she probably wore it to avoid admirers. She softly says not to comfort her, the scar truly exists. He replies that the scar makes her stronger and more attractive, making her blush and promise not to hide it anymore. That day, snow fell white and pure, wrapping them in a romantic scene. She touches her mask, old emotions welling inside. She says Han Yishao was a trustworthy comrade and top expert, making Luli both admire and envy him. He asks about her last meeting with Han Yishao and his goal. She closes her eyes to recall that final image. Their last meeting was on a quiet, moonlit night, sitting by a blazing campfire in the cool breeze. Han Yishao suddenly said he had to leave the group, surprising her to ask why. He calmly explained something was wrong in the game. Someone had opened a forbidden door. She immediately wanted to go with him, ignoring the danger. He refused, saying only he was allowed to enter, making her angry, thinking he looked down on her. He waved to reassure her, promising to treat her to hot pot when he returned, making her blush. She wondered shyly if that was a date. He laughed, saying she should meet his two funny younger brothers, but in her mind, only the word date echoed. After that night, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind the mystery of the forbidden door, prompting Lu Li to speculate. He realized the gate his brother mentioned and Wu Yue's purgatory might be the same place. He asked about the door's location, but she didn't know. He thanked her and vowed to keep searching, while she also hoped for news of Han Yishao. She recalled his last words, "If the door cannot be closed, it will exist everywhere." Lu Li repeated the phrase, puzzled by everywhere. The system announced congratulations to Zhang Yue for passing selection, becoming an unmatched warrior, earning rewards, and the right to choose a gem for a legendary weapon. The audience cheered as he was invited to receive the prize, while in the palace, the sick king watched through a magic mirror. The king ordered that Zhang Yue be brought to him immediately, coughing blood as he spoke. In the western Va kingdom, within a castle floating in the sky, a servant led Zhang Yue and 3 companions inside, showing the way to the palace. He bowed in thanks, while the servant apologized for not being allowed further in. The servant introduced 2 palace stewards, Jai Fa and Jai Wu, who would receive them, and both bowed, inviting the heroes in. The castle's main gate slowly opened. The interior was magnificent. They explained this was the grand hall for banquets and balls. Ah Xiao admired the gold decor, while Ah Fei mocked its extravagance. They led the group of 4 to the basement, saying the king allowed them to choose one treasure from the vault below. The group followed the two stewards down the stairs. Xiao complained about the darkness, and Fa warned them to be careful since the passage was deep and dangerous. Xiao fearfully held Fei's hand. He assured her he wouldn't let her fall. He mocked the king's showiness, placing the treasury in a giant pit just to flaunt wealth, yet giving only one item each. The treasure vault door opens. The two stewards respectfully announce the group has reached the king's treasure chamber. Fei is stunned by mountains of gold and silver. Fei and Xiao become dazzled by riches, rushing to grab treasures. Fa reminds them to choose only one item. Hua Xiao says she'll give up her turn. Lu Li advises Hua Xiao to pick something useful for battle, and she feels happy being cared for. The two invite him to meet the king in the lowest level before selecting treasure, and he agrees immediately. He walks down silently, deep in thought. Suddenly, instead of taking the stairs, he jumps straight into the deep pit. Below lies a water-filled chamber. He approaches and asks the king why he wanted to see him. The man coughs weakly. The king's expression turns sinister, calling his name Zhan Yue Warrior. The king commands a chair to rise from the ground, inviting him to sit. He sits quietly, eyes filled with suspicion. The king smiles, saying he must wonder why a monarch rushed to meet him. He coldly asks why not send all warriors to rescue the princess instead of holding this meaningless contest. The frail king praises his wisdom and strength, saying he was chosen among thousands. Suddenly, metal rings snap from the chair, binding him tightly. His neck and arms are locked, shocking him. The king confesses there is no princess or dragon. It was all to find the perfect body. He removes his cloak, revealing a human face growing from his chest. Green energy radiates around his body. He uses the power regenerative Futu, his body swelling, declaring he will seize Zhan Yue's body to restore youth and glory. He struggles in vain, unable to break free from the chair. The king steps closer, saying the locks are forged from arena material, staring greedily at him. The chest face glows bright red. He unleashes soul-seizing rebirth, energy invading and making Zhan Yue's body convulse in agony. In the vault, the other three happily pick treasures, unaware of the danger. Ha Xiao suddenly senses something wrong. She sees the two stewards secretly closing the vault door and shouts to ask why. Fa shows a vicious face while Wu smirks menacingly. They declare they'll kill them and manipulate the surrounding weapons with energy. They activate Royal Treasure Armor mode, turning all treasures into combat suits. The trio stare in shock but prepare to fight, regardless of whether the foes are NPCs. None of them falter. They attack together as Hua Xiao yells the charge. Wu activates her armor and readies her sword to counter. She unleashes Sword Blade Tempest, a fierce wind tossing the group away. The three struggle to regain balance after the blow. The two laugh scornfully, mocking their weakness, saying that was only half the power of the Treasure King. Ha Xiao, badly injured, admits the enemies are too strong, like fighting a 50-man boss, and worries about Zhan Yue. At that moment, Zhan Yue screams as the king's energy invades his body. The king begins a monologue about the ancient emperor's desire for immortality. He wonders if it was driven by power, or simply by fear of death, the root of their greed. He claims he is different. His immortality is the will of the people and of God. When he opens his eyes, the world appears grotesque. He describes it as a stinking chopping board where humans are fish awaiting slaughter. Mountains, rivers, and lakes turn into man-eating beasts. Then humans start devouring each other, and even the sky despises them. In memory, he carried heavy stones, forced into hard labor. Exhausted, he collapsed asleep at the worksite. The warden beat him for sleeping. The man shouted harshly into the old worker's face. His eyes were full of contempt. The king, then still a prisoner, was consumed by rage. He lifted a stone and smashed the warden's head, thinking only of blood. He rallied the people to rise and overthrow oppression. He and the people took up swords to fight for freedom. He led the rebellion, swinging his great sword at enemies. Only red blood filled his mind. After countless battles, he planted the victory flag among corpses, proclaiming peace. He declared he had destroyed all evil powers and rebuilt world order. He founded a prosperous, powerful nation. His bloodline was passed down through generations. But his health declined, coughing up blood. At the height of glory, his ministers told him he was dying. He screamed in denial of death. He believed he was the light. Without him, mankind would perish and the kingdom fall. He stood atop the castle, cursing the gods for abandoning him, vowing never to accept death even at all cost. A giant eye appeared in the sky, a voice echoing in response. The goddess' voice granted his wish, giving him inspiration and power. Soon after, he burned the castle, his daughter watching in terror. She wept in disbelief that her kind father had gone mad. He gazed coldly at her, saying he had never been more clear-minded. For his great ideal, he declared that everyone, even his daughter, must become fuel for his glory. The entire palace and its lives vanished in flames. Back in the present, he tells Jian Yue he is the final step to perfection. Jian Yue screams in agony. His body explodes into blazing red energy. The king freezes, not understanding what's happening. From above, the real Jian Yue appears, coldly saying the story is too cliché. He mocks that the king is no different from the greedy men he despised. The king ignores him, calling himself a great being and mocking Jian Yue's ignorance. He shouts for his two subordinates to come assist. The two female stewards immediately descend. They kneel and pledge loyalty, apologizing for being late. He recognizes their voices, shocked, and they nod in confirmation. They boast that they easily defeated his three companions. He charges down in fury, demanding a duel, while they sneer and mock his strength. The two merge with the king, turning into a scepter and sword in his hands. He roars, casting Royal Guardian condensed iron newer gold, unleashing immense power and calling warriors empty titles. In the real world, Xiao angrily removes her VR headset, complaining about lost rewards and NPCs turning into bosses, while Hua Qiao calmly analyzes it might be a hidden quest. The eldest sister seriously notes the two bosses' difficulty equals a 100-player raid, fearing Jian Yue can't handle it alone. She stretches, wondering how long hell lasts. Xiao guesses 30 minutes and invites her for coffee, ordering a banana latte. Dark clouds cover the sky, thunder crashes, and darkness engulfs the city. In his room, a Fei looks out the window, smoking and muttering about the heavy rain. He sits in silence, blaming himself for being unable to help his brother, face full of sorrow. After thinking, he puts out the cigarette, eyes filled with determination. A Fei equips the device, sits in the VR chair, and whispers hell soon aid his brother. Beside him sits a still stranger. A beam of light shoots across the water like radiant wings in darkness. Light ripples burst as Lu Li grips his sword, charging at the king. He flips forward, closing the distance instantly. His sword tip nears the enemy's eye, ready to pierce. He unleashes consecutive slashes, but the king calmly blocks each one. Lu Li's eyes glow red. His body turns into red lightning flashing behind the foe, mechanical voice saying, "Backstab, scorching lightning edge." He spins and strikes repeatedly, water surging as the attack sends the king flying. The king retreats, his left shoulder scorched, electricity still wrapping around him. He stands stunned, unable to believe the power he just felt. The king spins his sword, summoning a massive vortex aimed directly at him. Lu Li stares in disbelief as the mechanical voice calls, "Blade, Tempest." The stone wall behind him shatters, sparks flying, and ice blocks rise from the water surrounding him. The king smirks, saying he's holding back to preserve the new vessel, his arrogant gaze demanding submission to baptism. He raises his sword, mocking that they've never seen a true battlefield, daring to oppose his majesty as waves rage under his feet. Lu Li focuses, sensing the terrifying gap, telling himself to move or die in fear. The king tracks his every motion, a cold mechanical voice echoing, "Blind persistence." Lu Li activates white concealment, creating a green clone as he slips through the energy field. The clone moves swiftly, climbing high to hide. It plants the sword into the wall, preparing to observe the foe. With a breather in his mouth, he admits the power gap is immense. He can only fight guerrilla style until backup arrives. The king laughs coldly, eyes rolling white, mocking the cat-and-mouse game. He declares he's no cat but a tiger, activating an energy circle beneath him, chanting power tempest, gravity control. A massive pull collapses the entire space, the ground trembling violently. The crushing pressure feels like thousands of tons pressing down, making him strain in agony, vision blurred. Gravity keeps increasing, preventing any movement. The king grins wickedly, certain his prey is trapped. Lu Li and his clone rise together, eyes glowing red, activating Shadow Doppelganger. Both charge to attack, but the king blocks them with a single strike. Jin raises an energy barrier so fast they must leap back. He praises the clone skill, saying he'll experiment on it after capture. The king lifts his sword, the blade igniting with red flames. Seeing an opening, Lu Li rushes in to counter. He thrusts his sword, but the king drops his weapon and grabs the blade bare-handed. His two artifacts manifest red and blue spirits. Jai Er Wu crawls along the blade, sneering and asking if he thinks he's alone. The king smirks, reactivates gravity, forcing him to fall into the abyss. The two stewards, though turned into weapons, still act independently, making him face three foes at once. He frowns in fear as his left earring glows, signaling a power surge. The sword mocks the scepter, asking if it dares crush the new vessel. The red scepter panics in denial as the king watches arms crossed. The water below swells upward, reacting to the energy. Both spirits warn the king to stay alert. A sharp water blade slashes across his face, drawing blood. Jin grins darkly, intrigued by the vessel's sudden resistance. Lu Li activates the power of the left illusory god earring, transforming into a merman with a sword-like tail, water swirling fiercely around him. The red gem earring, a mythical relic illusory god, allows users to change race, gaining their form, talents, and language. Its inscription mocks, "Can changing masks alter fate?" He becomes a full merman. A flick of his tail shakes the water violently as energy bursts outward. The enraged king hurls his sword, shouting at the insult. The merman dives to the depths using his sea demon talent, doubled swim speed and extended underwater breathing. Hidden deep below, he watches the furious king above, roaring for him to show himself. Bubbles rise and pop across the lake's surface. The merman casts water flow control. Towering columns surround the king, panicking him as he admits the merman's speed is overwhelming. He bursts upward from below, appearing behind the foe at blinding speed. Seizing the moment of distraction, he aims for a lethal strike. But seeing the king still motionless, he instantly shifts position, circling to form a battle setup. He darts again behind the foe, water splashing wildly with his rapid movements. The merman leaps off the king's sword, soaring into the air, shouting national tide, summoning a massive whirlpool. Water explodes outward, his body glowing crimson amid the waves. His eyes burn with fury, teeth clenched as his aura erupts violently. He changes form again, activating illusory god, all human form, skin turning pink, fangs sprouting, black aura spreading, power plus 20%, intellect 20%, self-regeneration enabled. In this form, he unleashes Crimson/Berserker, dashing like red gold lightning at the king. The king calmly raises his scepter to block, the clash echoing loudly. Hez pushed back several meters as water splits. The scepter Jai Er Fa panics over the king's injury, shouting to kill Lu Li. The deep wound on Lu Li's arm closes rapidly thanks to the innate regeneration of the all-human form. A clap echoes through the silent space. The king, being healed by the scepter, laughs proudly, praising Zhan Yue's strength and saying it excites him. The scepter hastily channels magic while the king smirks, calling him a presence that pleases me. With mad eyes, the king sneers, declaring him the divine vessel for his sacred blade. He arrogantly commands the sword, taunting him to reveal more power. Lu Li stays silent. He glares fiercely, realizing the last strike failed, deciding to use his ultimate move. He unleashes Hidden Dragon in the abyss, a fierce dragon rising as waves surge, stunning the king. The king delights in the spectacle, eager to test its true might. Lu Li roars in fury, daring him to take the blow. The dragon opens its jaws, charging at the king. The king reacts swiftly, raising his sword to meet the attack. He counters with Tempest one-word question heaven, the sword's energy shattering the dragon's skill. He laughs arrogantly, belittling the move. Suddenly he freezes, feeling something strange. The waves rise violently as Lu Li appears behind him, revealing he was deceived. He commands the dragon to devour the enemy. A massive explosion shatters the dragon's head. Walls crumble and stones scatter. He stares in shock at the destruction, sweat pouring down. A red glow shines through the smoke. The scepter casts a shield spell protecting the king within an energy sphere. He admits the attack was strong. Bloodied but smiling, he acknowledges his foe's clever strategy. The king descends, holding both scepter and sword, commanding the battle's end. Exhausted, Lu Li realizes the foe has weakened. His last strike worked. The king channels magic into the scepter, slamming it into the water as red mana explodes. His eyes turn crimson. He roars, summoning wind, fire, and rebellious elements. Raging waves rise, threatening to drown Lu Li in a sea of water. The king raises his scepter, shaping twin magic streams into a giant water sphere, trapping him inside. He frowns, holding his breath, activating illusory god merman form. 5 massive trees suddenly strike, aiming to crush him. It turns out the king used roots to block all escape routes. He raises his scepter, laughing madly, commanding him to surrender his body for the great ideal. With insane laughter, he mockingly calls him Player Zhan Yue. Lu Li freezes, eyes wide in terror, stammering in disbelief. The king calmly exposes the truth of his identity, leaving him speechless. He proudly lifts the scepter, declaring that God has revealed the world's secret to him. The king closed his eyes with a cold laugh, scorning the title player as empty arrogance. He recounted how God once enlightened him that the entire world was mere entertainment for players. At that time, he prayed in fear, thinking it only a metaphor until he was truly enlightened. The divine data transformed him, making him realize he was just a tool of amusement in a simulated world. Now he rebels, vowing to defy fate and destroy God's arrangement. The king struck with all his might, and both his staff and sword chanted a holy slogan as water surged violently. He was horrified that Data had its own will, suspecting the god he mentioned was the source of all chaos. The king enclosed himself in a water sphere, coldly wondering where the players' souls go after death. He calmly asked one last question, mentioning the name Han Yixiao, which startled the king. The king pondered, faintly recalling that familiar name. Then he sneered, telling him to go to hell to find the answer himself. Taking advantage of his arrogance, he launched a sudden counterattack. Activating the skill body shift illusion, he turned into red lightning, striking directly at the king. The king gasped in terror and was defeated in a single blow. He instantly turned back into a merman, escaped through a secret exit, relieved that his clone was ready. The red earring flashed, and he worried since the used skill needed 30 minutes to recharge. He must not be caught. He then transformed into a Ji Yiren, using speed and stealth to scale the wall swiftly. Below, the king still watched the boiling water sphere. Frowning, he thought his own aura had rebelled and swore to crush the traitor. The king cast a spell, lifting the water sphere high as droplets splashed onto the floor. He raised his staff and shouted incantations, summoning storm power to control the elements. In an instant, the water sphere turned into a giant block of ice, leaving him stunned. Seeing the exit sealed by sharp ice, he realized he was cornered. The king smiled cruelly, declaring the battle was far from over. He commanded an icy rain to fall violently, chilling the air to the bone. He froze mid-climb, gasping in exhaustion as his body went numb. A massive ice block hurled toward him, making him shiver to the core. The freezing temperature paralyzed his cold-blooded body. The heavy impact sent him plunging into the water, sinking deeply. From above, the king sneered, claiming he could never escape his grasp. The Ji-Iren crashed into the ice surface, echoing with a thunderous sound. Sharp ice shards shot up, pinning him down as he screamed in agony. The king mocked from above, daring him to find a way out for his amusement. In unbearable pain, he mumbled, struggling to stay conscious with no escape skill left. The king approached and gripped his neck, intending to end his life. From the king's body burst red beams aimed straight at his eyes, making him tremble in fear. He suddenly sensed something wrong and turned to check. A red aura appeared atop the ice, melting it as droplets fell. The red glow quickly became a great flame, shattering the king's protective ice. His teammates charged in, their fire burning away the king's spell, forcing him to dodge. Hua Hao rushed forward to strike the king directly. Han Shan launched a powerful purple kick infused with spiritual force. The wave of power shattered the ice blocks into fragments. Yi Shou held up fire, calling Chan Yue and Ah Fei to join the fight. Amid the smoke, the king's staff pointed and screamed in terror at their arrival. The king was confused, believing they had already been slain by the storm sword. He grew furious, declaring these players were rebellious beings to be destroyed and turned into his items. Lu Li warned teammates about the face on the king's chest, explaining it could steal complex skills. Ah Fei ignored that detail to rescue him first, and Yi Xiao agreed to heal his wounds. The king ordered his sword and staff to kill them, and they obeyed instantly. Jai Ni Fa took human form, mocking Lu Li's group and threatening to shred them, provoking a Feist challenge. Both unleashed fire meteor, sending countless red fire sparks at Jai Ni Fa. She cast the barrier gravity shield, blocking all attacks. They kept attacking, but the flames were absorbed by the shield, making Jai Ni Fa laugh mockingly. Ah Fei and Yi Xiao exchanged a knowing look. They combined to activate dual fusion art, Dance of the Fire Dragon spiral. The twin fire whirlwinds merged into a blazing storm sweeping the battlefield. Jai Ni Fa was dazzled by the fiery light and hastily covered her face to block it. The flames spread, burning everything around. She stood amid rain and fire, enraged as the fusion strike melted ice into thick mist. Amid the white smoke, tiny sparks still flickered. Elsewhere, Hua Xiao fought fiercely with Jai Ni Wu, fists and swords clashing non-stop. Hua Xiao used Han Shan art, summoning giant fists around her. She swung her arms, sending them all crashing toward her foe. Jai Ni Wu roared, blocking and countering, mocking that she lacked strength to oppose him. Hua Xiao glared back, declaring his arrogance delusional. She instantly changed form, turning her fists into a barrage of pistols firing rapidly. The bullets forced him back, his sword falling as he panicked at her terrifying power. The sword immediately returned to the king's side as if alive. Jai Ni Wu trembled and begged, but the king shouted, reclaiming control of the sword. His whole body emitted blue energy, eyes glowing red, voice icy as he vowed no one would waste his time. Hua Xiao frowned, sensing the terrifying surge of power. He swung his sword fiercely, unleashing storm blade edge. Waves of crimson sword energy shattered the ice floor and surged forward. Lu Li warned his teammates. Ah Fei and Yi Xiao prepared defenses while Hua Xiao braced for the strike. At that moment, a voice filled with light called them to keep faith. The guild Po Xiao arrived for rescue. Shiho instantly raised a magic shield in front. The sword energy hit the shield and rebounded toward the king. The entire attack bounced back, shocking him as he lifted his sword to block, roaring in rage. Lu Li stared at the newcomers, and Ah Fei explained they had summoned allies online since they couldn't face the BOS alone. Shiguang excitedly proposed cooperation and fair reward sharing. Lu Li agreed, but Yi Xiao objected because one member was missing. Feng Ye laughed happily, setting aside the reward issue for now. He rushed forward, eager to see the power of the foe even Chan Yue couldn't handle. Shiguang assigned roles. Lao San for ranged attack, Lao Wu for control, Lao and Lao Si for defense. Everyone accepted. Feng Ya leapt high and slashed downward at the enemy. The foe blocked his strike with a sword. A horizontal swing from the enemy sent Feng Ya flying. He rolled and sprang back up, charging again without hesitation, still unsatisfied. Lei Dao rushed in to attack alongside Feng Ya. The king struck his staff to the ground, releasing a gravity shockwave that hurled them away. A silent flash of blue light appeared. Countless arrows flew, hitting the target and knocking the staff from the king's hand. Gui Jianyang triumphantly announced the weapon had been stripped. Trees suddenly grew and wrapped around the king's ankles, binding him tightly. Dian Dian ordered Mu Ling to tighten the vines around the foe's limbs to immobilize him. Feng Ya stood ready, summoning sword energy, forming a red wolf head beside him. Lei Dao simultaneously summoned dense lightning in the sky for attack. Both launched a blue wolf head and fierce yellow lightning toward the king. Green and yellow light illuminated the enemy's ferocious face. The two power sources struck the king's body together. Their collision created a massive energy vortex engulfing all three. Feng Ya and Lei Dao pressed their swords into the foe, Feng Ya growling ferociously. Lei Dao sensed something wrong and shouted for his ally to back off. But the king advanced too fast, grabbing their sword handles and lifting them easily into the air. Feng Ya screamed as the king crushed one of his arms. Lei Dao's other arm was also broken by the enemy's immense force. The king then hurled them in opposite directions like broken toys. From above, Guijian fired the shadowless arrow. The arrow curved through the air, aimed precisely at the king's chest. He calmly tilted and caught it midair. Then he threw it back, saying coldly, "Return to you." The arrow pinned Guijian to the wall, making him groan in pain. The king turned and punched hard toward Mu Ling. The spirit beast shattered instantly, and Dian Dian screamed in terror. She trembled and stepped back, pleading shakily for him to stop. Just before the punch landed, Shiguang blocked it with his shield, telling her to fall back. The king grew furious, pounding the shield repeatedly while roaring challenges. Shiguang gritted his teeth, declaring the shield existed to protect allies and the aggressor would pay dearly. The king smirked as half his face twisted into a red demon visage. Part of Shiguang's body also transformed, his Po Xiao armor ignited in hellfire, his sword blazing fiercely. They clashed continuously, his sword meeting the king's fists in a furious exchange. The impact unleashed a massive shockwave, spreading energy across the battlefield. Lu Li shouted for his team to launch a joint counterattack. Members spread out to assist. Yi Xiao rescued Guijian, and A Fei gave Feng Ya recovery medicine. Hasho handed healing potions to Lei Dao. Shiguang roared, pouring all his strength into his sword. He delivered 2 consecutive slashes toward the king. As the king blocked, Lu Li circled behind and stabbed straight into his chest. They landed, and Lu Li spun to slash once more, striking the king's back. The king snapped around, roaring that his patience was gone. But both teams unleashed their ultimate coordinated attacks together. The 2 artifacts, Zhai Fa and Zhai Wu, sensed danger and rushed to shield their master. Multicolored energy beams burst through the air. The combined force caused a blinding explosion that engulfed the entire fortress. People below looked up in fear, murmuring about the blast at the royal fortress, while guards panicked to summon troops. High above, the players watched tensely through the clearing smoke, wondering if the final strike had ended the battle. As the mist faded, a human figure emerged. When the smoke settled, they saw 2 battered figures shielding the king, who remained unharmed. Everyone anxiously checked on him. He coughed and praised them, saying he was unscathed and commending all. Then he suddenly thrust his hands through the 2 protectors, stunning them as he coldly said they were loyal but too weak, so he would handle it himself. Both teams rushed to intervene but froze, realizing he wasn't dead. The damage had been absorbed by his 2 butlers. They were confused by his act. The king raised his hands adorned with green and red jade, his eyes gleaming as he declared he would punish the intruders. He instantly summoned 2 massive energy orbs, 1 green, 1 red, then punched the ground, unleashing the royal storm technique. His attack swirled like a tornado centered on himself, its shockwaves spreading across the kingdom between the 2 lights. The tremors rippled everywhere, causing the city ground to collapse and crumble. The people below screamed in panic, urging each other to flee from the quake and danger. A black-suited instructor trembled, pointing upward and speaking to Hua De Shui as both stared in disbelief. They stood below, watching the raging flames rise over the fortress as stones fell and all aerial structures burned down. Inside, the king still stood firm on the wet floor, staring at the fading smoke. Amid the ruins lay Shi Guang's discarded shield and cloak. In one corner, Lu Li sat injured, leaning against a shattered stone wall. The king approached, pleased, praising him for surviving and declaring he was the destiny meant for him. In his subconscious, Lu Li secretly activated a random sacred tome, and a book with a jester on the cover appeared. The system announced activation success, urging him to attack the monarch directly and subdue him with absolute power. The king quietly observed Lu Li. He looked intrigued, guessing Lu Li still had a final move, and Lu Li nodded, confirming one remained. Lu Li entered Asu mode, his body covered in blazing red energy, his resolve stunning and impressing the king. Both turned into lightning bolts, clashing fiercely. Lu Li unleashed streams of energy like steel spears weaving into a relentless net. The king blocked every strike, underestimating him, though noting his speed had grown. Suddenly, a hand appeared before him, leaving him startled. Lu Li grabbed his face and slammed him hard into the ground. The king clenched his fist, releasing a burst of red energy. The blast flung Lu Li far away. He vaulted up, bending his knees before launching another strike. A powerful punch slammed Lu Li straight into the floor. The king clasped his hands, gathering force from above for a finishing blow. But Lu Li managed to block it with both hands. The king noticed his opponent's body transforming, his aura rising uncontrollably. Lu Li entered the Asura form, white hair, red horns, and a demonic face behind him symbolizing battle will. This state embodied total power, allowing no retreat. He gripped the king's hands, using them as leverage to strike directly at his head. The red horn pierced through the top of the king's skull. The king countered with an energy wave, blasting him away and shouting in fury. Lu Li quickly stood and charged again like a wild beast. They fought hand to hand, fists, kicks, and spells colliding nonstop. Lu Li punched straight at the king's face. The king retaliated with a blow to his abdomen. Their fists collided simultaneously, producing a sharp explosion. The shock wave shattered the ground and stones around them. They moved so fast that trails of light intertwined like a glowing web. The king once again slammed Lu Li to the ground. Sweating heavily, he was astonished that his foe, bones broken, grew only more ferocious. Lu Li was pinned against the wall, smirking darkly in defiance. Ignoring pain, Lu Li lunged again like a maddened beast. Their battle filled the air with dust and smoke. From the ground, the floating castle could be seen unleashing continuous violent energy waves. The man in the black suit nervously told Hua de Shui that the teleport gate to the sky castle was broken, guessing a raging dragon was attacking the king. Suddenly, someone fell from above. He pointed and shouted, and Hua de Shui immediately ordered a rescue. In the sky fortress, the king coughed blood, struggling to keep his balance. He glared at Lu Li, deciding that if he couldn't possess him, he would destroy everything. He leapt high, both hands glowing with red and blue lightning, shouting the final incantation. Then the two energy streams merged into an ultimate royal storm attack. Lu Li closed his eyes calmly, waiting for the moment to counter. He gently swung his hand, shattering the king's ultimate move, leaving him screaming in disbelief. Lu Li immediately counterattacked with his own strike. A gigantic blood-red demon face appeared behind him, Yitu Luos Wrath. The overwhelming battle will tore the king's body in half as if devoured by demons. As the shockwave faded, blood rain dripped onto the ground. The king's split body lay before Lu Li. He trembled, crawling up in terror, whispering no, as if seeing a ghost. His body shriveled rapidly, leaving only skin and bone as he repeated hopeless denials. Then he looked up and begged the heavens, praying to a dark power, vowing his soul to survive in the infernal prison. Lu Li froze upon hearing the name infernal prison. As the prayer ended, a pitch-black spatial rift opened above them. Meanwhile, Hua de Shui saw wounded warriors falling and thought they had fought to protect the king, his heart filled with fear for the monarch's life. He shouted at the stunned soldiers to hurry and help. Suddenly, the sky turned violet pink as a massive spatial crack appeared, leaving everyone stunned. He realized the sight resembled an omen of apocalypse. From the rift emerged a man laughing madly, proclaiming that God had answered. The infernal prison had opened, and he was the chosen one. He wept in ecstasy, believing himself blessed by divinity. But in the next flash, blood splattered as another figure holding a bloody sword appeared. His eyelids grew heavy as he sank toward eternal sleep. In his final moment, he saw his severed head lying in blood, tears falling as he wished to meet the god of the infernal prison for judgment. The survivor looked up at the rift in the sky. His gaze followed it, wondering if that was truly the infernal prison where his brother had vanished. Before he could find an answer, he gathered his energy and shot upward. The gate of the infernal prison resisted fiercely, forcing him to pour all his power to break through, his heart filled with joy at the thought of reunion. The violet-pink sky turned black and white, enveloping his entire body. He went numb, unable to move, fear rising as he failed to grasp what was happening. Although only one step away from entering the infernal prison, he was stopped, unable to reach it. Suddenly, a massive floating eye appeared behind him, calling Jian Yue, terrifying him as he couldn't move or turn. The eye coldly asked if he wished to enter the infernal prison to find his brother Han Yixiao, shocking him as it read his mind. Hundreds of other eyes emerged from the void, surrounding him and saying Han Yixiao was already dead. Hearing that, Jian Yue's eyes flared with furious rage. The eyes laughed, lying that his brother was worse than dead, mocking Jian Yue and offering to let him see his brother if he played rock, paper, scissors to decide fate. When the game ended, one eye declared he lost so couldn't meet Han Yixiao. Another said it didn't matter. Then they all glowed together, forcing the bound Jian Yue to react fast. Before he could move, the eyes merged into a black humanoid with huge wings, coldly declaring his death, filling him with fear and anger. The creature raised a slender finger, gathering crimson energy and aiming it at him. Before he could react, the beam pierced through his body, leaving a gaping hole. At the same time, in reality, Jian Yue's body convulsed violently inside the game pod. Red warning lights flashed as he gritted his teeth in unbearable pain. A system alert appeared. Vital signs critical. Risk of death, forced log-out initiated. But the program kept failing to reboot, trapping his soul in the virtual realm with no escape. As despair set in, the creature's voice echoed, saying it would show him the opening act even his brother couldn't stop. On the gray sky, countless space rifts appeared, spreading like a spider web. In a peach blossom garden, two girls admired the view and took photos together. The red-haired girl adjusted brightness when the sky suddenly darkened, startling them. They looked up to see the sky torn open by spatial cracks and asked each other what it was. In another land, three men also saw the phenomenon, guessing it might be a special event. In the snowy north, two wolves grilling fish looked up. The elder asked, and the younger replied it was a bad omen. The sky across the world filled with crosses as spatial rifts began covering the entire Earth. Parallel to the blue Earth, a red planet was consumed by the same phenomenon. The blue and red planets faced each other, creating waves of resonating energy. When the waves merged, the creature snapped its fingers, linking the two planets with tens of thousands of red beams. Those beams formed a blazing red spatial corridor connecting both worlds. A deafening explosion followed, shaking everything as people recoiled in terror. Some dared to shout it might be a legendary artifact, while others trembled, saying it looked like a teleportation gate. Before they could finish speaking, from the red light emerged a single mysterious footstep. After that footprint, an army of humans and monsters poured out. A lion-headed being roared if this was the human world, while the leader laughed, saying they had finally crossed through. His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he ordered the army to slaughter everyone. Red glowing paths spread across the sky as the creature asked Jian Yue if the sight was magnificent. Without waiting, she declared boldly that this moment marked a new era of the game. The system then issued a red alert. Update Illusory Moon 2.0, Infernal Purgatory officially launched. Jian Yue could only watch in rage as his soul dissolved, powerless before fate. The system screen displayed a warning. Player's life has been erased. The white-haired old man's minions attacked wildly, stunning players who marveled at their power and gear. The old man sneered, raising a golden energy sphere, mocking the players as weak. He chanted a spell. The ground cracked and countless spikes erupted, impaling the players as white dust filled the air. Two survivors screamed they couldn't win and fled together in panic. A giant lion blocked their path, sneering, "Where do you think you're going?" before striking. The violent fury. Slash split their bodies in two, turning them to ashes. Enraged, the remaining players counterattacked, shouting the guilds Dian Feng and Huang Chao as they charged for the boss. Chang Huaishui watched coldly, channeling spiritual power into his hand. His glowing fist spun with demonic energy, forming a thunder ring. In an instant, the explosion turned enemies to ash, and his subordinates cheered his divine might. He gathered all player souls into a small energy orb, tempting his followers to trade it at Blood Moon for power, wealth, and anything they desired. The white-haired elder, the lion, and the two companions were stunned by the sight. The scene shifted to a modern city filled with skyscrapers under a gloomy rain. In a dim room, a young man lay motionless on his bed as the storm beat against the window. The mother, wearing an apron, entered angrily, scolding her son for gaming all day and neglecting studies. She went to the window, muttering complaints and sighing at the heavy rain, telling him to get up and wash before his father took him to tutoring. Seeing him still motionless, she shouted furiously about raising him for years just to see him obsessed with games, threatening to smash the device. She yanked off the gaming helmet, scolding and calling loudly, "Day, huh?" Seeing his eyes rolled white and mouth agape, she panicked, shaking him and crying Xiao Tian, while screaming for her husband. The young man's face was now empty, like a hollow shell. Outside, the rain kept pouring as if mourning the tragedy. Elsewhere, another boy still wearing the headset lay still while his girlfriend teased softly, "Baby, stop playing, come play with me for a bit." In many other places, players also lay motionless despite alarms ringing endlessly. Some sat still in cars while their dogs barked frantically, trying to wake their owners. System screens everywhere flashed emergency alerts. A news broadcast reported that the RPG Illusory Moon by Tianming Corporation had a major malfunction trapping over 1 billion global players. The anchor, voice heavy, stated that hundreds of thousands of lives were at risk. The scene shifted to Tianming headquarters, surrounded by reporters and victims' families holding banners reading, "Give my son back." Reporters crowded in, demanding answers, while company leaders behind guards coldly replied, "Cannot disclose." Microphones pressed forward as angry questions rang out. Is this Tianming's attitude? Will you stay silent before international lawsuits? The spokesperson calmly said only Tianming could handle this and everyone should wait, then ended the conference. Under heavy rain, reporters and citizens raged, accusing Tianming of hiding a global abduction plot. Outside was chaos, but inside Tianming's central meeting room, tension reigned. Two factions argued loudly, slamming tables and blaming each other for the disaster that crashed company stocks. He slammed the table, ending the quarrel. Everyone fell silent and answered his questions in turn. He demanded the cause, and the blond man stammered under pressure to explain briefly. The blond man described the neural link between players' brains and the iron helmets. He said the network core was locked, trapping consciousness inside and removing helmets would cause brain death. He asked for emergency solutions, but the blond man said all methods failed. One naive member suggested cutting power, but was shouted down for endangering players. Impatient, he shouted for silence, forcing both sides to stop. He assigned tasks to departments, mobilizing global engineers and tightening information control. When all left, he remained alone in the empty room. He touched the table, revealing a secret control panel. The screen displayed a laboratory. His face turned cold, lips tightly pressed. In the center lay a naked girl covered in devices, motionless. Outside, a storm battered the city amid the game crisis. The next day, news accused Tianming of causing a catastrophe where countless people vanished. The government urged citizens to contact relatives. Screens showed a child calling to his comatose mother trapped in-game. In heavy rain, city residents complained of power outages, delayed deliveries, and flooding. Upriver, relentless rain pushed the river above warning level. 3 staff wearing game helmets at a water release station fell into comas, ignoring emergency alerts. Even as radios repeated orders to open the gates, they remained unconscious. In-game, a player was attacked by a giant gaunt monster, screaming desperately to log out. As the blade neared, he screamed in panic, begging to quit the game and calling for his mother. Suddenly, a burst of fire struck the monster. A Fae appeared, kicking the creature away and saving the player. He smiled, asking if anyone saw a handsome dark-skinned man with twin blades, but got no answer. A Fae frowned angrily, lamenting he still hadn't found his second brother. He ignited into flames and flew upward, shouting his brother's name as the rescued player begged him not to leave. At that moment, Lulis' body was sucked into a space full of data symbols. Stunned, he gritted his teeth, refusing to accept death. A flash of light appeared behind him. The system announced he completed a random mission and earned a reward. The reward was Lucky Revival Token, a gold coin engraved with a goddess. Badly wounded, he leaned on a tombstone, gasping. With half his face showing white bone, he struggled to stand despite his heavy body. A purple-robed mage approached arrogantly, claiming superiority for summoning corpses. He demanded Luli kneel and swear loyalty. Luli slowly stood, forcing the mage to look up. As he stepped forward, the mage backed away in fear and shouted threats, while Luli coldly questioned him. Luli unleashed red-black aura, terrifying his foe. Realizing he faced a master, the mage knelt, begging for mercy and promising to confess everything. Far away, a strange energy descended. Yueju spread her wings, watching the strange data stream in the monster realm, suspecting links to John Yue but setting it aside to handle the gateway. She ordered the Blood Moon City Lord to deal with the area showing abnormal bone chains. In Blood Moon City, Sheha sat in a red river surrounded by monster corpses. After receiving Yueju's message, he calmly replied that he understood. He ordered Xuenu to act, and the river began to boil violently. Xuenu bowed respectfully, accepting the command. Back with Lu Li, the terrified mage sought escape, muttering an excuse before fleeing. Lu Li pondered that the boundary between players and monsters had collapsed, and player souls were being hunted to extinction. He recalled Yueju, the mastermind, believing his elder brother might be imprisoned by her. On the mountaintop, a silhouette under the moon made him believe meeting her would reveal all secrets. As he turned away, dizziness struck, and a shadow appeared atop the mountain. Suspicious, he whipped around, sensing imminent danger. A blood-red knight appeared, Xuenu, rearing his horse and charging forward. Lu Li was shocked by the speed, far beyond any foe he'd faced. Xuenu summoned a weapon radiating crimson energy. He struck downward as Lu Li braced to block. The immense pressure made Lu Li's hands tremble, nearly numb. A massive explosion erupted, shattering the ground and scattering tombstones. Amid smoke and fire, Xuenu stood proudly watching his foe. Lu Li countered with 2 high-speed strikes, creating clones that confused the enemy. Xunu's warhorse neighed, shaking the entire land. Xuenu unleashed War Trample, the horse stomping down to send violent shockwaves that hurled Lu Li and his clones away. He introduced himself, declaring he was ordered to kill Lu Li. Lu Li realized the enemy's power far surpassed King Tevis while he was exhausted. He chose to retreat, but Xuenu roared and gave chase. The knight swung his spear, severing Lu Li's arm in an instant. Panicked, Lu Li fled, clutching his wound and plotting escape. He decided to use paralyzing speed to boost his movement. With an explosive sound, he shot off like lightning, vanishing in moments. Xuenu immediately spurred his horse, pursuing relentlessly. The chase raged on, Lu Li ahead, the enemy's crimson spear behind. At a cliff's edge, Lu Li felt his legs weakening, blood pouring from his arm. He decided to use the terrain to hide. Xunu's strike grazed him, but he barely dodged. Seizing the chance, Lu Li leapt off the cliff toward the deep lake below. As he fell, he activated the skill Illusory God. His body transformed, growing a long fishtail, turning into a merfolk form. Zhenyu stood above, watching silently. He gathered crimson energy into a lightning spear. He unleashed Blood War 8 directions, shaking land and water violently. A massive surge of water shot upward like an inverted waterfall. When the mist cleared, Xuanu still stood tall amid the blast zone. He licked his lips, grinning with satisfaction at the scent of blood. Lu Li now seemed as weak as prey before a ruthless predator. The enemy approached, eyes cold. Xuanu declared the hunt over, ready to finish him. Lu Li thought bitterly how cruel fate was, revived only to die again. Under the silent moonlight, everything grew still. Suddenly, a red beam streaked down like a meteor. People looked up in awe as a child made a wish on the falling star. The beam struck Xuanu directly, exploding him into a scorched head. Xuanu screamed in agony, confused by the sudden attack. A woman appeared, Yu Yue, Lu Li's master, raising her hand toward him. Shocked, Xuanu asked why, but Yu Yue only smiled, chiding Lu Li for still being timid. She cheerfully told him to call her master, her tone teasing. As his body disintegrated, Xuanu gasped that he acted only on the city lord's orders. Immediately, the sky roared as red thunder crashed down fiercely. Lu Li panicked, but Yu Yue remained calm, observing. A colossal beam of light from the vortex illuminated the ground. 3 figures emerged, 2 winged guards flanking Shui He, the city lord, who questioned Yu Yue for killing his subordinate. Yu Yu replied calmly, pretending ignorance, while Lu Li trembled under the crushing power. He realized the man was his master's superior and knew escape was hopeless. In his heart, he only worried for Yu Yue's safety, showing admirable loyalty. Shui He increased his pressure, warning her not to repeat past deeds, but Yu Yue stayed composed, feigning ignorance. His aura was so fierce that nearby monsters and dragons fled in terror. Zhu He stated their ranks, but Yu Yue smiled sharply, saying the city treasury was lacking and his salary might need cutting. Her words enraged him. He shouted that she shouldn't rely on her backing while she ignored him, suggesting raises for others instead. He exploded in fury, releasing immense power that nearly blew Lu Li away. Yu Yu remained calm, mocking that the military budget should also be reduced. Zhu He's twin red eyes widened, veins bulging as he roared skyward. Dark red energy burst violently, shattering the ground within hundreds of meters. Yu Yu unleashed her power to shield Lu Li, coldly asserting her authority as red thunder drew them away. Ji He, veins throbbing, shouted for her to release the man he wanted dead. She stayed silent briefly, as if weighing her choice. Then suddenly she raised her hand, firing a massive blast toward Lu Li. Xue He frowned in anger at her action. Yu Yu grabbed Lu Li's head, opened a spatial gate, and said if it was the city lord's order, she would obey, but keep the head as a trophy. With that, she vanished through the portal, leaving the 3 men stunned. The 2 subordinates quickly flattered Shui He, mocking Yu Yue for pretending obedience and joking about her killing Lu Li. But Xue He, enraged, sliced them both apart, blood soaking the earth, coldly stating she served only the Moon Emperor, not him. He ground his teeth in hatred, vowing to crush her pride and make her kneel before him. Elsewhere, at the blood-refining pool, the crimson lake of Blood Moon City. There, Yu Yue laughed playfully with a regenerating skeleton, teasing him about being used. She sat seductively, urging him to continue talking, intrigued by the outside world. The skeleton spoke while thinking that, strangely, he wanted to confide everything to her. Perhaps that was love. She curiously asked if he and Han Yishao were both players. He immediately replied yes. Yu Yu moved closer, her gaze full of hidden meaning. She asked coldly why he thought she would help again. She reasoned that saving him brought endless trouble, while releasing him brought endless gain. The skeleton firmly replied that as long as she didn't kill him, he was grateful and willing to confess everything. Desperate, he said the more truth he uncovered, the farther he drifted from his brother, and now she was his only hope. He swore solemnly that if she helped, he would give her everything. Lu Li, in skeletal form, pledged absolute loyalty to Yu Yue. As soon as he finished, flesh began to regrow, restoring his human form. Suddenly, she placed her foot before him, making him freeze. From above, Yu Yue arrogantly ordered, "If you want loyalty, lick my foot clean first." She then stood, arching her body as she commanded, "Call me master." Seeing his hesitation, she teased that he'd just promised to give her everything. Lu Li stared at her pale feet, eyes wavering. Finally, he gritted his teeth and bent down to lick lightly. Yu Yu blushed, momentarily flustered. She quickly stepped back to hide her emotions. Embarrassed, she said she understood his loyalty, but his current strength was far too weak for their goal. Surrounded by a sea of blood, he asked how far he was from the needed power. She explained solemnly that this world divided monsters into 3 systems, 6 tiers, and 9 ranks. The lowest ranked 9, called the impoverished, weak beings that only eat or are eaten. Next were warriors, who grew stronger by devouring others and served as laborers for the cities. Rank 7 was poisoner, who gathered energy and learned skills, allowed to trade, assassinate, or work special jobs, the last of the lower class. At mid-tier, rank 6 was spirit slayer, those who passed advancement trials and could join the formal army. Then rank 5, demon, elite fighters holding city positions, like Zhui Nu, whom he had faced. Lu Li felt disheartened for not matching a demon-level foe, but Yu Yue advised not to belittle himself, as demons were exceedingly rare. Rank 4 was Great Fiend, monsters able to destroy mountains and rivers, true powerhouses with political rights. Higher still were the upper ranks, her own masters, the 4 Direction Lords, each controlling key powers and maintaining city balance, their might beyond imagination. Above them stood those representing ultimate authority within their domains. The monster world had 9 cities, each ruled by a city lord over hundreds of millions, each with distinct governance and culture. After explaining, Yu Yue asked if Lu Li understood the vast gap. He confirmed he did. She added about the mysterious being linking players and monsters, the one who ordered the Blood City Lord's executions, the only one with such power. That was Yuezhu, the supreme goddess of the monster realm, wielder of infinite might, whose true face none had seen. Lu Li silently listened. Yu Yu confided that letting go required courage. Maturity meant accepting you were not the universe's center. He held his head, admitting he knew his task was nearly impossible but had no retreat. Lu Li confessed his elder brother was his only family who once saved his life. Yet now he was powerless, and even a Fei suffered for it. He blamed himself for being useless. Yu Yu gently pulled him close, letting him rest his head on her lap, advising him to relax and breathe deeply. She comforted him not to bear all guilt, saying life was already cruel enough. Her words awakened Lu Li, realizing true strength must come from within, not for others. He murmured, "For myself?" And Yu Yue replied that only those who heed their deepest desire become truly strong, to ask if he truly enjoyed battle and victory. Lu Li realized from the start his purpose had only been to gather information about his brother, not genuine passion. Though his strength had grown, each battle now felt repetitive and hollow. As the story advanced, a fierce desire to face strong opponents awakened in him. Yet back then, battles still brought him no joy. Everything changed after meeting them in the arena. There, he felt the primal thrill that combat could bring. All his former worries vanished from his mind in that instant. He was left only with the craving to enjoy the clash and claim victory. Victory. That was his greatest desire. He vowed to conquer every opponent standing in his way. When Lu Li transformed into a tiger, Yu Yue looked pleased and acknowledged his impressive power. At that moment, Lu Li rested on Yu Yue's lap. She smiled, called him her disciple, then told him to get up because her legs were numb. He jumped up awkwardly, blushing as if sincerely apologizing. She said his heart was now clear, so the road ahead would be less harsh. He asked what to do next. When she asked why he was still asking, he admitted he didn't yet know a concrete direction. She hesitated, realizing she also didn't know, and decided to make up a direction to guide the naive boy. Seeing her hesitation, he understood she truly had no plan and just sighed, waiting for advice. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as an idea came to her. She mentioned a name, Han Yi Xiao, making him instantly think of his elder brother. She reminded him not to ignore available resources and said the South Moon Hall, which specialized in body strengthening, was the best starting choice. Based on his game knowledge, this seemed reasonable, so he decided to begin at South Moon Hall, while she encouraged and promised to watch over him. Before he left, she warned that relations among the hall masters were tense. If they learned he was her disciple, he might be in danger, shocking him. She angrily pinched his arm, scolded him, then forced him to massage her legs before leaving, making him cry out in pain. In Blood Moon City's guild district, he entered the inner city wearing a black cloak. He passed through the monsters unnoticed. His calm demeanor showed he was used to the place. He recalled Yu Yue's advice to disguise himself, for in this world he was already considered dead. He sighed, thinking everything had happened too fast and he needed to regroup. Now he was in Blood Moon City, surrounded by enemies and an unreliable master. He resolved to start here, train, and rise to challenge the ruler to save his brother. Opening the map, he located his next destination right ahead. This marked the beginning of his journey to strengthen himself. He stopped before the southern gate of Blood Moon City, home to the Glutton Pavilion. He recalled his master's words that South Moon Hall handled food supplies, and its lord, a food enthusiast, often visited Glutton Pavilion to study dishes. 2 guards stopped him, asking his purpose. He calmly replied he came to eat. They repeated his words in disbelief. Then they burst out laughing as if hearing the funniest thing ever. One shouted for him to leave, while the other mocked that dining here required at least demon-level rank. Realizing the 2 guards were strong, he knew he couldn't rush in and recalled his master's advice on meeting the Nan Yue Hall Master. The guards warned that further approach would bring harsher consequences. He calmly said he was a chef sent to cook for the Hall Master. They were shocked by his words. They immediately opened the door and respectfully invited him in, apologizing for their attitude. They bowed in gratitude, thanking him for his offering. Inside, a staff member asked if he was the Hall Master's chef. He confirmed and was told to follow. The diners praised that Thao Thiet restaurant still served the most delicious, never-tiring dishes. The aroma made him admire it, and his guide said the kitchen was ahead. They went downstairs. The staff said 4 chefs were finishing the last dish and asked him to wait. A 2-headed demon skillfully cooked while 2 others confidently presented their parts. The judge rang the bell to signal the end of cooking. The staff began clearing dishes. The chefs sighed in relief, nervously warning not to ruin the presentation. 4 dishes were served: stir-fried sea bamboo, Jiangnan City rice, almond blood sauce, and spicy steak. The judge said the dishes would be passed through a screen for the Nan Yue Hall Master to taste, making Lu Li secretly glad. He began to suspect this wasn't a normal cooking contest. The chefs waited silently for the verdict. The judge announced the Hall Master had finished tasting and would now give remarks. The comments were read aloud. Dish 1 had thick bamboo, Dish 2 was too oily, Dish 3 lacked flavor, and Dish 4 was burnt. The chefs panicked and begged for mercy in vain. The judge and servants thanked them in unison for their sacrifice. A splash of blood burst before Lu Li's eyes. He was stunned by the gruesome scene. A staff member placed a hand on his shoulder, saying it was his turn. He was reminded it was time to show his skills. Lu Li glanced over as someone invited him to change clothes. He calmly replied, "Got it." He sighed, realizing cooking here was far from simple and that Wu Yue had tricked him again. He walked to Thao Thiet restaurant's changing room and pushed the door open. Inside stood 3 figures. One approached him. Lu Li narrowed his eyes to assess his opponent. A bearded man introduced himself as Lu Li's round 4 rival. He instantly released a fierce, oppressive aura. Lu Li calmly evaluated his opponent's strength. The man sneered, mocking him as an amateur unfit for battle, saying comparing him to a real chef was an insult. He slammed the door while a blond man stepped close to Lu Li. He praised Lu Li's unusual aura, but said only one of 4 would live, urging him to savor his last taste of life. Hearing this, Lu Li realized the cruel rule. 3 losers would die, only the winner would live. Outside, the staff urged him to change quickly as the contest was about to start. After putting on the chef's uniform, he said he was ready. He glanced over and saw the 2-headed demon chef crouched in despair. All 4 stepped to their stations as the judge announced the next chef's turn. The judge introduced himself and explained the rules: random ingredients, 1-hour limit, and the final decision by the ruler with no objections allowed. Lu Li looked at the pot before him, wondering how long it had been since he truly cooked. He recalled the last time he held a ladle was at home. Warm memories surfaced. A Fei asked for more rice. He warned to eat less. The younger brother praised the braised meat, and to Yixiao urged him to join the meal. That happy family scene was his most precious memory. The judge announced the random ingredients were ready to test adaptability and gave them 2 minutes to observe. Lu Li lifted the cover, hoping the ingredients weren't too horrifying. But the sight froze him in shock. On the table lay the dismembered body of a chef from the previous round. The judge sternly said all ingredients must be respected. Losers were pardoned by offering their bodies as dishes for the hall master, then bowed in thanks for their sacrifice. He declared the 1-hour round had begun, terrifying Lu Li with the cruelty called honor of offering. The blond man was excited to draw a humanoid pig's head, boasting of his luck, while the bearded man reminded him not to underestimate demon meat's flavor. Lu Li felt sick seeing the rotting corpse, unsure how to handle such vile ingredients. He calmed himself, knowing it was just the first round and the real issue was the spoiled ingredients. An idea struck. Use strong Sichuan spice to mask the stench, poison against poison. He checked the spices, found them complete, and chose sliced steamed meat as his key dish for the hour. He analyzed the technique. Slice meat 2 mm thin, marinate with salt, wine, ginger, and scallion to remove odor and balance flavor. The blond chef, curious about his method, praised his depth, but pitied his choice of revolting meat. He confidently declared victory his and began finely slicing the pork. The bearded chef pounded the demon meat loudly, angering the blonde, who scolded him for being crude. The man coldly told him to mind his own business. The bearded one calculated that though demon meat lacked taste, its elasticity would let him make the most chewy meatballs by constant pounding. Meanwhile, Lu Li began cooking his ingredients in the pan. The judge reminded them 20 minutes remained and urged proper time management. Lu Li finished the chili oil sauce, preparing for the meat-dipping step, the key to tenderness. At the next table, the 2-headed chef sat gloomily staring at the corpse. He trembled, refusing to kill, unable to act, muttering hopelessly that he'd lost all will. Then he screamed his brother's name, declaring he no longer wished to compete. In despair, he slashed his own throat with a knife. Blood splattered across the kitchen, making Lu Li turn around in horror. He froze, unable to grasp what terrible thing had just happened. He panicked as the blood from the corpse splashed onto his own meat. The bearded man mocked the suicide as a chicken, while the blonde cursed his blood-stained clothes. 2 headless corpses lay pitifully on the floor. Lu Li raised his bowl of meat, questioning the referee about what to do now that his ingredients were ruined. The referee raised a hand to calm him, telling him to stay composed. After consulting the hall master, he announced the directive. The contest would proceed as usual. Lu Li was stunned by the absurd decision and asked again, but the referee coldly repeated, "Exactly, continue with only 15 minutes left." He grew furious because the blood-contaminated meat was unusable and there was no time to redo it. He knew if the odor wasn't removed, the dish would reek of death, and he desperately sought a solution. Meanwhile, the blonde skillfully rolled the meat filling with expert hands. He delicately placed each bun into the steamer, smiling and speaking to his loves before closing the lid. His movements were graceful, performing like an artist. The bearded man began kneading his own demon meat mixture. He exclaimed passionately, "This is the feeling." Then he added his secret seasoning and, confident of victory, dropped each meatball into the boiling pan. The referee announced 8 minutes left, making Lu Li tense but determined not to give up. He told himself that as long as he persisted, there was still hope. The fire in the pot blazed like his will. The bell rang. Time was up. The referee announced the end and asked everyone to present their dishes. Chef number 1's dish was called Captive Beauty, pork dumplings. Chef number 2's dish was Perfect Elasticity, goblin meatball soup. When it was his turn, his dish was still unnamed. He hastily said, "Wait a moment, it's still hot." The dishes were taken behind the screen for the hallmaster to taste. Everyone awaited the verdict. The three stood still, holding their breath for the coming result. The blonde looked confident, raising then lowering a finger with an arrogant smile. Suddenly, the screen turned, and the referee was shocked that one dish met the hallmaster's standards, inviting the leader to appear. The Nam-Yue Hall Master, Jia Hui, appeared majestically, seated on a giant's shoulder. The two chefs knelt in awe. Lu Li stared at her, thinking, "Nam-Yue Hall Master." The woman tasted the dish prepared by the blonde man and signaled to chef number 1. The blonde man knelt, replying respectfully and reporting his presence. She praised the dish's skillful preparation, magical balance of fat and lean, and evenly tuned flavor, saying the ingredients matched the required level. The chef expressed sincere gratitude, while she summoned the next taster, as the mustached chef muttered jealously, unsure who would win. She ordered a goblin patty to be taken, picked up a piece, and examined it carefully. The patty was slowly placed into her mouth. She savored it calmly, acknowledging the flavor. After swallowing, she called the second person. The mustached chef knelt, and she commented the patty had proper tenderness, enough for promotion. He rejoiced and thanked the tasting master. She turned to the soup and asked its origin. The mustached chef explained it was a secret family recipe using 18 rare spices. She criticized it as overly pungent, saying the seasoning overwhelmed the ingredients and that true cooking honors them, then reached for a sprig of herb. She warned him to remember this for life and swiftly drew her blade. With a flash, she stripped the chef's entire skin, leaving only his skeleton as he screamed in agony. Lu Li was shocked and terrified, unable to follow her lightning-fast attack. She then summoned the next dish to be served. When the new dish arrived, she was surprised and exclaimed it was the third dish, questioning its creator's qualification. She mocked lightly, doubting it could even be called a true dish, her gaze turning cold. Chef Lu Li confidently replied it was indeed a fine culinary creation. He said the dish was called stir-fried tomato and egg. Hearing that, chef number 1 burst out laughing and mocked the simple name. He sneered, saying he had overestimated the man. Without meat, how could he serve the tasting master, and accused him of not knowing 2 basic seasonings. Lu Li thought this dish might not exist in the monster's cuisine, so there was still hope. Chef number 1, ignoring all, proposed killing him immediately, but she coldly ordered him to hand her the food instead. She reminded all chefs that each had the right to serve her, and that she held power of life and death over those tested. Jia Hui tasted the stir-fried tomato and egg and was utterly astonished. She marveled at its unique flavor, pointing her chopsticks toward him with delight. Jia Hui concluded that the result was clear in her heart. The winner was already decided. Chef number 1 noticed her expression was not as expected, and she even kept eating number 3's dish, making him uneasy. He quickly accused his rival of using unlisted ingredients, claiming cheating. Thinking victory was his, he confidently demanded the result be announced and laughed smugly. Immediately after speaking, his body was sliced into countless pieces. Jia Hui held her knife, coldly repeating her earlier warning, and declared number 1 the winner. But since he was dead, she said victory belonged to number 2 and asked that he identify himself. Lu Li bowed and stated his name, realizing his stir-fried tomato and egg had truly won, though the judgment was capricious. Jia Hui introduced herself as the palace hall master and asked which reward he desired: entering the Gluttony Tower, opening a restaurant, or becoming her disciple. He knelt respectfully and requested the secret to enhance physical strength. She softly said that was entirely possible. Then she asked his level. Lu Li, confused, didn't understand, so she explained that one must reach the demon rank to qualify, and he admitted he didn't know his own level. She said it was fine, told him to change clothes and follow her. They were escorted by a giant to an area with a massive tower ahead. The giant stomped the ground, splashing water everywhere. In front of the tower, Jia Hui introduced it as the Tower of Human Grades. She explained the tower had 6 levels representing ranks: Weakling, Strongman, Venomist, Spirit Slayer, Demon, and Great Fiend. Entering would reveal one's level. Lu Li thanked her and stepped inside the tower. He felt eager to discover his true ability. On the first floor, the guardian creature was an assassin rabbit. It gnawed on a carrot, then turned to question the intruder and demand his name. Lu Li instantly cut off its arm and coldly said there was no need. Outside, the giant asked his mistress why she tricked Lu Li into the rabbit cage tower. He wondered since the man had already won. Jia Hui replied that Lu Li carried the scent of Wu Yue, making her suspect he was a spy from Dong Yue Hall, recalling rumors that Wu Yue once took a skeleton disciple during the last Wind Cloud tournament. The giant, surprised, asked why she didn't just kill him instead of imprisoning him, calling it troublesome. Jia Hui angrily punched him, knocking him down, and he begged for mercy in fear. She coldly reminded him she allowed only one question and not a second. She chuckled inwardly, thinking her reason for locking up Lu Li was obvious enough. Lu Li advanced to the second floor, the strongman level, where dust filled the air as he arrived. A scholar rabbit appeared, panting and ready to fight. Taking advantage of an opening, Lu Li attacked from behind. He delivered a blow that instantly knocked it out. Moving to the third floor, the venomist level, he dodged swiftly in multiple directions. The scholar rabbit grew dizzy, unable to keep track of his movements. Lu Li struck the decisive blow, paralyzing his opponent completely. After finishing that floor, he reached the fourth, the Spirit Slayer level, where a staff-wielding rabbit awaited. It clasped its hands in greeting, introducing itself as the staff-dancing rabbit and requesting a duel. Lu Li raised his weapon in respect, ready to fight. The staff rabbit swung its pole straight at his face. He dodged swiftly and counterattacked. The two clashed fiercely. During the fight, he realized the Spirit Slayer level matched Feng Ya's strength. He told himself he could win. Lu Li summoned Qianlong Zai Yuan, the hidden dragon that charged at the foe. The rabbit screamed in pain as the strike landed. It was thrown into the wall, unable to rise again. It admitted defeat, warning him the real opponent awaited above, and Lu Li humbly thanked it. He entered the fifth floor, the demon level, expecting many monsters. But only one martial demon rabbit awaited him. It introduced itself, saying it had 5 swords, each a technique. If Lu Li could endure all 5, it would yield. He felt his body bound by immense pressure, unable to dodge, yet accepted the challenge. The martial demon rabbit unleashed its first sword move. The sword arcs instantly surrounded Lu Li. He strained himself to withstand the rain of swords. When thrown away, he asked in shock what kind of sword technique it was. It replied that the first move was called Tong, innocent and lively like a child. He steadied himself, told it to use the second move, and the rabbit demon smiled in agreement. Then it swung its sword for the second strike. The blade pierced straight into Lu Li. The swirling sword energy forced him to retreat. He countered with the move Blazing Fury Blade. The opponent introduced the second move as Youth, full of vitality and power. He trembled, shocked that the second move was already this fierce. Realizing the next move would be harder to block, he decided to strike first. He used Shadow Clone combined with Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, creating 2 forms charging forward. The rabbit demon excitedly praised him and announced the third move, Prime. Crossing sword strikes slashed toward the two dragons. The powerful slash completely shattered Hidden Dragon in the abyss. It said Prime symbolized a man at his peak, sword power at its limit, then asked if he dared face the fourth move. Lu Li gave a hoarse laugh, his eyes turning fierce. He activated his Asura state, taunting the opponent to strike. The rabbit demon thrilled, sensed his changed aura, and praised his strength. Both charged at each other in a fierce clash. The impact shook the ground. Lu Li was severely wounded after the assault. The rabbit demon introduced the fourth move, Dusk, symbolizing a man experienced in all arts, merging them into one lethal strike. It praised him for forcing it to use this move, which had slain countless beings in its lifetime. Thinking Lu Li dead, it turned away but heard laughter behind, horrified as it looked back. He said his body had evolved through Wu Yue's blood pool, power surpassing a new level. Lu Li challenged it to unleash the final move. In Asura form, he tilted his head, urging it to strike. The rabbit demon admired him and agreed to use the fifth sword. It activated one of its remaining 5 swords. Lu Li immediately heightened his guard. The rabbit demon drew a transparent blade like water, explaining it was the final move, no blade, severed life, born from posthumous meditation. It said this sword could cut not only flesh but also the opponent's soul. A demonic aura shaped like a ghost head appeared behind it, opposing the Asura spirit behind Lu Li. The rabbit demon swung a powerful slash. Lu Li saw countless sword energies forming a net, pulling him into another space. He observed his surroundings and assessed the situation, then quickly realized it was a spiritual attack. That space was called Severed Life, Nurturing Heaven. In it stood a giant scale with both sitting opposite, 2 great swords hanging above. The rabbit demon philosophized that life was meaningless. As the scale tilted toward it, it argued that life held more suffering than joy, unworthy of enduring pain for fleeting happiness. Lu Li realized this move was a mental assault through debate, the scale tipping when the opponent gained the upper hand. He immediately countered that pain and joy coexist. Without suffering, one cannot know happiness, stopping the scale from tilting. The rabbit demon argued that all things exist through balance. Pain and joy are equal in value, and humans trap themselves chasing fleeting pleasure in endless cycles. Lu Li replied that though life is short and unfair, mere existence already holds meaning. It questioned what meaning was when human life is but a drop in the ocean, a grain of sand in the desert. He calmly argued that one drop can stir waves, one grain can cause a storm, small but never useless. Their opposing auras clashed, the rabbit demon radiating death, Lu Li brimming with life, debating existence and death. The debate ended with an image of a sprout breaking through snow, life shattering ice and bringing spring to the frozen land. The illusion vanished. The rabbit demon sheathed its sword, calmly facing him. It admitted defeat, realizing that a century of enlightenment still failed to grasp life and death. Everything remained hazy illusion. Lu Li pulled down his hat, saying life's meaning has countless interpretations, never one definition. No 2 leaves are ever identical. The rabbit demon leaned against the wall, repeated his words, praised him, and told him to move on, saying the old rabbit above awaited. As Lu Li's figure disappeared, it softly said they would meet again soon. He stepped onto the 6th floor, the grand ferocity level, calculating that though not yet strong enough, he wanted to see how vast the gap was. As he entered, he was surprised to see an old rabbit sitting thoughtfully at a go board. The old one raised its eyes and asked if he knew how to play 5-stone chess. Lu Li didn't reply, instantly activating his Asura state, ready to strike. He thrust his flaming red sword straight at the old rabbit. But the blade pierced through its transparent body, making him suspect it was an illusion. Then the old rabbit suddenly grabbed his hand, praising his strength, shocking Lu Li since it could actually touch him. He increased his demonic power, forming countless spears piercing through the opponent's body. Yet the figure remained phantom-like, all attacks useless. The old rabbit stroked its chin and smiled faintly, telling him to hit harder. The old rabbit picked up a stone piece from the board. It flicked the piece hard, hitting Lu Li's forehead, laughing that he was still too inexperienced. Before he could react, the piece embedded in his forehead, smoke rising as his consciousness faded in confusion. Then he collapsed, completely unconscious. After a while, he slowly awoke, finding himself lying on a cold floor staring at the ceiling. As he sat up, he saw the assassin rabbit holding a carrot approaching. He asked who it was, while the rabbit panicked and hid behind a pile of carrots, trembling that it didn't expect him to wake so soon. Lu Li looked at his body in confusion, asking why he was back on the first floor. After clearing the sixth, he should have been ranked, not returned here. The assassin rabbit grinned slyly, saying he'd been deceived by the hallmaster. This wasn't a ranking tower, but the rabbit cage tower, a prison for the condemned, and he would never escape. Lu Li was horrified, glaring and asking if it was true or a joke. At the same time, in the palace of Dong Yue Hall, Wu Ye sat among piles of books, stretching and sighing in exhaustion. She complained about the endless paperwork, then suddenly thought of Lu Li, wondering how far Chuan Yue's disciple had progressed. She rested her chin, murmuring that she shouldn't spoil him and should let him train himself, then closed her eyes to rest. On the fifth day at Illusory Moon, the sky grew dark and heavy. Flocks of black crows flew everywhere, carrying the scent of death. The cries of parents begging to save their children echoed as doctors could only say they'd try their best. Ambulance sirens wailed across the streets. One stopped before the town's medical center. A nurse reported to the doctor that patient number 649's heart had stopped, requiring emergency surgery, but the operating rooms were full. She added that 40 more were still waiting. The doctor said there was no time, ordering immediate defibrillation. Dr. Zhang pressed on the chest and shocked repeatedly. But the monitor showed only a flat line. No heartbeat remained. They finally declared patient 649 dead. The nurse sadly said it was the 34th death that day. She trembled, asking why they couldn't save even one life. Dr. Zhang, dazed, said what they faced was more terrifying than any plague, making all efforts useless. The nurse desperately asked if there was no hope left. He replied helplessly that all methods were exhausted. Now they could only use nutrient drips to sustain the remaining patients. The man said that now everything depended on them if hope was to survive. In the neutral city of Pegasus, where players from everywhere gathered, this area was called the City of Hope and forbade combat. The day before, Beast Moon City, one of the 9 great monster capitals, had attacked, leaving the residents besieged and devastated. Cries for help echoed as monsters scoured every corner, leaving no targets behind. A group of players hid inside a house watching the situation outside. They sighed in relief when the attackers withdrew. The blond man cursed the game company and swore to sue once they escaped. A burly man advised that they should unite and help each other instead of complaining. The others agreed to form a life-and-death alliance. He smiled, saying that only in hardship one knows true comrades, believing they could survive if united. Less than a minute later, their hideout was destroyed by an attack. Behind them appeared a bone serpent spirit of execution level with a long tongue and red eyes, exclaiming it had found prey. The man shouted for an immediate defensive line. But his teammates panicked and fled at the sight of the terrifying creature. Before he could react, he was beheaded and his soul devoured. The monster praised how delicious human souls were. The 2 survivors split up, fleeing in different directions. An ambusher leapt out, slashing the blond youth's leg, making him scream in pain. The attacker begged for mercy, apologizing desperately to his wounded comrade. The bone serpent spirit exhaled a poisonous breath, signaling that none would escape. They cried for help, terrified and scrambling for a way to live. The monster swayed mockingly, saying players were cruel and cold-blooded in their struggle for survival. While devouring souls, the bone serpent spirit noticed 2 players approaching, surprised by their recklessness. One of the 2 asked if it had ever seen a handsome black man holding vegetables in both hands. The bone serpent spirit sneered, asking on what grounds they dared force it to answer. Enraged by the mockery, the young man charged in and kicked the monster hard. Fei rushed forward, unleashing infinite fire blade and a barrage of weapon shots at the bone serpent. Thick smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring all vision. When the smoke cleared, Fei pinned the monster down, sternly interrogating if it had seen that man. With each repeated question, Fei delivered another punch to force a confession. Ding Quang urged the creature to answer immediately, while another pleaded for Fei to stop, saying the target had passed out. Tears silently rolled down his face in the stillness. The corpse was burned. The spirit serpent whispered to move on and continue hunting new targets. She hugged him tightly from behind, gently urging him to rest and recover, but he brushed her off, ignoring his own condition. The girl protested, saying what she truly worried about was him. She declared that though everyone needed them, she needed him more than anyone else.